Chapter 22-24. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with exciting novels to read. The battle was as fierce as ever. Love go little say netko. However, the results were always surprising. The dark horse Chun Fan had created another miracle. After defeating the saber god sect's disciple, he was already standing at the top of Dongxian Heaven's younger generation. Winning this battle meant that he had entered the top 25 of Dongxuan's grand meet. Obviously, the leaders of the smaller sect did not think highly of Fang Chun. In the entire Dongxian Heaven, there were no more than 25 people who could surpass him among the younger generation. What kind of honor was this? What kind of power was this? Before this, no one would have thought that Chun Fan of the Dragon Demon sect could come this far. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chun Fan. There was surprise, shock, and confusion on their faces. They could not believe it. How powerful was Chun Fan's talisman? The Saber God sect's leader, who had mocked Jian Wuji and the Divine Phoenix sect's leader on the rostrum, also looked solemn. At this time, he also realized that something was wrong. Buzz. The talisman he used is not the Qiankuan talisman at all. At first, everyone thought it was the Qiankuan talisman. It's the soul assimilation technique. However, as time passed, the three sect masters began to notice some clues. They surrounded his mind and primordial spirit, trying to take control of his body. What kind of talisman is it? Why is it so powerful? The Saber God sect's leader was very puzzled. The disciples in the Divine Phoenix Plaza were also shocked to the extreme. Especially Han Shui, who had competed with Chun Fan for the title of the strongest dark horse. His face was full of bitterness. After losing to Chun Fan, he was still a little unconvinced. He thought that the latter had used the Qiankuan talisman to defeat him by luck. However, now he finally understood the gap between them. It turned out that Chun Fan did not see him as an opponent at all. Thinking of this, Han Shui shook his head helplessly and sighed. The Divine Phoenix sect's leader was shocked. Fang Qin was excellent in all aspects. In a trance, Huang Yun felt her heart tremble and her delicate body involuntarily took a few steps back. Fang Qin and the others also narrowed their eyes and stared at Chun Fan. In terms of overall strength, Huang Yun was probably not much stronger than Thunder God. His talisman seems very strange. Only Fang Qin seemed to have sensed something, but he wasn't sure. The Blade Demon was still really calm. He felt that although Chun Fan was strong, he wasn't his match. He wasn't even worth paying attention to. The second round of finals was getting more and more intense. The last match was finally Fang Qin's turn. His opponent was the third-ranked disciple of the Divine Phoenix sect, Huang Yun. Senior Sister Huang Yun, you must teach this fellow a good lesson. Many disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect roared. Huang Yun took light steps and walked onto the martial arts stage. Fang Qin stood there quietly, motionless. While thinking, Fang Qin performed the innate soul reversal technique. She was surrounded by a dense soul Dao aura. Her beautiful eyes twinkled as she stared at Fang Qin. Her primordial spirit was severely injured, and her delicate body fell limply to the ground. I've long heard that those who are born with the divine sigil of order are very young. Now that I've seen you in person, you really live up to your reputation, Huang Yun said in a sweet voice. Fang Qin was unmoved, standing there quietly. Huang Yun's voice contained the soul Dao aura, trying to disturb Fang Qin's mind. It was a pity that Fang Qin's attainments in the soul Dao were no weaker than hers. On the rostrum, some leaders of the sect discussed softly. Huang Yun's soul Dao technique is very powerful. I think Fang Qin won't be able to withstand it. Fang Qin's physical strength is strong, and his divine sigil of order is too powerful. As long as we don't let him get close, Huang Yun can attack from afar using her soul Dao technique. Fang Qin can't do anything about it. It's a pity that those who are born with the divine sigil of order are only in the divine sigil realm. If he steps into the Unity realm, it's hard to say who will be the champion of this year's Dongxian Grand Meet. Obviously, many leaders of the small sect did not think highly of Fang Chun. After all, the difference in cultivation base was obvious. The gap could not be made up. However, the three sect leaders each had their own opinions. If it's a close combat, Huang Yun will probably lose. There's only a chance if it's a long-distance battle, the sect leader of the Saber God sect said. That's not necessarily true. Huang Yun has great potential and has cultivated the art of soul assimilation. I think highly of Huang Yun, the sect leader of the Divine Phoenix sect said with a smile. Jian Wuji, who was on the side, was silent. Before the battle, he already knew the result. Fang Chun would definitely win this battle. It was very hard for him to imagine how a martial artist could gather so many inconceivable things on himself. In terms of overall ability, Huang Yun was probably not much stronger than Thunder God. Especially Han Shui, who had once competed with Chun Fan for the strongest dark horse. His face was filled with bitterness. Fang Chun had almost killed Thunder God with one strike. One could imagine that his ability was completely above Thunder God's. If he really fought with Huang Yun, his chances of winning were very high. Back on the arena, Huang Yun found that Fang Chun was unmoved. She bit her red lips as a strange look flashed in her eyes. Buzz. In a trance, Huang Yun felt her heart tremble and her delicate body involuntarily took a few steps back. Since she could not disturb his mind, she would use the art of soul assimilation to trap him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Beautiful. Using the soul doctrine to defeat Huang Yun. What a slap in the face. The wild aura of the soul doctrine instantly filled the air. Suddenly, a gust of wind whistled past and there was an eerie and terrifying aura in the surrounding air. I have long heard that the possessor of the Order Divine Rune is very young. Today I have seen that you live up to your reputation, Huang Yun said in a delicate voice. Huang Yun walked up to the arena with light steps. Art of soul assimilation. Huang Yun shouted and waved her hand. She controlled the rich aura of the soul doctrine and used a tricky route to surround Fang Chun. Before the battle, she already knew the result. Fang Chun would definitely win this battle. Fang Chun stood quietly and did not move. It's useless. Many disciples on the Divine Phoenix Square exclaimed when they saw the situation. At that moment, he also realized that something was wrong. He's not dodging? Is he scared out of his wits? Huang Yun controlled the incantation of the innate soul reversing skill and formed a cold long sword above his head. In the eyes of the crowd, the long sword could shatter at any time. It could not withstand the attack of the art of soul assimilation. This is the art of soul assimilation. Oh no, Fang Chen's mind is most likely trapped. What a terrifying soul doctrine divine skill. Huang Yun is not simple. Many disciples exclaimed loudly. The disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect and Divine Sword sect also sneered in disdain and mocked Fang Chen. How can someone like him compete with senior brother Dao? What a joke. However, the outcome was always surprising. Even Han Yuan is no match for senior brother Dao. Some disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect were about to mock Fang Chen when they suddenly noticed the aura of the soul doctrine on him. Ignorance is the most terrifying thing. Does he think that he is a soul doctrine genius? Trying to use the soul doctrine to resist the art of soul assimilation. What a joke. Hey, is he also a soul cultivator? Is he using the soul doctrine to resist the art of soul assimilation? Ignorance is the most terrifying thing. Does he think that he is a soul doctrine genius? Trying to use the soul doctrine to resist the art of soul assimilation. What a joke. They knew that Fang Chen was using the soul doctrine to resist the art of soul assimilation. However, the disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect still mocked and ridiculed him. What attainments could a sword cultivator have in the soul doctrine? He was simply displaying his slight skill in front of an expert. On the martial arts arena, The berserk Soul Dao aura drilled into Fang Chen's body through every opening. It surrounded his mind and primordial spirit, trying to control his body. The Divine Phoenix Sect's Soul Doctrine technique is quite unique. After losing to Chun Fan, he was still a little unconvinced. He thought that Chun Fan had defeated him by luck using the Cosmic Talisman. Fang Chen sighed. However, a mere art of soul assimilation is not a problem for me. Buzz. However, as time passed, the three sect masters still saw some clues. While they were thinking, Fang Chen used the innate soul reversal skill. With a thought, the energy within the soul stone surged out silently and merged with the Soul Dao aura. He controlled the incantation of the innate soul reversal skill and formed a cold long sword above his head. In the eyes of the crowd, the long sword could shatter at any time and could not resist the attack of the art of soul assimilation. It's useless. Huang Yun also shook her head gently and continued to attack, wanting to end the battle. Suddenly, Fang Chen's dark eyes penetrated the Soul Doctrine aura and fell on Huang Yun. She knew that Fang Chen was using the Soul Doctrine technique to resist the art of soul assimilation. In a trance, Huang Yun felt her heart tremble and her delicate body involuntarily took a few steps back. What's wrong with me? Huang Yun was a little confused, but she quickly regained her composure and continued to attack. In particular, Han Shui, who had competed with Chun Fan for the title of the strongest dark horse, had a bitter look on his face. Huang Yun shouted and waved her hand. She controlled the rich Soul Doctrine aura and used a tricky route to surround Fang Chen. Just as the crowd saw that the Soul Power longsword was about to collapse, a berserk soul power suddenly surged out from Fang Chen's body. Before this, no one would have thought that Chun Fan of the Dragon Demon sect could come this far. The overwhelming Soul Doctrine aura instantly drowned the entire martial arts practice ring. Only Fang Chen seemed to have sensed something, but he was not sure. Crack! The Soul Power sword carried a terrifying power and pierced through Huang Yun's art of soul assimilation, sending her flying. Huang Yun let out a miserable shriek. Her primordial spirit was severely injured and her delicate body fell to the ground. The overwhelming Soul Doctrine aura instantly drowned the martial arts practice ring. An unprecedented fear appeared in her heart. The entire square was in an uproar. Huang Yun's voice contained the Soul Doctrine aura as she tried to disturb Fang Chen's mind. On the rostrum, the Divine Phoenix Sect Master also stood up and glared at Fang Chen. This is the art of soul assimilation. Oh no, Fang Chen's mind might be trapped. Innate soul reversal skill? Huang Yun's voice contained the Soul Doctrine aura as she tried to disturb Fang Chen's mind. He also knew about the Wuji Sword sect's innate soul reversal skill, but very few disciples had been able to cultivate it. Isn't this guy a little too abnormal? His physical strength is far beyond his peers, and even his Soul Doctrine techniques are so strange. The Divine Phoenix Sect Master was shocked. Fang Chen was outstanding in all aspects. It was very hard for him to imagine how a martial artist could gather so many inconceivable things on himself. Even the sect master of the Divine Blade sect looked at Fang Chen with a grave expression. Now, he finally knew why Fang Chen could absorb the innate order divine runes. Previously, he had underestimated Fang Chen. Now, he finally started to take him seriously. Jian Wuji sat quietly and nodded in satisfaction. Beautiful. Using the Soul Doctrine technique to defeat Huang Yun. What a slap in the face. Unfortunately, Fang Chen's attainments in the Soul Doctrine were not weaker than hers. With a thought, the energy within the Soul Stone surged out silently and merged with the Soul Dao aura. Yes, it's funny that some ignorant people are still mocking Senior Brother Fang. The Divine Phoenix Sect's Soul Doctrine technique is only SOSO. In my opinion, Senior Brother Fang's Soul Doctrine technique is enough to defeat the Divine Phoenix Sect disciples. In the Divine Phoenix Sect area, many disciples looked grave and lowered their head. they felt humiliated. Even the most powerful supreme talent, Huang Jiao, looked at Fang Chen with a tinge of fear in her eyes. A sword cultivator had defeated Huang Yun with the Soul Doctrine technique. This was the most powerful counterattack. The Soul Power Sword carried terrifying power and pierced through Huang Yun's art of soul assimilation, sending her flying. Chapter 22-25. Geniuses remember love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fang Chen had become the most dazzling existence in Dongshuan's grand meet to this point. Originally, he was born with the divine sigil of order and could bring about a certain amount of discussion wherever he went. However, after this battle, he told the world with his strong stance that he was not a weakling with the divine sigil of order. After the shock, the divine phoenix square fell into silence. All the disciples looked at Fang Chen strangely. Senior brother Dao Xian. Under the orders of the three lords, the divine phoenix square was empty in the blink of an eye. After the second round of the competition, 25 people were eliminated, leaving 25 people. In other words, one person would advance directly to the fourth round of the competition, while the other 24 people would fight in pairs. Many people were secretly trying to find out more about Fang Chen. Before this, they were all wrong. They thought that Fang Chen was just an undeserved reputation. This was especially true for those disciples who had threatened Fang Chen and wanted to teach him a lesson when he had first arrived at the Divine Phoenix sect. Chen Fan's confidence and courage came from this. They had long been hiding in a corner, not daring to come out. Every time they thought of this, their hearts were full of palpitations, becoming the most terrifying inner demon. Huang Mo, who was grounded by the Divine Phoenix sect lord, was also in a state of shock. He was afraid, glad that the Divine Phoenix sect lord had come in time, otherwise he would have died in Fang Chen's hands. He thought that Fang Chen was just an undeserved reputation. So what if he lost the Soul Stone? At least he got his life back. As long as the green hills were there, there was hope. Late at night, in the Draconic Demon Sect residence, the Draconic Demon Sect Lord was talking to Chen Fan. Fan your Qiankuan talisman? It's really amazing, the Draconic Demon Sect Lord said with a smile. Fang Chen of the Wuji Sword Sect, are you confident in dealing with him? Hearing this, Chen Fan's eyes flickered. He was just lucky to get the divine sigil of order. With my attainments as a talisman master, dealing with him is not a problem, Chen Fan said faintly, seemingly very confident. Many people were secretly inquiring about Fang Chen. Before this, they were all wrong. Fan don't be careless. That Fang Chen is very strong in both physical strength and soul power. Don't forget, he is only a sword cultivator. His true trump card must be his sword arts. Even Huang Yun was unable to force him to use his sword arts. I am also unable to see through him, reminded the Draconic Demon Sect Master. Sect Master, don't worry. If he encounters me, I don't mind suppressing him and destroying the innate divine runes of order to absorb the energy within them, Chen Fan said. Seeing this, the sect leader of the Dragon Demon sect did not say anything more. After exhorting Zhang Xian, he turned around and left. Looking at the departing figure of the sect master of the Dragon Demon, the confidence on Chen Fan's face instantly disappeared. Is what you said true? Chen Fan seemed to be talking to himself. You've also sensed that Fang Chen's strength. It's simply impossible to defeat him, Chen Fan continued. At this moment, a gloomy and hoarse voice sounded in Chen Fan's ears. Don't worry. How can they compare to the talisman Master Dao that I passed on to you? The voice came from Chen Fan's body. They all think that this is a talisman? A Qiankuan talisman? But they don't know that this is the legendary Void Fragmentation Talisman? But, Chen Fan wanted to say something but was stopped by the voice. After a long time, the Saber Demon muttered to himself. Don't worry. At the critical moment I will secretly take action. I guarantee that you will be able to enter the top 5 and get a spot to go to the Demon City. The voice continued, "As long as you can bring me into the demon city, I will fulfill my promise. When you come out of the demon city, the entire void star sky will tremble for you." The entire divine phoenix square was completely boiling. The more the old man interacted with him, the more he realized that the latter's potential was far from what it seemed on the surface. Many small sect leaders were fighting to win over the sect master of the Dragon Demon sect. The worry on Chun Fan's face gradually disappeared. The blood in his body was boiling, and his previous worries were thrown to the back of his mind. He clenched his fists and nodded to himself. "The world looks down on me, Chun Fan. I will slap everyone's face with my absolute strength. Just you wait." In the vast divine Phoenix Peak, no one knew Chun Fan's secret except for the old man and the big black dog. Even the 3 sect masters could only vaguely sense Chun Fan's Qiankuan talisman. It was a little special, but they could not discover that there was another voice in his body. Chun Fan's confidence and courage came from this. He felt a lingering fear. He was glad that the divine Phoenix sect master had come in time. Otherwise, he would have died in the hands of Fong Chen. Chun Fan's luck was better in the 3rd round of the finals. This made many people feel helpless. Among the 25 people so far, Chun Fan's ability was relatively the weakest. Many people wanted to draw Chun Fan so that they could guarantee to enter the top 12. However, they were disappointed. Chun Fan directly advanced to the 4th round. This meant that his lowest ranking in this Dongxian Grand Meet was 13th. A dragon's roar resounded through the sky. This was a historical record of Dongxian Grand Meet, and at the same time, it made the Dragon Demon sect famous. He frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. Many small sect leaders were fighting to win over the Dragon Demon sect master. With Chun Fan's potential, he would definitely be taken in as a disciple by those hidden experts. The rise of the Dragon Demon sect was just around the corner. The 3rd round of the competition began. The entire Divine Phoenix Square was in an uproar. Han Yuan drew the 3rd-ranked disciple of the Divine Blade sect. Although the latter's saber skills were sharp, he was still no match for Han Yuan. In the end, Han Yuan successfully advanced. Huang Jiao, Saber Demon, and other experts also advanced one by one. Many small sect leaders were fighting to win over the Dragon Demon sect master. When Fong Chen stepped onto the arena again, the Divine Phoenix Square was in an uproar. Fong Chen's opponent this time was the 4th-ranked disciple of the Divine Blade sect, Dao Xian. Many people were very excited. They could finally see Fong Chen's close combat ability. Was Dao Xian's saber skills stronger or Fong Chen's swordsmanship stronger? Kill. Dao Xian also knew that Fong Chen was very strong. He did not give him any chance and directly used the Divine Blade sect's ultimate technique, the Dragon Saber God-breaking technique. "Don't worry, sect master. If he meets me, I don't mind suppressing him. Then, I will shatter the innate divine pattern of order and absorb its internal power," Chun Fan said. "It seems that we still underestimated Fong Chen." Roar. A dragon's roar resounded through the sky. The old man threw a piece of ore to the big black dog and said with a smile, "This guy." Immediately after, the terrifying saber chi in the sky condensed into a giant golden dragon. The giant golden dragon held a ferocious saber in its claws and swooped down with terrifying power. Traceless swordsmanship. Dao Xian was the lackey of the saber demon. Fong Chen did not have a good impression of him. There was even a faint trace of disgust in his heart. The first move, the second move, the third move. Many people wanted to draw Chun Fan. That way they would be guaranteed to enter the top 12. He continuously used the first 3 moves of the traceless swordsmanship. The incredible sword light directly pierced through the giant golden dragon's body and pierced towards Dao Xian. Not good. Dao Xian cried out and desperately dodged. Splat! Blood splattered across the sky. One of Dao Xian's arms fell to the ground. His broken body smashed a big hole in the ground. He was in a sorry state and directly fell into a coma. Senior brother Dao Xian. Every time they thought of this, their hearts would palpitate. It directly became the most terrifying inner demon. The disciples of the Divine Blade sect exclaimed one after another. This made many people feel helpless. So far, Chen Fan's strength was relatively the weakest among the 25 people. At the same time, they glared at Fang Chen. If looks could kill, Fang Chen would have been cut into pieces by them. The saber demon's indifferent face also showed a hint of seriousness. He frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something. Traceless swordsmanship? After a long time, the saber demon muttered to himself. The entire Divine Phoenix Square was in an uproar. A dragon's roar reverberated through the sky. The third round of the competition began. The worry on Chen Fan's face gradually disappeared. This was Fang Chen's first time using swordsmanship. However, it ended in such a way. It was really too shocking. This sharp swordsmanship is comparable to the saber demons. It seems that we still underestimated Fang Chen. Along the way, Fang Chen left an incomparably shocking scene in front of everyone. In the end, everyone attributed all of this to the innate order divine pattern. The Divine Blade sect master on the rostrum looked solemn and did not say a word. The Divine Phoenix sect master was extremely surprised. He stared at Fang Chen. His soul path aura spread, trying to see through the latter. Jian Wuji had long expected this result and was relatively calm. Was Dao Xian's swordsmanship stronger, or was Fang Chen's swordsmanship stronger? Huang Jiao's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at Fang Chen. She thought that this person would be a strong opponent. Han Yuan and the others were beaming with joy. After the shock, many people were sighing. Fang Chen had already become a force to be reckoned with. It was impossible to get rid of him quickly. With the cultivation base of the divine pattern realm, he had defeated Dao Xian with a single strike. How strong was this? With the cultivation base of the divine pattern realm, he had defeated Dao Xian with a single strike. How strong was this? Even the saber demon could not do this at this level. Late at night. Innate order divine pattern. The saber demon clenched his fists and shouted in his heart. This ignited his fighting spirit. He swore to suppress Fang Chen and seize the innate order divine pattern. He would absorb the power within it into his body and use it for himself. A Unity Realm expert could merge all the divine patterns into one. The entire Divine Phoenix Square was in an uproar. They could not absorb the innate order divine pattern, but they could shatter it and absorb the power that escaped. Traceless swordsmanship? Chen Fan advanced to the fourth round directly. This meant that his lowest ranking in this Dongxian Grand Meet was 13th place. After a long time, the saber demon muttered to himself. Many people had their eyes on the innate order divine pattern, but after this battle, many people retreated. Han Yuan had drawn the third-ranked disciple of the Saber God sect. Although the latter's saber skills were sharp, he was still no match for Han Yuan. Don't worry, sect master. If he meets me, I don't mind suppressing him and shattering the innate order divine pattern to absorb the power within, Chen Fan said. All the disciples looked at Fang Chen strangely. Enjoying the cheers of the crowd, Fang Chen walked down the stage. Looking at the sect master of the draconic demon's departing figure, the confidence on Chen Fan's face instantly disappeared. The sect master of the Saber God sect on the rostrum looked solemn and did not say a word. In the clouds in the sky, the old man tossed a piece of ore to the big black dog and said with a smile, "This guy," the more he interacted with him, the more the old man realized that the latter's potential was far more than what he saw on the surface. All the disciples looked at Fang Chen strangely. Those unknown things that were hidden in the depths of one's body were the ones that were worth paying attention to. Chapter 22-26. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fang Chen's strong performance shocked everyone. No one dared to look down on this monstrous genius who was born with divine runes of order. Even the knife demon and Huang Jiao saw him as a rival. If someone had said before this that Fang Chen was also one of the favorites to win this year's Dongxian meet, many people would have scoffed. After all, the latter's cultivation was only at the divine inscription realm. The gap between the deity imprint realm and the unity realm could not be bridged. Most of the disciples present were at the unity realm. Only Fang Chen was slightly special. The reason why he had attracted so much attention was because he was born with the Divine Order sigil. But now, the strength he displayed had far surpassed that of Unity Realm expert. He defeated Dao Xian with a single sword strike, leaving the latter with no chance to fight back. This was enough to shock everyone. The entire Divine Phoenix Square was in an uproar. Countless disciples widened their eyes and stared at Fang Chen as if they were looking at a monster. Fang Chen smiled faintly and walked down the martial arts stage. He didn't care about the threatening look in the knife demon's eyes. Even if you didn't come looking for me, I would have gone looking for you. The enmity of killing his master was absolutely irreconcilable, because Fang Chen's battle was too shocking. Therefore, although the following disciples' battles were also very exciting, many people no longer paid attention to them. Just like that, the third round of the finals ended hastily. The 12 victorious disciples advanced to the fourth round. Including the dark horse Chen Fan who had a bye, there were 13 people in total. Among the 13 people, 8 of them had to be eliminated. Only the 5 strongest ones would be able to enter the Devil City. After the third round, everyone rested for a day. The fourth round of the competition began in full swing. The rules of the fourth round were slightly changed. There were a total of 13 people, and they no longer drew lots. Instead, they went through a round of challenges. Every disciple was given 2 chances to challenge the challenger. If they failed both times, they would be eliminated immediately. Love Go Little Say Ku. When there were only 5 disciples left, the battle would end. After the Divine Phoenix Sect Master announced the rules, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. Only the Sect Master of the Draconic Demon Sect was worried about Chen Fan. If there was a lottery system, it was extremely likely that Chen Fan would pass. Now that the challenge system was implemented, and Chen Fan was the weakest among the 13, there would definitely be a lot of people coming to challenge him. I hope Chen Fan can withstand it. The sect master of the Draconic Demon Sect clenched his fists and prayed in his heart. 13 people stood side by side in front of the martial arts practice stage. The first person to step onto the martial arts practice stage was a disciple of the Divine Phoenix Sect. His gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Chen Fan. I want to challenge Chen Fan. He was ranked 4th in the Divine Phoenix Sect, and his strength was average. He did not have much confidence in challenging the disciples of the other 3 sects, so he could only challenge Chen Fan. Despite being challenged, Chen Fan's face remained calm as he stepped onto the stage. Kill! The battle was on the verge of breaking out. A terrifying soul path aura emerged around the Divine Phoenix Sect disciple. Under his control, it condensed into a long spear. This long spear contained a power that made people tremble. He's going all out right from the start? Many disciples around the martial arts stage exclaimed in surprise. It seemed that the disciples of the Divine Phoenix Sect also wanted to end this battle quickly. He wondered how Chen Fan would be able to withstand them. A universal talisman? Seeing Chen Fan activate the talisman, the crowd muttered to themselves. On the martial arts stage, Chen Fan looked at the soul power spear that was constantly approaching him, and a trace of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. Immediately, he let out a low roar, and a majestic talisman Dao power appeared in the sky. The next moment, he waved his palm, and the terrifying talisman burned directly in the sky. The power of the flame was too amazing, and it directly engulfed the soul power spear. A love go little say W Chu hiss. To everyone's astonishment, the soul power spear was directly burned to ashes by the flame of the talisman. Bang! The body of the divine phoenix sect disciple flew out directly and fell to the ground. His mouth was full of blood and his face was pale. This, everyone exclaimed. Chun Fan's talisman was too powerful, wasn't it? It could burn the soul power spear to ashes. It's too terrifying. Everyone redefined Chun Fan, and the latter's dark horse nature was fully revealed. Chun Fan won the first round. The corners of Fang Chen's mouth curled up, and a faint smile appeared on his face. After this battle, he was more confident in himself. He turned his head and glanced at the rostrum. They did not realize that he had used a power that did not belong to him in the battle just now. It seems that it's just as he said. The people present did not notice his existence at all, Chun Fan thought to himself. Immediately, he turned his head and swept his gaze across the crowd, and his gaze fell on Dao He, who was ranked second in the Divine Sword Sect. I challenge Dao He of the Divine Sword Sect. Since he was already standing on the martial arts stage, he had to show his absolute strength to intimidate everyone and let them know that he was not a pushover. Humph, you dare to challenge me? Your dark horse journey ends here. Dao He sneered, and with a leap, he landed on the martial arts stage. Swoosh. He waved the battle saber in his hand continuously. Streaks of extremely sharp saber light flashed in the sky. Swoosh. In the next moment, the terrifying saber light directly surrounded Chun Fan's body. Is this all you've got? Seeing that Chun Fan was trapped by his saber light, Dao He sneered and continued to increase the intensity of his attacks, wanting to defeat Chun Fan in one fell swoop. Below the martial arts stage, Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and watched this scene. He vaguely felt that Chun Fan still had a trump card that he had not used yet. There seems to be a complicated aura on Chun Fan's body. Fang Chen frowned. He could not see through Chun Fan. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, Chun Fan once again used a powerful talisman. A faint aura quietly spread out from Chun Fan's body. When this aura drilled into the talisman, it immediately exploded. The terrifying explosive force swept across the entire martial arts stage. Bang! A figure flew out from the smoke. When the crowd saw this, they gasped. Even Dao He was no match for Chun Fan? Chun Fan's strength was too strong, wasn't it? He'll definitely be in the top 5. After a long while, many disciples thought to themselves. Until today, Chun Fan had shocked them too much. Some people even imagined the scene of Chun Fan going up against Fang Chen. However, such a scene did not happen. If they had thought of Chun Fan as a soft persimmon before, now that Chun Fan had defeated Dao He, there was a hint of fear in their eyes when they looked at Chun Fan. Chun Fan walked down the martial arts stage indifferently. He believed that if they knew what was good for them, they would no longer dare to challenge him. After a brief shock, the Divine Blade Sect's disciple walked up to the martial arts stage. I challenge Fang Chen. The result was obvious. Fang Chen defeated his opponent with absolute strength. Time passed by. In the blink of an eye, the challenge had gone on for an entire morning. Noon came, and the scorching sun hung high in the sky. On the rostrum, the 3 sect leaders looked at the martial arts stage with solemn expressions. Countless battles had been fought, and the rankings were more or less fixed. According to the points, the top 5 were Dao Demon, Huang Jiao, Han Yuan, Fang Chen, and Chun Fan. Dong! A deafening chime of a bell echoed across the sky. It signaled the end of this year's Dongxian Grand Meet. The 5 experts did not make a move directly, which made many disciples feel regretful. In fact, the Dao Demon had wanted to challenge Fang Chen, but the latter had rejected him directly. He was already in the top 5. Why would he accept the Dao Demon's challenge? Besides, although he wanted to kill the Dao Demon, this was the Divine Blade Sect's leader. It was not appropriate for him to make a move. Let's fight again in the Demon City. The Dao Demon's eyes were cold as he stared at Fang Chen and said coldly. Fang Chen put on an indifferent expression and did not even look at the Blade Demon. Chun Fan, who was behind the 4 of them, had a trace of madness in his eyes. When we enter the demon city, all of you will die. The Divine Phoenix sect's leader stood up and announced the end of Dongxuan's grand meet. The 5 geniuses were qualified to enter the demon city. At this moment, the Divine Blade sect's leader took a step forward. A strong aura instantly spread out and enveloped Fang Chun. Immediately, Fang Chun felt his body tense as a terrifying force squeezed around him. "Old Dao, what are you trying to do?" Jian Wuji roared angrily and blocked in front of Fang Chun. "This person deliberately killed my Divine Blade sect's disciples in Dongxuan's grand meet. As the sect leader, can't I teach him a lesson?" The Divine Blade sect's leader sneered. "You are too much," Jian Wuji said darkly. Chapter 22-27. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Bullsh *T. I haven't said that the saber demon deliberately killed my Wuji sword sect's disciple. Love go little say, net Jian Wuji cursed angrily. He didn't care that he was a grandmaster. He had to pay attention to his image. Fang Chun was a super genius of the limitless sword sect that appeared once in a trillion years. What if this old man Dao secretly killed him? I'm also very curious about the innate divine sigil of order. What's the harm in giving it a try? The sect master of the Divine Blade sect spoke casually as if what Fang Chun had done was a trivial matter. However, Jian Wuji insisted on protecting Fang Chun. Buzz. The sect leader of the Divine Blade sect sneered. With a thought, a majestic illusion instantly trapped Jian Wuji. Strange old sword, play by yourself. After saying that, the sect master appeared in front of Fang Chun. Jian Wuji roared angrily in the illusion. However, he couldn't break out of the illusion in a short time. Damn it, you actually hid such a technique. Jian Wuji attacked crazily. The extremely wild sword chi continued to wreak havoc in the illusion. Kid, you're very arrogant. The sect master used his aura to suppress Fang Chun, wanting him to kneel down. Fang Chun suppressed the anger in his heart. He activated the myriad sword body and forcibly resisted the sect master's aura. Humph, the dignified sect master, the top expert of Dongxian heaven, is only SOSO. Fang Chun sneered. Without the protection of strange old sword, who do you think you are? The sect master said, your innate divine sigil of order originally belonged to our sect's disciple, but you snatched it away. Last time, there were experts like the Xing He ancestor in the dark, so I didn't dare to attack you. However, who's going to save you now? You, Fang Chun was speechless. Brother Dao, why lower yourself to the level of a junior? The sect master of the Divine Phoenix sect came out to mediate. If the sect master of the Divine Blade sect really killed Fang Chun, Jian Wuji would definitely go crazy. A civil war would break out in Dongxian heaven before they could exterminate Tianqing's clan. Humph, a mere divine inscription realm cultivator has disrespected my divine saber sect time and time again. If I don't teach you a lesson, how can I make the world trust my divine saber sect in the future? With that, the sect master of the divine sword sect walked towards Fang Chun step by step. He gently raised his palm and extended his fingertip. At the same time, in the clouds of the void, the big black dog barked at the ground below, seemingly extremely displeased with the sect master of the Divine Blade sect. The old man gently stroked the big black dog's head and said, Xiao He, don't worry. After saying that, a look of disdain flashed across the old man's eyes. Humph, what a shameless person. The old man snorted coldly and waved his hand. Suddenly, a silent ray of light quickly blended into the void and swooped down towards the sect master of the Divine Blade sect. Just as the sect master of the Divine Blade sect's finger was about to touch Fang Chun's body, it was suddenly obstructed by an invisible force in the void. The sect master of the Divine Blade sect frowned slightly when he heard that. Break. The sect master of the Divine Blade sect let out a low roar. The power in his body surged and gathered on his finger. He pointed it fiercely at Fang Chen's chest. If this finger landed, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. The sect master of the Divine Blade sect was too vicious. However, the next scene left everyone dumbfounded. When the sect master of the Divine Blade sect's finger touched Fang Chen's body, an invisible force appeared in the void and directly severed the sect master of the Divine Blade sect's finger. Oh no! The sect master of the Divine Blade sect secretly cursed as he felt a majestic force attacking him. Although he quickly retreated, it was too late. His finger was severed and blood splattered across the sky. A love go little say W Chu stare. The sect master of the Divine Blade sect steadied himself. His face was pale as he stared at the void. Isn't it too sinister for you to attack in the dark? The sect master of the Divine Blade sect suppressed the shock in his heart and raised his head to look at the void. No matter how he probed, he could not sense any aura. This made him even more shocked. Where did Fang Chen come from? Why was there a powerhouse protecting him in the dark? He could sense that the powerhouse in the dark was no weaker than him. He was puzzled as he raised his head to look at the blue sky. As soon as his voice fell, it immediately caused an uproar. What? Someone is secretly protecting Fang Chen? Where did this person come from? Why can't the sect master of the Divine Blade sect do anything to him? The sect master of the Divine Blade sect's finger was severed in the void. The person in the dark is too powerful, isn't he? Many disciples sucked in a breath of cold air. The disciples of the three major sect had complicated looks in their eyes. Especially the saber demon. He would never have dreamed that there was such a terrifying existence behind Fang Chen. How is this possible? The saber demon shook his head vigorously. He could not believe what he was seeing. Boom! At this moment the illusion shattered and Jian Wuji, who was shrouded in terrifying sword qi, walked out of it. His face was filled with anger. Old monster saber, you despicable and shameless guy. I want to fight you. Jian Wuji roared in anger and was ready to attack. However, when he saw the bleeding finger of the sect master of the Divine Blade sect, he was shocked. He hurriedly turned his head to look at Fang Chen and suddenly realized that the latter was safe and sound. What happened? Jian Wuji was shocked and asked hurriedly. Fang Chen was also very confused. Who was protecting him in the dark and even severed the finger of the sect master of the Divine Blade sect? Could it be Ancestor Xinghe? Soon, Jian Wuji suspected that the person in the dark was Ancestor Xinghe. He had a gloating smile on his face and looked at the sect master of the Divine Blade sect again. You went for wool and came home shorn. Now even your finger is severed, haha. Seeing the expression of the sect master of the Divine Blade sect, Jian Wuji wanted to laugh. At this moment, a melodious voice came from the void. Is that all a sect master can do? After this voice finished speaking, there was no more sound. The sect master of the Divine Blade sect's expression changed. He was in a dilemma. He knew that the person in the dark was very powerful. It was very likely that he was one of the few who stood at the peak of the starry sky. After thinking for a long time, he cupped his fists and said to the void, Sir, this matter will not end just like that. I will avenge my severed finger in the future. Phew! A disdainful voice came from the void again. You are not qualified to be my enemy. If you want to avenge your severed finger, you'd better look for Fang Chen. Hearing this, Fang Chen had the urge to curse. Are you trying to save me or are you trying to find me an enemy? How could he defeat the sect master of the Divine Blade sect in a short time? However, the more he listened, the more certain the sect master of the Divine Blade sect was that the person in the dark had a close relationship with Fang Chen. Thinking of this, the sect master of the Divine Blade sect snorted coldly and left the Divine Phoenix Peak with his disciples. He left behind a confused crowd. Senior, thank you for your help. Jian Wuji cupped his fists and said. However, no matter how much he said, There was no more sound coming from the void. A farce had ended in such a way. Everyone could not help but shake their heads when they saw the sect master of the Divine Blade sect's severed finger. It was not easy to absorb the divine runes of order. The force behind him could easily sever the sect master of the Divine Blade sect's finger without anyone noticing. It was terrifying just thinking about it. In just half a day, the Divine Phoenix Peak had quieted down. Under the invitation of the Divine Phoenix sect master, the people of the Wuji Sword sect temporarily stayed. Brother Jian, why are you in such a hurry to go back? Since you're here at the Divine Phoenix sect, I naturally have to be a good host, the sect master of the Divine Phoenix sect said with a smile. Jian Wuji sneered in his heart. This guy had always been neutral. Today, he was shocked by the mysterious powerhouse behind Fang Qin and finally decided to stand on the side of the Wuji Sword sect? Thus, Jian Wuji did not refuse. The two sect masters discussed secret matters while Fang Qin and the others were taken by Huang Jiao to tour the Divine Phoenix sect. Brother Fang, you're indeed the chosen one. I admire you, Huang Jiao said with a smile. Junior brother Fang, aren't you too domineering? That old man wanted to show you who's boss, but in the end, his finger was severed and he left with his tail between his legs, Han Yuan said. When has the sect master of the Divine Blade sect suffered such humiliation? Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Who told him to be so arrogant? But then again, Brother Fang, the mysterious powerhouse behind you is really powerful. I wonder who it is? Someone asked. Fang Qin chuckled. Everyone saw that Fang Qin was unwilling to say and did not pursue the matter. Alright, let's not talk about this. Let's let Miss Huang Jiao take us to tour the beautiful scenery of the Divine Phoenix sect. Han Yuan hurriedly changed the topic. At the foot of the Divine Phoenix Peak, the people of the Dragon Demon sect were on their way back. Chen Fan walked at the back of the group. Chapter 22-28. Geniuses remember love in 1 second? We provide you with exciting novels to read. The Wuji Sword sect had reaped the most benefits from this Dongxian Grand Meet. They had taken 2 of the 5 spots. The Divine Blade sect was the most dejected as only the Blade Demon had taken 1 spot. Dao he could have won a spot as well, but the dark horse, Chen Fan, had snatched it away. Of course, this was not enough to make the Divine Blade sect master completely enraged. He was a top expert of Dongxian heaven, but he could not even do anything to a junior in the divine pattern realm. His finger had been cut off by the expert behind him. This was a blatant humiliation. However, he had no way to take revenge, and could not even find the mysterious expert. Therefore, all his hatred could only be vented on Fang Qin. He had already given the Saber Demon a death order. When they entered the Demon City, they had to kill Fang Qin at all costs. The Wuji Sword sect members hurried back to the Divine Phoenix sect after spending some time in the Divine Phoenix sect. After returning to the sect, Fang Qin went to the Xinghe Prefecture. The Xinghe Prefecture had unquestionably become one of the most powerful residences among the 73 branches of the outer sect. Star and Moon's strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. With her guarding the Xinghe Prefecture, almost no one dared to provoke them. Fang Qin had been staying in the Xinghe Prefecture for the past few days. Bang! A few days later, a deafening sound suddenly rang throughout the Xinghe Prefecture. Fang Qin, who was accompanying his wife, Star and Moon, frowned slightly. His divine sense spread out and found that the Iron Giant had punched the gates of the Xinghe Prefecture. The Iron Giant? Fang Qin's tone was a little displeased. Ever since you entered the inner sect, the Iron Giant seemed to have been provoked. Every time he went into seclusion, he would come to the Xinghe Prefecture to challenge me, Star and Moon said softly. His greeting is always the same. I'm used to it. Hearing this, Fang Qin nodded slightly. I'll go out and send him away. Star and Moon got up and walked out of the Xinghe Prefecture. The Iron Giant. Star and Moon stared at the Iron Giant and shouted. My physical strength has improved again. I've come to spar with you. The Iron Giant's rough voice reached Star and Moon's ears. Star and Moon shook his head. The latter had an ulterior motive. The only reason he wanted to spar with him was to force Fang Chen to return from the inner sect so that he could spar with him. You'll never be able to defeat my husband. Let's stop here. Star and Moon waved her small, fair hand gently. Star and Moon's words caused the Iron Giant's expression to change drastically. No, that's impossible. Given my attainments in the path of the physical body, it's impossible for him to surpass me. Thinking of Fang Chen, the Iron Giant's heart was in chaos and he kept shouting. Bang! The Iron Giant abruptly threw a punch at Xing Yu at lightning speed. With a thought, she activated her profound Yin Phoenix physique, and a dense profound Yin aura instantly spread out. Crack! The Iron Giant's strength was too strong. Star and Moon's profound Yin Phoenix physique could only withstand his casual attack. Huh! Even Fang Chen's wife's physical strength had improved so quickly. The Iron Giant was greatly stimulated. He threw out another punch. The power of this punch was the strongest he could unleash at the moment. Huh! The Iron Giant roared, and his huge body approached Star and Moon. Crack! Cracks appeared on Star and Moon's rainproof shield formed by the profound Yin aura. At this moment, Fang Chen, who was in the mansion, saw this scene and shook his head slightly. It seemed that he had to take action himself. Iron Giant. A voice that seemed to be filled with wisdom drilled into the Iron Giant's ears. Suddenly, the Iron Giant felt a vast force pushing his body back. The power on his fist was instantly stripped clean. Thump! Thump! The Iron Giant steadied himself and looked at Fang Chen, who was behind Star and Moon, in disbelief. You finally came out? The Iron Giant's eyes were burning as he stared at Fang Chen. With your physical strength, no one in the outer sect can beat you. Why did you bully my wife? Fang Chen asked indifferently. The Iron Giant said, I didn't bully her. I only sparred with her. And every time we sparred, I hoped that you would come out from the inner sect. My physical strength has been improving, and my potential has been completely stimulated. I believe that I have the strength to fight you. Star and Moon gently nodded. Although the Iron Giant was very rude every time he came, he was not a bad person. He did not have any other thoughts about Star and Moon. Hearing this, the chill in Fang Chen's heart gradually dissipated. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the Iron Giant. You are no match for me, Fang Chen said indifferently. After cultivating the first level of the demonic dragon body tempering art, his physical strength was comparable to Han Yuan's. A mere Iron Giant had long been left behind by him. However, the Iron Giant seemed to be very persistent. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Fang Chen's mind. I can fight you, but there must be a wager, Fang Chen said. What wager? The Iron Giant only wanted to fight with a clear conscience, and he could accept any wager. If you lose, how about you join the Star River office? Fang Chen said with a smile. The Iron Giant's expression changed. In fact, he did not belong to any mansion. After joining the Wuji Sword sect, he casually joined his current mansion. If you join the Star River office, I will teach you my understanding of the physical Tao. How about it? Fang Chen tempted the Iron Giant step by step. The latter's attainments in the physical Tao were indeed very strong. In the outer sect, his strength was top-notch. After Wen Kong entered the inner sect, the Iron Giant could be said to be the strongest person in the outer sect. With him presiding over the Star River Prefecture, Fang Chen had even less to worry about. In the end, the Iron Giant could not resist Fang Chen's temptation and agreed to the latter's request. Don't be happy too early. It's not certain who will win yet. The Iron Giant grinned. If you lose, you have to come to the outer sect to fight with me every month. How about that? No problem. I will stand here. If you can force me to take half a step back, it will be my loss. Fang Chen smiled. Since he wanted to subdue the Iron Giant, he had to defeat him in his strongest state. Only then could he subdue the Iron Giant. You are too arrogant. The Iron Giant's expression changed drastically. With a roar, he activated all his strength and attacked Fang Chun. The latter activated the myriad sword body and raised his defense to the maximum. He stood there quietly with a smile on his face. Boom! The Iron Giant's fist landed on Fang Chen's body, but the latter did not move at all. How is this possible? The Iron Giant cried out. Again. He did not believe it and continued to attack with punch after punch. In a moment, he could no longer remember how many punches he had thrown. The strength of each punch was the greatest power he could muster. Huff! An hour later, the Iron Giant sat on the ground, panting. He was as tired as a dead dog. He tried his best to lift his eyelids and look at the monster in front of him. Do you admit defeat? Fang Chen walked closer and asked. The Iron Giant did not know what to say. In the end, he shook his head helplessly and spat out 2 words. Pervert. The Iron Giant was a one-track mind. Once he had decided on something, he would never change his mind. Fang Chen took advantage of this and played a small trick to trick him into the Star River office. The Iron Giant's move to the Star River office caused a huge commotion in the outer sect. But since then, everyone's heart palpitated when they thought of the Star River office. Before Fang Chen's power dissipated, the Iron Giant joined in. From then on, the Star River office stood out in the outer sect. After making arrangements for the Iron Giant, Fang Chen reluctantly bid farewell to Star and Moon and returned to the inner sect. He promised Xingyue that he would accompany her well after coming out of the Demon City. Kid, you still know to come back? As soon as he entered the inner sect, Ling Danzi came over angrily. Whoosh! Just as Ling Danzi finished speaking, Black Iron also appeared. Seeing the sorry state of the two, Fang Chen was somewhat stunned. He could not understand what was going on. Seniors, it's all because of you, Black Iron said calmly. His temper was not as fiery as Ling Danzi's, so he carefully explained the cause and effect of the matter. After listening, Fang Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. The two of them actually fought because of him. Wasn't this too comical? Was this still the high and mighty heaven-opening Grandmaster in the eyes of the inner sect disciples? You are my apprentice. How can you let this guy yell at you? Ling Danzi glared at Black Iron. Chapter 22-29. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? I will provide you with interesting novels to read. After understanding the cause and effect of the matter, Fang Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. The reason was that he had slaughtered everyone in Dongshuan's banquet and successfully won the slot to enter the Demon City. When the news came back, Ling Danzi and Ebenjenren could not sit still. The Demon City was a great attraction to them. Every time the Wuji Sword sect won a slot, they would ask this disciple to help them find materials for refining weapons and pills in the Demon City. This time was no exception. Both of them thought of Fang Chen immediately. Ling Danzi was hot-tempered. He thought that Fang Chen was his apprentice and could not do anything for Ebenjenren. Otherwise, it would affect the efficiency. It would be a pity if they could not find the precious spiritual herb. However, Ebenjenren did not relent in this aspect, so the two of them fought. In the end, there was no winner. They could only wait for Fang Chen to come back and make a decision. Seniors, is it necessary to fight over such a small matter? Fang Chen persuaded. What do you know? The spiritual herbs I asked you to find this time are extremely precious in the Chaos Void. It will take a long time, Ling Danzi said. Old Monster Ling, you are too unreasonable. Why can he only help you? Ebenjenren said. Fang Chen shook his head and said directly, Seniors, there is no need to be like this. Isn't it just looking for materials for refining pills and weapons? I can help too, can't it? After a long time of persuasion, the two of them stopped fighting and stopped fighting. Senior Ling Danzi, you go first, Fang Chen said. The two seniors took good care of him. If there was a chance, he would not mind finding rare materials for them. My alchemy realm has been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time. A love go little say, quit requires a fire dragon herb. This spiritual herb is very precious and rare in the chaos void. I have heard that there is such a spiritual herb in the demon city. Ling Danzi said, Of course, I will not let you work for nothing. I will personally teach you the art of alchemy during this time, so that you can reach the peak of heaven ascension level before entering the demon city. Above the sky-reaching level was the sky-opening level. Fang Chen's eyes lit up. Rest assured, Senior Ling Danzi. This junior will do his best. Fang Chen cupped his fists and said. As he spoke, Ling Danzi took out 3 brown-colored pills from his bosom. Their fragrance filled the air. These 3 pills are the strongest pills I can refine so far. They've already reached the peak of the heaven-opening grade. They're called soul-returning pills. As long as there's a sliver of your soul left, no matter how heavily injured you are, you'll be able to recover rapidly after consuming it. Ling Danzi said, Of course, this kind of nourishing elixir also has certain side effects, so I only gave you 3 pills. You have 3 chances to take them. Soul-returning pill? Fang Chen was secretly delighted and very excited. Casting Soul Dao Divine Arts consumed a lot of Soul Dao energy. Just think about it. What would happen if his Soul Dao energy was completely depleted during a battle with an enemy? This soul-returning pill was simply a divine pill. Fang Chen was very eager to get his hands on it. With this soul-returning pill, it was equivalent to having more life insurance. This was a very good deal. You don't have to be too pressured. I gave you these 3 soul-returning pills not to force you to find the fire dragon grass. I also know that the fire dragon grass is very difficult to find. Everything depends on luck. Ling Danzi gently patted Fang Chen's shoulder and said, I'll go back first. Come find me when you're done. With that, Ling Danzi turned and left. TSK. It seems that Ling Danzi is also willing to give you these soul-returning pills this time. Immortal Hei Tai couldn't help but sigh. The refining process of the soul-returning pill is extremely difficult. Even Ling Danzi is not 100% sure that he can successfully refine it. I remember that Ling Danzi only refined a total of 10 soul-returning pills. He gave 5 to the sect and had 5 left for himself. He gave you 3 at once. Seeing Fang Chen's confusion, Immortal Hei Tai continued to explain. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. He still underestimated the preciousness of the soul-returning pill. Immortal Hei Tai shook his head and immediately changed the topic. Little Fang, although we haven't spent much time together after entering the inner sect, I've treated you well, right? Immortal Hei Tai has taken good care of me, Fang Chen said. Like old Monsterling, I've been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time. 4 people at our level, it's really difficult to break through. So this time, I hope that you can help me. Immortal Hei Tai said sincerely. Immortal Hei Tai, please tell me. If I can help, I'll definitely help. Fang Chen said. If I want to break through the bottleneck and refine a higher level weapon, I need an ore called the meteoric heavenly eye. Immortal Hei Tai fell into his memories. According to legend, the founder of our sect obtained the meteoric heavenly eye and broke through the bottleneck. All these years, I've been looking for it all the time, but I couldn't find it at all. So, as he spoke, Immortal Hei Tai suddenly stopped. His dark eyes looked at Fang Chen and said, During this period of time, I'll also raise your level of refining to the peak of immortal ascension level. This way, the deeper your understanding of refining, the more you can sense the existence of the meteoric heavenly eye. As for your weapon, I'll refine it for you. Immortal Hei Tai stretched out his palm and gestured for Fang Chen to pass the weapon to him. Fang Chen passed the hidden star sword to the latter. Immortal Hei Tai nodded and said, Come to me to get a weapon when you have time. You can instantly comprehend the art of refining. There was a certain amount of time before the opening of the demon city. After Dongxuan's grand meeting ended, it was already in the process of opening. However, the opening of the demon city took a long time. Sometimes it would be completely opened in a month, sometimes it would take a year or two. Therefore, everyone was secretly preparing and paying attention to the demon city's movements. The demon city was very strange. There were very strong restrictions around it. Even Jian Wuji and the others couldn't get close. The opening of the demon city was the most dangerous. If one barged in recklessly, there was no chance of survival. During this period of waiting, Fang Chen naturally wouldn't waste any time. He wanted to enrich himself. First, he came to the medicine hall and followed Ling Danzi to refine pills. Under Ling Danzi's training day and night, Fang Chen's alchemy skills improved a lot in just half a month. His alchemy talent was already very good, coupled with a master like Ling Danzi. Almost a month later, Fang Chen could already refine upper-class Immortal Ascension level medicinal pills. Hiss, hiss, hiss. On this day, Fang Chen was concentrating on refining supreme Immortal Ascension level medicinal pills. Good control of the fire. Ling Danzi spurred him on and nodded in satisfaction. The most important thing for an alchemist was to control the fire. Fang Chen was really a freak. His control of the fire had reached the point of perfection. Soon, after the refining was completed, he began to condense the pill into a wrinkled shape. Pay attention to your gestures. Ling Danzi was constantly correcting his mistake. An hour later, the wrinkled shape of the pill was condensed. Next was the last step, spirit cultivation. This step was much easier for Fang Chen. He used the innate soul reversal technique as a guide, and a powerful soul force wrapped around the wrinkled shape of the pill and began to cultivate the spirit. Supreme Immortal Ascension level medicinal pills are really difficult to refine. At the end of the spirit cultivation, Fang Chen took out the soul stone and succeeded in one go. Buzz! A burst of pill fragrance rushed to his nose. Fang Chen closed his eyes in intoxication. Whoosh! The alchemy furnace opened, and a bright-colored pill appeared in front of his eyes. Ling Danzi took the pill and carefully observed it. After a long time, a smile of appreciation appeared on his dark old face. Not bad. From today onwards, you are a qualified Immortal Ascension level alchemist, Ling Danzi said. Moreover, he was a top Immortal Ascension level alchemist. He just needed to take a small step forward to become a heaven-opening level alchemist. This kind of alchemist was quite popular in Dongxian heaven. He could already establish his own sect. Alchemy is like cultivation. I hope you can have a breakthrough in the demon city, Ling Danzi said slowly. With a breakthrough in his state of mind, alchemy would naturally be successful. It was just a matter of time before he stepped into the heaven-opening level. It's all thanks to Senior Ling Danzi. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. In the process of alchemy, his understanding of martial arts had gradually deepened. All right, don't talk nonsense. You have finished your apprenticeship. Go to Old Monster Hay. His refining skills are also superb. If you can learn a few parts of it, your future will be boundless, Ling Danzi said. Chapter 2230. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We'll provide you with fascinating novels to read. Soon. Fang Chen could sense that the center of the energy fluctuation was getting close to Bai Qingqing. Hoo. He executed the time-space collapse technique to its limits, increasing his speed abruptly. A mountain range appeared in front of him. It was pitch black and eerie. It is in the mountain range. Fang Chen plunged into the mountain range. He was already very close to Bai Qingqing. He was very excited. Deep in the mountain range, there was a Unity Realm expert with several Deity Imprint Realm experts beside him. They were all stunned on the ground. What is going on? The expression of the Unity Realm expert changed. He looked up at the azure sky, yet he did not discover anything. He was trapped by us and mysteriously disappeared. Who exactly saved him in the dark? The bald-headed Unity Realm expert pondered inwardly. To be able to bring someone away silently under his eyes, that person must be very strong. But why did such an expert not appear? Teacher, what exactly is going on? The few deity imprint realm experts were the disciples of this bald-headed Unity Realm expert. They were out training and coincidentally met by Qingqing. The latter was a beauty that could topple the world. The bald-headed Unity Realm expert was greedy for her beauty and wanted to subdue her. Unfortunately, the latter had escape technique. He brought his disciples and chased her all the way to this mountain range before trapping this girl. But just as he was about to make his move, this girl suddenly disappeared. This shocked him greatly. Someone is coming. At this moment, the bald-headed Unity Realm expert felt the sound of tearing through the air. At the next moment, a figure appeared in front of him. Qingqing. Fang Chen, who was rushing forward, suddenly lost his connection with Bai Qingqing. His heart trembled. The thing he did not wish to see the most had happened. I want revenge. Fang Chen thought that Bai Qingqing had died in the hands of these people. He roared towards the sky and furiously roared. With a stride, he rushed to the front of the bald-headed Unity Realm expert. Brat, who are you? The bald-headed Unity Realm expert was prepared to question Fang Chen. But the latter was agitated and fell into a state of madness. All of you have to die. Fang Chen's attitude was insolent. A terrifying power surged out from his body, suppressing the baldy with his aura. You are courting death. The bald-headed Unity Realm expert was considered quite famous in the vicinity. How could he not be angry after being berated by a deity pattern expert? I think you're the one courting death. Bang! Just as the Unity Realm expert finished speaking, Fang Chen's body trembled as he suddenly punched out. The head of a divine inscription's realm disciple beside him was directly smashed into smithereens, his body and soul annihilated. Little 7. Seeing this, the baldy shouted out loudly. The divine inscription's realm disciples by the side felt their hearts trembling as they retreated one after another. You dare to kill Little 7? The bald Unity expert was infuriated. He launched a fierce attack at Fang Chen. I'm going to kill all of you. Fang Chen disregarded the attacks of the Unity Realm expert as he punched out again and again. Every single punch would explode the head of a deity inscription realm martial artist. After a few consecutive punches, all the bald Unity Realm disciples had fallen. Seeing their corpses falling softly, the bald-headed Unity Realm expert was burning with rage as he entered a state of madness. Brat, I'm going to tear you into pieces. Fang Chen sneered. His eyes were scarlet as he took out the hidden star sword. You don't have the chance anymore. The traceless sword technique was instantly executed. The hidden star sword suddenly burst out with a sharp sword light that directly penetrated the head of the Unity Realm expert. Pu Qi. The bald-headed Unity Realm expert widened his eyes as he looked at Fang Chen with unwillingness. The bald-headed Unity Realm expert wanted to say something, but he had completely lost his life force. Even if I kill all of you, it will still be hard to eliminate the hatred in my heart. Holding onto the hidden star sword, Fang Chen roared towards the sky. Qingqing, I have let you down. Fang Chen blamed himself in his heart. He could not sense Bai Qingqing's aura at all. Outside the mountain range. Young Master Gong, that brat has entered this mountain range. The plump Uncle Fu said with a smile. Uncle Fu, are you confident? Young Master Gong turned to look at Uncle Fu and asked. After the madness, there was a trace of worry in his heart. Young Master Gong, don't worry. Although this old man is exhausted, it won't be a problem to deal with this brat. Uncle Fu said, according to the information I heard, the strength that brat displayed during the Dongxian assembly is comparable to the intermediate stage of the Unity realm. Even with the enhancement of the innate divine pattern of order, he is at most comparable to the late stage of the Unity realm. Although this old man's talent is dull, I am at least at the peak stage of the Unity realm. Uncle Fu was very confident in himself. Although the outside world was spreading rumors about Fang Chen, he did not believe it. But he didn't believe it. He only believed in his fist. Uncle Fu, during the battle later, don't kill him. Capture him alive. Young Master Gong said. Let's go. Uncle Fu brought young Master Gong deep into the mountain range. In the depths of the mountain range, Fang Chen was madly venting his anger. The surrounding towering trees were all broken and lying on the ground. The ground was in a mess. All of this was caused by the hidden star sword. After a long time, Fang Chen's expression gradually recovered. His eyes were filled with deep regret. Qing Qing. Fang Chen called out by Qing Qing's name in a heart-wrenching manner. It's all my fault. If I had come earlier, you wouldn't have died. Even if the Baldy and the others were all killed, it would still be difficult to eliminate the hatred in Fang Chen's heart. Amen. At this moment, Fang Chen felt that someone was coming. He frowned slightly and stared into the distance. Young Master Gong and Uncle Fu were strolling over. You are Fang Chen, right? Uncle Fu glanced at the corpse on the ground. When he saw the Baldy, his pupils shrunk and he laughed. Fang Chen was silent. His pitch-black eyes stared straight at Uncle Fu. As expected of the prodigy with the divine pattern of order. Even Baldy Lu was killed by you. Uncle Fu said slowly. Baldy Lu was considered a famous Unity Realm practitioner in the vicinity of the border town. However, the gap between him and Uncle Fu was huge. Who are you? Fang Chen finally spoke. The one who captured you. Uncle Fu said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart moved slightly. He asked coldly, So you are in cahoots with this Baldy? You can think of it that way. Actually, Uncle Fu misunderstood Fang Chen's meaning. In his opinion, the entire border town was under the control of the Gong clan. This Baldy Lu lived in the border town and was naturally considered a subordinate of the Gong clan. Hence, it was not a problem for them to be in cahoot. However, to Fang Chen's ears, these words were extremely piercing to his ears. His eyes were scarlet. He did not conceal his killing intent at all. Good, very good. Since you are in cahoots with this Baldy, then you should die too. Fang Chen said coldly. Young Master Gong was slightly displeased. He berated, Fang Chen, who do you think you are? How dare you try to kill me and Uncle Fu? Why don't you take a look at yourself? Do you know where this place is? This is the territory of the Divine Sword sect. If I want to kill you, it will be as easy as crushing an ant. But don't worry. Your life is very valuable. I will get Uncle Fu to capture you and personally escort you to the Divine Sword sect as a gift to young Master Dao. When the time comes, you will be rewarded handsomely. Young Master Gong could already see the rise of the Gong clan. What are you staring at? We have already investigated your strength. You are only at the middle stage of the Unity Realm. Uncle Fu can suppress you with one hand. With Uncle Fu backing him up, young Master Gong kept mocking Fang Chen. Even Uncle Fu said indifferently, Fang Chen, you have nowhere to run now. You should just give yourself up. You have no choice. Who asked you to provoke young Master Dao? He is someone you cannot afford to provoke. Young Master Dao? The Saber Demon? Fang Chen said, the Divine Sword sect leader wanted to teach me a lesson. In the end, his finger was cut off and he left with his tail between his legs. As for the Saber Demon, I will reap his life sooner or later. Uncle Fu shook his head. Even now, he was still stubborn. Do you think you can escape this calamity? Uncle Fu stared at Fang Chen and asked. Fang Chen spread his hands and laughed. The hidden star sword emitted a sword hum as if it was responding to its owner's emotions. Suddenly, Fang Chen glared at Uncle Fu and young Master Gong, saying, Escape? Why should I escape? You know you are no match for Uncle Fu, so you decided not to escape? Isn't that right? When you reach the Divine Saber sect, kowtow to young Master Saber and admit your mistake. Perhaps young Master Saber will spare your lowly life and let you be his follower, young Master Gong said playfully. Fang Chen shook his head. I am not escaping, not because I am afraid, but… Upon saying this, Fang Chen's murderous intent skyrocketed. I will twist your heads off and kick them like balls. Chapter 2231. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? I'll provide you with interesting novels to read. Young Master Gong and Uncle Fu squinted their eyes and stared coldly at Fang Chen. The latter's words had completely infuriated them. You're still trying to talk back at this time? Do you think this is interesting? Uncle Fu said coldly, That's right. You're just a young man who hasn't seen the world. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have some talent? Unfortunately, you don't understand the law of survival in the primal chaos void. Uncle Fu was a peak Unity Realm expert. In his opinion, even a monstrous talent couldn't represent one's true strength. His aura had already locked onto Fang Chen. As long as the latter acted rashly, he would act immediately. An innate divine imprint of order. If I can capture him, who will dare to look down on me in the future? Young Master Gong's eyes were glowing as he stared at Fang Chen as though he was looking at his prey. Fang Chen's heart was extremely cold. After knowing about Bai Qingqing's death, the killing intent in his heart soared. Especially when he knew that these two were in cahoots with the Baldy, he had already made his decision. Of course, he wasn't blindly taking revenge. Uncle Fu was a peak Unity Realm expert. If they fought normally, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Uncle Fu, why are you talking nonsense with him? Just kill him. Young Master Gong couldn't wait to act. However, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Fang Chen turned his head and saw a group of cultivators walking over from afar. Most of them were Divine Inscriptions Realm cultivators. Young Master Gong, why are you here? The leader revealed a smile when he saw young Master Gong and hurriedly greeted him. Senior Fu. Young Master Gong frowned and was slightly unhappy. Young Master Gong, we're just passing by and want to enter the depths of the mountain range to look for prey. Seeing that young Master Gong was unhappy, the Divine Inscriptions Realm cultivator hurriedly said. They were all cultivators from a border town and naturally didn't dare to offend the Gong clan. Hearing this, young Master Gong's brows relaxed and he nodded. Others call you young Master Gong, but in my eyes, you're not even comparable to an ant. Suddenly, Fang Chen's cold voice filled with killing intent entered everyone's ears. He was waiting for an opportunity to act. Hearing this, the eyes of these Divine Inscriptions Realm cultivators lit up, as if they had found an opportunity to bootlick. They turned their heads and glared at Fang Chen, scolding, Kid, who do you think you are? Is young Master Gong someone you can talk about? I think you're courting death. He dared to offend both young masters of the Gong family. Love go little say ku, that's right. Young Master Gong is the future hope of the Gong family. In this border town, who would dare to offend young Master Gong? For a moment, everyone was criticizing Fang Chen. Young Master Gong, this kind of trash is not worth your time. Let me capture this person for you. The leader of the Divine Inscriptions Realm said in a fawning manner. Without waiting for young Master Gong to speak, he made his move. With a thought, dense divine runes of order appeared above his head. Then, a vast power erupted from his body. Die! That person shouted in a low voice. His hands stretched out like claws, carrying a powerful force as they flew towards Fang Chen. Humph! Seeing this, Fang Chen snorted coldly. The anger in his heart exploded. Bang! It was a simple punch, but it had shattered the divine pattern of order. Then, it smashed the divine pattern of order into pieces. Gotcha! This Divine Inscriptions Realm cultivator died instantly. He didn't even have time to escape. Seeing this, the Divine Inscriptions Realm cultivators who came with him glared at Fang Chen, their hearts filled with fear. Boss! They cried out in alarm. Young Master Gong's eyes flashed with a complicated expression. A bunch of trash, young Master Gong said with a frown. Kill him and avenge boss. A group of divine inscriptions realm cultivators surrounded Fong Chen. They were in a frenzy, wanting to avenge their boss. However, the current Fong Chen was like a god of death, killing anyone who stood in his way. Poochie. With every punch, a divine inscriptions realm cultivator would fall into a pool of blood. Almost no one could get close to him. His fists were like a god of death, constantly reaping the lives of divine inscriptions realm cultivators. Seeing this scene, Uncle Fu frowned. This brat's physical strength is very strong, and his potential is also very strong. No wonder he can absorb the divine runes of order. If he continues to grow, he will surpass me. What a pity. Uncle Fu sighed. If such a genius came from the Gong clan, how good would it be? After thinking for a moment, Uncle Fu prepared to make a move. Bang! In the blink of an eye, a group of divine inscriptions realm cultivators died at the hands of Fong Chen. The latter's eyes were scarlet as he looked up at the sky. Ching, this is only the beginning. His voice was filled with sorrow and desolation. He was blaming himself. If he had come earlier, Bai Ching might not have died. His heart was filled with remorse and regret. In an instant, he had turned into a god of slaughter who killed people like scything flax. No matter how strong you are, can you defeat Uncle Fu? Young Master Gong said coldly. Fong Chen's cold eyes fell on young Master Gong. The latter was shocked and frightened by Fong Chen's gaze. After stabilizing his body, he shouted, "Uncle Fu, quickly capture him." That gaze was too terrifying. Heaven-blessed capturing hand. Uncle Fu stomped his feet and formed different seals with his hands. A violent force poured down and directly enveloped Fong Chen. Space-time collapse technique. Fong Chen did not hesitate to use the space-time collapse technique. The void around him instantly collapsed, and his figure flashed, leaving behind an afterimage as he dodged Uncle Fu's attack. Dong! Uncle Fu's attack missed and heavily smashed into the ground, creating a large pit. Crash! Fong Chen's figure appeared behind him like a ghost. He activated the myriad sword body and suddenly punched out. "You're courting death." Sensing the powerful force coming at him, Uncle Fu let out a low growl. He flipped his palm and suddenly sent out a palm strike, which collided with Fong Chen's fist. Dang dang dang! A terrifying force exploded. Both of them retreated a few steps. Uncle Fu, who had stabilized his body, stared at Fong Chen, and a ripple of emotion appeared in his heart. "It seems that I have underestimated your physical strength." Uncle Fu had suffered some losses in the previous exchange of blows. This was the result of his carelessness. However, such a thing would not happen again. Uncle Fu opened his palm, and an undercurrent surged in his palm. On the opposite side, Fong Chen held the middle-grade heaven-level hidden star sword in his palm, and a powerful sword chi raged. "That is a middle-grade heaven-level weapon?" After seeing Fong Chen's star-concealing sword, a trace of greed flashed across Uncle Fu's eyes. Although he was a peak Unity Realm warrior, he did not have a weapon of this level. "I will reserve this weapon," Uncle Fu said in a deep voice. "I'm afraid you don't have the ability." As soon as Fong Chen finished speaking, he used the traceless sword technique. Swish! The traceless transparent sword light shattered the void and shot toward Uncle Fu. The latter also used the heaven-blessed grappling hand again, and the terrifying power was stronger than the previous one. Young Master Gong, who was watching the battle from the side, had already retreated far away. "Uncle Fu, quickly capture him," he urged from the side. In his opinion, Uncle Fu's strength was far beyond Fong Chen's. Suppressing this kid was a piece of cake. However, Uncle Fu did not think so. After the battle with Fong Chen, he realized that he had underestimated his strength. Dong! The transparent sword light collided with his palm. With a poochie sound, the sharp sword light cut his finger. At the same time, his other hand tore Fong Chen's clothes. What sword technique is this? Uncle Fu retreated, and his heart trembled. Fang Chen's strength was beyond his imagination. His dark eyes stared at Fang Chen. Swish! While Uncle Fu was thinking, Fang Chen used the space-time collapse skill and rushed toward young Master Gong at the fastest speed. You're courting death. Uncle Fu saw through Fang Chen's intention and stomped his foot to stop him. However, he still underestimated the power of the space-time collapse skill. Almost in an instant, Fang Chen appeared beside young Master Gong. When Fang Chen sensed the furious roar and horrifying power behind him, he ignored it. No, when young Master Gong saw Fang Chen, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He wanted to escape, but he felt that his body was imprisoned and could not move. Die. Fang Chen's face was pale. Without hesitation, the hidden star sword pierced into young Master Gong's body. At the same time, Uncle Fu's claws viciously scratched Fang Chen's back, causing blood to flow out instantly. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Fang Chen's myriad sword body was broken by Uncle Fu's powerful attack, and his body flew out. Clang! The hidden star sword stabbed into the ground, allowing Fang Chen to stabilize his body. His body was covered with blood and his face was pale. Uncle Fu's attack had caused him serious injuries. However, he had achieved his goal. Young Master Gong was killed by his sword. Holding young Master Gong's body, Uncle Fu roared angrily, "You killed young Master Gong? The Gong family will not let you go. Before you dealt with Qingqing, you should have been prepared to die." Fang Chen said in a hoarse voice. "I'll kill you to avenge young Master Gong." Uncle Fu was furious. He was entrusted by the head of the Gong family to protect young Master Gong. Now that young Master Gong was killed under his nose, he had to take full responsibility. He couldn't explain it to the Gong family, so he vented all his anger on Fang Chen. "If I don't tear you into pieces, I'm not a man." Uncle Fu's eyes were scarlet as he roared in anger. Clang! After adjusting his breath for a short while, Fang Chen pulled out the hidden star sword and was ready for battle. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, a strong wind blew and the sky darkened. The clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. One could vaguely see that behind the dark clouds, there seemed to be twinkling stars. The atmosphere in the mountain was very solemn. Uncle Fu's aura was fluctuating, and his killing intent was overwhelming. Fang Chen looked up at the sky and then looked at the hidden star sword. Even the heavens were helping him, allowing him to avenge Qingqing. Chapter 2232. Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second/Small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen's aura had been raised to the extreme. He held the hidden star sword in his hand, and the red sword blade released an incredible power. At the same time, there was a shining star in the sword blade, which was absorbing the power of the stars hidden behind the dark clouds. Buzz! Fang Chen's mind shook, and he quietly activated the second special attribute of the hidden star sword, the heavenly star. It could increase the grade of the hidden star sword by a level in a short time. The current hidden star sword was a middle-grade heaven-opening weapon. If it was upgraded by a level, it would be a high-grade heaven-opening weapon. With the addition of the attribute of the heavenly star, Fang Chen had full confidence in fighting Uncle Fu. Go to hell! Uncle Fu's eyes flickered, and his figure rushed into the clouds like a cannonball. In an instant, Uncle Fu's figure disappeared directly. There seemed to be a terrifying power brewing in the dark clouds in the sky. Fang Chen sneered. Playing tricks in front of a space-time martial artist? Are you sure you're not playing tricks in front of an expert? Whoosh! Fang Chen closed his eyes, and a powerful soul path aura spread out. He was carefully sensing Uncle Fu's position. At the same time, a blinding ray of light shot out from the dark clouds and dived down towards Fang Chen. It carried a terrifying power as it whizzed towards Fang Chen. Just in time. Fang Chen shook his wrist, and the aura of the hidden star sword instantly soared. With the help of the heavenly star, it directly reached the level of a high-grade heaven-opening weapon. Dong. He quickly performed the fourth move of the traceless sword art. The terrifying and transparent sword light disappeared without a trace, and Uncle Fu couldn't catch it at all. How is this possible? Seeing this, Uncle Fu's face changed dramatically, and he cried out involuntarily. He just found that Fong Chen's weapon was a middle-grade heaven-opening weapon. How could it become a high-grade heaven-opening weapon in such a short time? After a thought flashed through his mind, Uncle Fu's eyes were full of greed. Special attribute. That must be it. I've really picked up a treasure. If I can obtain this sword, my combat power will definitely rise again. Uncle Fu's heart was burning. He couldn't care less. He suddenly punched out and hit the transparent sword light. Dong. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Uncle Fu had underestimated the power of the traceless swordsmanship and the power of the hidden star sword. Voila! When the transparent sword light carried a terrifying power and shattered Uncle Fu's fist light, Fong Chen's mind suddenly moved, and the towering tree inside the hidden star sword suddenly extended dense branches. Even Fong Chen was shocked by the toughness of these branches. The third special attribute of the hidden star sword was pestering. In a breath's time, the area within a few miles was filled with towering trees. The dense branches and leaves intertwined to form a cage, trapping Uncle Fu within. Petty tricks. Uncle Fu sneered and unleashed a powerful attack in an attempt to break the cage. However, he was shocked to discover that the toughness of these branches had exceeded his imagination. Not good. Uncle Fu had a bad premonition. He bombarded the cage with all his might, trying to break it open as quickly as possible. It's too late. Standing outside the cage, Fong Chen looked at Uncle Fu indifferently and said in a deep voice. As soon as his voice fell, a terrifying power of Soul Tao instantly spread out. The second level of the innate soul reversal skill was displayed. The whistling power of Soul Tao instantly condensed into a shocking long sword. Whoosh! Under Fong Chen's control, the long sword instantly drilled into the cage and stabbed at Uncle Fu. Damn it! Uncle Fu was furious. While resisting the cage, he also resisted the long sword's attack. What a powerful Soul Tao attack! Uncle Fu's palm tightly grasped the long sword. He suddenly felt a vast Soul Tao power drilling into his mind and attacking his primordial spirit. While Uncle Fu's primordial spirit was in turmoil, Fong Chen once again displayed the traceless swordsmanship. The transparent sword light quietly arrived. Uncle Fu couldn't escape at all. He pushed his physical defense to the extreme. Poochie! However, he couldn't resist the attack of the transparent sword light. The sword light penetrated his body and severely injured him. A miserable cry came from Uncle Fu's body. While he was in a daze, the innate soul reversal technique's attack invaded his primordial spirit and severely injured it. Dong! His primordial spirit was shaken, and his physical body was severely injured. Uncle Fu's body fell to the ground. He spat out blood and his face was pale. Voila! The cage rapidly shrank. In the end, all the branches and leaves wrapped tightly around Uncle Fu's body, binding him and preventing him from moving. I can't accept this. Uncle Fu roared to the sky. He couldn't accept this. He was a peak Unity Realm expert. How could he be beaten to such a state by a divine inscription realm expert? Fong Chen held the hidden star sword. The sword vibrated with great strength as he walked towards Uncle Fu. His eyes were indifferent, and his body emitted a strong killing intent. When you were dealing with Qing, did you think that this day would come? Fong Chen asked. Brat, you killed young Master Gong. The Gong clan won't let you off. Uncle Fu roared, if you let me go, I'll bring you away from the Gong clan. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave the territory of the Divine Blade sect. No matter which expert it was, they would feel fear when facing death. Uncle Fu was no exception. At this moment, he was facing the threat of death. Therefore, He gave up his dignity as a peak Unity realm expert just to seek a chance of survival. Threatening me? Fang Chen sneered. The anger in his heart hadn't dissipated yet. Uncle Fu actually dared to threaten him? Poochie. His hand rose and the sword fell. One of Uncle Fu's arms was cut off. Blood spurted out and miserable screams could be heard. Stop, stop! Uncle Fu roared hysterically. Fang Chen looked at Uncle Fu calmly and asked, "Give me a reason not to kill you? This is all young Master Dao's idea. It has nothing to do with me. Let me go. From now on, I'm willing to be your servant and serve you without any disloyalty." Uncle Fu begged. "What do I need you for? Bringing the murderer of Qing Qing by his side every day? I don't care if you are a peak Unity realm expert or an even stronger existence. I only want to take revenge for Qing Qing. I don't care about anything else." After a thought flashed through his mind, Fang Chen slowly raised the hidden star sword in his hand and pierced towards Uncle Fu. "You can't escape even if you kill me. The Gong clan already knows about the death of young Master Gong. They should already be on their way here." Ah! Uncle Fu knew that he couldn't survive. He laughed crazily. Poochie. After chopping off Uncle Fu's head, Fang Chen's expression remained indifferent. "Qing Qing, you won't die in vain. If that Gong clan dares to take revenge, I don't mind exterminating the entire Gong clan and letting them be buried with you," Fang Chen said indifferently. Border town, Gong clan residence. Pung! A middle-aged man's face was filled with anger. He smashed a nearby wooden table with a punch. "Yuer is dead?" the middle-aged man asked in disbelief. "Clan head, we have already sent people to the Lost Cold Forest to investigate this matter," the servant said while trembling. "What about Uncle Fu?" the Gong clan head asked. "Uncle Fu, he has also fallen." Hearing this, the Gong clan head's expression turned gloomy. "Gather all the Unity realm experts in the Gong clan and rush to the Lost Cold Forest immediately. I will capture the culprit at all costs." The Gong clan head said angrily, "I only have one son, I don't care who you are. Since you dare to kill my son, my Gong clan won't let you off." Outside the Lost Cold Forest, after young Master Gong fell, the two Unity Realm elders from the Gong clan rushed over at top speed. "Let's go in and take a look." The two elders exchanged glances and then entered the mountain range. Soon, they could feel the energy ripples in the air. "Look, it's over there." Coincidentally, they saw the trapped Uncle Fu and the sword-wielding Fang Chen. "Let's go over." However, the two of them had only walked halfway when they stopped in their track. That was because Fang Chen had personally killed Uncle Fu right under their noses. The two of them felt how terrifying Fang Chen was and wanted to retreat. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's sharp eyes looked over. The two elders laughed bitterly and turned to Fang Chen. "You are from the Gong clan? Are you here to take revenge for young Master Gong?" Fang Chen asked. Chapter 2233. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/small? Shua.net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The innate deity rune of order flickered, and a terrifying power engulfed the entire cave. Fang Chen's body was undergoing a huge transformation. This was already the 8th month since he was chased. After spending a total of 8 months, he finally comprehended a strand of the Azura sword Dao. And now, he was attempting to break through to the Unity realm. The Cosmos God realm consisted of 3 minor realms: the Void realm, the Deity Rune realm, and the Unity realm. The Void realm represented the pinnacle of the miniature cosmos, and one could start walking in the primal chaos void. At this stage, one had to absorb a large amount of origin energy to strengthen one's body. This was also the foundation of the Cosmos God realm. The Deity Rune realm, as the name suggested, was to absorb origin energy and condense it into deity runes of order in the body, or absorb and fuse with them, or even innate deity runes of order. The current Fang Chen had already reached the limit of the deity rune realm. In the entire primal chaos void, he was already the strongest deity rune realm. The unity realm was to fuse all the deity runes of order in the body together. At the same time, one had to fuse the 6 laws comprehended at the true God realm, forming a deity spring in the body to store energy. After 8 months, it was finally the most crucial moment. Because of the innate deity runes of order, fusing with other deity runes of order was much easier. In the blink of an eye, the densely packed deity runes of order in the body were completely absorbed by the innate deity runes of order. Of course, this was only the first step. The next step would be the most difficult. 1. With a thought, the 6 laws floated before his chest, and their auras were completely different. It's slightly difficult to fuse the laws with the deity runes of order, Feng Chen thought. But since things had already reached this stage, he had no other choice but to press forward. Fuse. With a low shout, Feng Chen forcibly controlled the innate deity runes of order to fuse with the 6 laws. Hong long long. A deafening sound reverberated across the sky. At this moment, the weather changed, and the clear sky suddenly became incomparably gloomy and cold. The entire sky above the misty cold forest was covered by dark clouds. Lightning surged, and the violent origin energy in the surroundings gathered wildly above the pool, forming a pillar of light that shot into the cave. The members of the Gong family who were searching for Feng Chen were shocked when they saw this. "What happened?" someone exclaimed. However, at this moment, a sinister smile appeared on the Gong family head's face. With such a huge commotion, he must be breaking through to the unity realm. Thinking up to this point, the Gong family head said in a deep voice, "Follow the direction of the origin energy, and we will definitely be able to find this child. Speaking of which, it is all thanks to him breaking through to the unity realm. Otherwise, it would be hard for us to find him." Hoo. Under the lead of the Gong clan patriarch, the dozen unity realm elders rapidly headed towards the pond deep in the mountain range. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people surrounded the pool. The terrifying origin energy formed a pillar of light that rushed into the water. This allowed the Gong family members to conclude that Feng Chen was hiding in the pool. Damnable fellow, he actually used an illusory technique to hide the cave at the bottom of the pool. No wonder we could not find him. They had searched for 8 months. During this period, they had even used some excuses to evade the invitation from young Master Saber. All of this was for the sake of personally killing Feng Chen. Now the opportunity had finally arrived. Work together to shatter the illusory realm and destroy his breakthrough, the Gong family head said. At that moment, more than a dozen Unity Realm experts launched their attacks. The violent attacks converged at a single point in the sky before erupting with a resplendent light. Following that, under the guidance of the Gong family head, they abruptly smashed into the bottom of the pool. Dong! The pool trembled. The water in the pool evaporated in an instant. The illusory realm surrounding the cave collapsed by itself. The pitch-black cave appeared before everyone's eyes. The circular pillar of light penetrated through the cave. All the energy was directly poured into the head of Feng Chen. The members of the Gong family arrived at the bottom of the pool. They discovered the innate God rune of order emitting a resplendent light. This is the innate God rune of order? This was the first time the Gong family head saw the legendary innate God rune of order. He was quite shocked. However, he knew that this wasn't the time to be shocked. He had to end the battle quickly. He has reached the final juncture of the fusion. Stop him! The Gong family head roared. He fiercely punched out, smashing heavily on the circular pillar of light. Gotcha! After being attacked by the external energy, cracks appeared on the circular pillar of light. Following that, under the frenzied bombardment of the members of the Gong family, the circular pillar of light collapsed and shattered into pieces. Hoo! The wild origin source energy dissipated in all directions. The atmosphere in the sky was very oppressive. Feng Chen still had his eyes closed. He was like an old monk in meditation. He was wholeheartedly immersed in the fusion. CSISI. Under his efforts, the law of destruction finally fused into the innate God rune of order. The latter immediately expanded, and its aura became even stronger. Continue. The commotion caused by breaking through to the Unity realm attracted the members of the Gong family. This was within Fang Chen's expectations. However, he had no choice. He couldn't stop. With a low roar, Fang Chen increased the speed of the fusion. At this moment, after destroying the circular pillar of light, the members of the Gong family looked at Fang Chen. Attack the innate God rune of order with full force. The Gong family head said. Kill. Under the furious roar of the crowd, the frenzied attacks landed on the innate God rune of order. Dong. The sound of explosions was endless. At this moment, the innate God rune of order displayed the demeanor of a king. There was a layer of faint halo around its body, forcibly blocking the attacks of the members of the Gong family. How is this possible? Seeing this, the Gong family head was incomparably shocked. His face was extremely gloomy. The innate God rune of order is too strange. Our attacks are ineffective. The Gong family head said, attack his body so that he can't control the innate God rune of order. Everything that the members of the Gong family did was for the sake of Fang Chen's life. Fang Chen, who was in the midst of breaking through, was screaming in his heart. Faster, faster. After fusing with the law of destruction, he had the experience of fusing with the law of destruction. The speed of fusing with the other law of destruction had increased by a lot. At that moment, the law of reincarnation had already fused with the law of destruction. Next, Fang Chen began fusing with the law of creation. Hong. The attacks of the members of the Gong family landed on Fang Chen's body. The myriad sword body stubbornly resisted, but he was still heavily injured. Pu-chi. Fang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was slightly pale. However, he resisted the urge to fuse with the law of creation. CSISI. At this moment, the speed of the fusion was so fast that it could not be seen by the naked eye. Hold on for a little longer. Fang Chen thought. He desperately activated the innate God rune of order to protect his body. At the same time, he was rapidly absorbing the law of destruction. Damn it! Seeing how tenacious Fang Chen was, a certain Unity Realm elder could not hold back anymore. He held a short blade and rushed towards Fang Chen. However, before he could get close to Fang Chen, he was shocked to find that his short blade could not move. Following that, a red sword light pierced through his body and absorbed the short blade in his hand. No! This Unity Realm elder cried out miserably, but he felt powerless. Pung! He fell to the ground and lost his life, trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing a handful of rice. This scene ignited the fury of the members of the Gong family to the extreme. Damn it! The Gong family clan head executed the taboo divine technique of the Gong family. The entire pool trembled, and the ground showed signs of cracking. Everyone was startled when they saw this. This was the Gong family's earth-splitting divine technique. Who would have thought that the clan head would execute it at this moment? Gotcha! The eyes of the Gong family clan head were filled with madness. He used all his strength to execute the taboo divine technique, the earth-splitting divine technique. The ground cracked inch by inch, and the cave Fang Chen was in was also constantly falling with rock. It could collapse at any time. However, at this moment, the final law of destruction successfully fused with the innate God rune of order. Voila! The innate God rune of order entered the body of Fang Chen before sinking into his chi. There's no more time. The eyes of the Gong family clan head flickered as he anxiously shouted. The current Fang Chen had already reached the final step. The moment he formed the God Spring, the consequences would be unimaginable. Earth-splitting divine technique, shaking heaven and splitting earth. The Gong family clan head roared. He stomped his foot, causing the cave to collapse. Countless huge rocks piled up in the cave, drowning Fang Chen's body. At the same time, the origin source energy that was like a flood struck the huge rocks, causing a huge explosion. Chapter 2234. Genius 1 Second. Remember love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The earth-splitting divine technique was a forbidden divine technique of the Gong clan. It was left behind by the old ancestor. Ever since the old ancestor fell, no one had been able to completely cultivate it. The current clan head had an outstanding talent, yet he could only barely cultivate the first level. Even so, he had to pay a sufficient price to fully activate the first level of the earth-splitting divine technique. Usually, the Gong clan head would not use the earth-splitting divine technique. But at this moment, he had no other choice. Hong Long Long. Watching the cave collapse and the huge rock explode, the Gong clan head revealed a sinister smile. Let's see how you can escape this time. Clan head, that brat must be dead. The earth-splitting divine technique is too powerful. He could not resist it. Furthermore, he is currently breaking through to the Unity realm. Being interrupted by clan head, he must be heavily injured. The Grand Elder said with a smile. The Gong clan head nodded. He muttered, "Lift the huge rock for me. If he is alive, I want to see him. If he is dead, I want to see his corpse." His hatred for Fang Chen was too deep. His only son, Gong Yu, had died in the hands of Fang Chen. He wished he could turn Fang Chen into ashes. Furthermore, he wanted to see Fang Chen's corpse with his own eyes. Only then could he be sure that he was dead. Yes, clan head. The Unity Realm elders began clearing the huge rock under the orders of the clan head. They were searching for Fang Chen's corpse. 1. Suddenly, a strange gust of wind appeared in the void that had calmed down. Following that, the world changed color. A trembling sound could be heard from within the huge rock. Dong. After the trembling, an extremely violent energy surged out from within the huge rock. Not good. The Gong clan Unity Realm elders cried out. They retreated. But it was too late. The violent energy engulfed them and sent them flying. A love go little say, Chu miserable cries could be heard. Several of the weaker Unity Realm elders were in a sorry state. Clearly, they were heavily injured. What happened? The Gong family head's expression froze. Soon after, his pitch-black eyes stared intently at the trembling boulder. Hong. An extremely violent force swept over, instantly turning the boulder into dust. A figure shot out from within and soared into the sky. His aura was extremely powerful. Dong. Then, he stayed in the air for only a second before landing heavily on the ground. Dust flew everywhere and the ground sank a little. You're not dead? This time, it was the Gong clan head's turn to be startled. He could not imagine that the other party could still stand in front of him alive after suffering a full-powered attack from his earth-rending divine technique, destroying the other party's breakthrough to the Unity realm. Could it be because of the innate divine pattern of order? Fang Chen felt that his body was brimming with energy. Within his qi, there was a divine spring that tirelessly flowed with origin energy. This is the divine spring? Fang Chen muttered to himself with a smile on his face. Initially, in the final stage of condensing the holy spring, there was a sudden problem. However, with the beautiful assistance of the Gong family head, he was able to condense the holy spring. Every Unity Realm expert would have a God spring in their qi. The God spring was the source of the expert's energy. When the God spring shattered, the expert's energy would also disappear. After condensing the God spring, it meant that Fang Chen had officially stepped into the Unity realm. It feels a little different. Fang Chen was slightly startled. The God spring formed by the innate divine pattern of order was different from ordinary God springs. According to the records, the God spring condensed by ordinary divine pattern realm experts after stepping into the Unity realm was about the size of a thumb. Furthermore, it was pitch black in color. As for the God spring in his qi, it was the size of a fist. It was black with a tinge of purple. The bigger the god's spring, the stronger the energy. After a brief moment of surprise, Fang Chen knew that all these were the benefits brought to him by the innate divine pattern of order. It is indeed an innate divine pattern of order. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. He was secretly delighted. There must be a reason why the innate divine pattern of order could become a legendary existence in the primal chaos void. It was not only helpful to the expert at the divine pattern realm. It would be extremely helpful even after stepping into the unity realm. Just as Fang Chen was deep in thought, a discordant voice interrupted his train of thought. Fang Chen raised his head slightly and looked at the Gong clan head with a grin. Being stared at by Fang Chen in such a manner, the Gong clan head felt a trace of fear in his heart. Why should I be afraid of him? He should be afraid of me instead. He has just broken through to the unity realm and his realm is still unstable. I should end this battle quickly and kill him. The Gong clan head thought in his heart. The aura around his body fluctuated as he prepared to attack. I said before. Fang Chen paused for a moment before continuing. I will exterminate your Gong clan and bury it with Qing Qing. Such arrogant words. Trash like you wants to exterminate our Gong clan? What a joke. The great elder berated. The other Unity Realm elders were also glaring at Fang Chen. They could not wait to take action and suppress him. Whether I am speaking arrogant words or not, you will know in a while. Fang Chen nonchalantly said. The scenes from 8 months ago flashed in his mind. His eyes became sharper and filled with killing intent. Brat, I let you escape 8 months ago. Today you will definitely die. The Gong clan head coldly said. Is that so? Fang Chen shook his head and sneered. He looked at the Gong clan head as though he was looking at a clown. What was my cultivation 8 months ago? Fang Chen asked. Divine pattern realm. Fang Chen pointed at his body, saying, 8 months later, I have already stepped into the unity realm. Although you all tried to destroy my cultivation halfway, my life is tough and I succeeded in the end. When I was at the divine pattern realm, I could already contend with you all. After stepping into the unity realm, even I am not sure how much my combat power has increased. Fang Chen grinned. But you will know soon. At this moment, there was nothing left to say. Let's attack together and kill him. The Grand Elder growled. He led the other Unity Realm elders and surrounded Fang Chen. At the same time, they executed the absolute art of the Gong clan. Too weak. Seeing everyone's attack, Fang Chen lightly shook his head. If it was 8 months ago, he might have dodged. But now, there was no need for him to do so. Pung! Just a single fist was enough to shatter the head of the Grand Elder, causing the other Unity Realm elders to retreat. They were all thinking of retreating. Die. He continuously punched out over a dozen punches. Every punch landed on flesh. These dozens of fist lights landed on the bodies of the Unity Realm elders at lightning speed. Poochie! Wherever the punches passed, miserable cries could be heard. Pung pung pung! The Unity Realm elders all fell to the ground. At this moment, Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes looked at the Gong clan head again. He did not even have time to react. You want to die? The Gong clan head gritted his teeth and said. I killed all the elders of the Gong clan right under your nose. What can you do to me? Fang Chen spread out his hands. Earth-splitting divine technique. The Gong clan head was furious. He roared towards the sky and executed the earth-splitting divine technique once again. Dong! The earth trembled. Signs of cracks appeared. Soon, those cracks gathered under Fang Chen's feet. Berserk energy spread out from the earth, trying to invade Fang Chen's body. I have said before that the day I step into the Unity Realm will be the day your Gong clan is annihilated. Fang Chen said, Now I will fulfill my promise. The moment he finished speaking, Fang Chen stomped his feet. He leaped and arrived in front of the Gong clan head. Pung! Yet another punch landed on the Gong family head's body. the latter's earth-splitting divine technique was broken apart, causing him to fly out. How is this possible? The Gong clan head did not dare to believe that Fang Chen's strength could rise to such a level. Earth-splitting divine technique, earth-splitting divine technique. The Gong clan head did not believe it. He roared and fought to his death. Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and executed the traceless sword technique. The god's spring in his chi surged. An endless amount of energy entered the hidden star sword. Suddenly, a transparent sword light shot out silently. It pierced through the void and penetrated the chest of the Gong clan head. No, the Gong clan head stretched out his palm. He wanted to say something, but he could not make a sound. His body was leaning backwards. He tried his best to stabilize his body, but he could not do so. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the guy who had been running away from him 8 months ago would actually be able to kill him today. Chapter 2235. Genius Remembering Love in 1 Second Divided by Small? Shua.net provides you with wonderful novels to read. After absorbing the innate deity imprint of order, Fang Chen was destined to live an extraordinary life. From now on, starting from the Unity Realm, he had embarked on an unprecedented path. As for whether there would be others in the future, it would depend on his capabilities. Merely a blade demon. If he dares to appear now, I'll chop off his head to avenge my teacher. Fang Chen snorted. At this moment, Fang Chen was emitting an unparalleled domineering aura. After stepping into the Unity Realm, his strength had increased tremendously. He could sweep across all cosmos god experts. Hence, he did not fear anyone. He had an unparalleled heart. He glanced at the Gong clan head before keeping his summer ring. He then slowly left the bewildering cold forest. Fang Chen had always been a man of his word. Since he said he would cleanse the Gong clan in blood to avenge Qing Qing, he had to do it. It has been 8 months. After walking out of the bewildering cold forest, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Divine Blade Sect, Main Peak. Blade Demon had a gloomy expression. He had just received a message from the Gong clan head before his death. Gong Yu, that fool. Fang Chen came to the territory of Divine Blade Sect, yet he did not tell me. Instead, he wanted to claim credit for himself? Blade Demon cursed, great. Not only is this fool dead, even the Gong clan head has been killed. Actually, when the Blade Demon received the news, he was still very shocked. Even if it was him, he wouldn't dare to say that he could kill the head of the Gong family, but Fang Chen had done it. The only explanation was that he had broken through to the Unity Realm. I really want to know how strong an innate deity imprint of order is after stepping into the Unity Realm. Blade Demon said sinisterly. After pondering for a moment, Blade Demon turned and left the main peak. He gathered several Unity Realm elders and headed to the border town. Even though your strength has increased tremendously and you killed the Gong clan head, this is the territory of Divine Blade Sect. It is the territory of Blade Demon. The Saber Demon said coldly. Originally, he wanted to kill Fang Chen after entering the Demon City. However, from the looks of it, Fang Chen was becoming more and more of a threat. They had to kill him in the Divine Sword Sect's territory. Border town. Fang Chen dragged the star-hidden sword and walked step by step on the street. His body exuded a terrifying aura. Wherever he passed, all the martialists would make way for him. Soon, he arrived in front of the Gong family mansion. He stopped in his tracks and raised his head to take a look. On the golden plaque above the luxurious mansion, the words Gong Clan were written. Seeing these 2 words, Fang Chen grinned. From now on, there is no Gong family. Even though Fang Chen's voice was soft, everyone present was a cosmos god, and they could hear it in an instant. The entire border town was in an uproar. Is this guy crazy? How dare you provoke the Gong family? Just wait and see. When the Unity Realm expert from the Gong clan comes out, it will be the day of his death. Look, what is he doing? Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. At that moment, the crowd discovered that Fang Chen was slowly raising the sword in his hand. The aura around his body fluctuated, and he slashed at the center of the Gong family mansion. Hong! A deafening sound came from the Gong family mansion. A dazzling light burst out from the star-hidden sword. When the star-hidden sword slashed at the Gong family mansion, it was like cutting through tofu. With a kacha sound, the Gong family mansion was split into two. At that moment, miserable cries could be heard coming from the Gong family mansion. At the same time, sounds of breaking through the air could be heard. Above the Gong family mansion, many Gong family disciples were glaring at Fang Chen. Who dares to cause trouble in the Gong family? The leader was a Divine Inscriptions Realm Pinnacle warrior. Since the Patriarch and the Unity Realm Elder were not present, he was temporarily in charge of the situation. There is no longer a need for the Gong family to exist. Fang Chen said indifferently. Impudent! Do you know what you are saying? Do you believe that my Gong family will kill you in minutes? The leader of the Divine Inscriptions Realm warriors scolded. Fang Chen shook his head, his face full of ridicule. Xiao! The star-hidden sword slashed out once again. With a pring sound, a bloody mist appeared in the void. The Divine Inscriptions Realm warrior who spoke previously died instantly. Oh my God, he actually killed a member of the Gong family? In the border town, everyone was shocked. The Gong family disciples in the air were also staring at Fang Chen in shock. I have said that there is no longer a need for the Gong family to exist. As if he did not want to waste any more time, Fang Chen walked step by step towards the battered and exhausted Gong family. Traceless sword technique, fourth move. Xiao! An unimaginable attack power bombarded the Gong family mansion. Immediately, the entire Gong family mansion turned into a sea of fire. The sword chi wreaked havoc, annihilating all the Gong family members. How could they resist Fang Chen's attack when they did not even have a Unity Realm warrior? The deafening sound did not stop. The entire border town was greatly shaken. The energy fluctuation in the air instantly spread out. The warriors in the town were already scared out of their wit. This was the strongest combat power they had ever seen. How strong was this sword-wielding warrior who destroyed the Gong family mansion with a single sword move? At the same time, in the wasteland outside the border town, the Divine Blade sect elders led by Saber Demon appeared from the void in a slightly battered state. Their expressions changed slightly as they said in a low voice, "Damn it, someone destroyed the teleportation formation and interrupted our teleportation." Just as they were about to be teleported over, the teleportation formation broke and the teleportation was interrupted. Fortunately, this teleportation formation was personally built by the Divine Blade sect leader. As a member of the Divine Blade sect, they had the means to escape from the destroyed teleportation formation. There are energy fluctuations in the border town. It must be Fang Chen. Suddenly, Saber Demon's pitch-black eyes stared at the border town in the distance as he said in a low voice, "This guy is too arrogant. He actually destroyed the entire Gong family. This is the territory of the Divine Blade sect. What he did is a slap to the face of the Divine Blade sect. We must kill this guy. That's right. Let's go over now." For a moment, the few elders of the Divine Blade sect were filled with righteous indignation. Under Saber Demon's lead, they quickly arrived at the border town. When they saw the Gong family mansion engulfed in a sea of fire, they were also a little stunned. Fang Chen. Saber Demon's gaze was sharp. He immediately noticed Fang Chen, who was about to leave with the hidden star sword. Hearing this, Fang Chen stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Saber Demon. "You still dare to come to the territory of the Divine Blade sect?" Saber Demon said coldly. The anger in his heart was faintly burning. "Thief, since you've stepped into the territory of the Divine Blade sect, don't ever leave. Although the Gong family is very weak, they are still a force in the territory of the Divine Blade sect. They are under the protection of the Divine Blade sect. You're openly going against the Divine Blade sect by destroying them. I'm sure the mysterious powerhouse behind you didn't come, right? I'd like to see how you're going to escape today. In the face of the Divine Blade sect's elders' scolding, Fang Chen didn't care at all. With a faint smile on his face, he said, "The Divine Blade sect leader wanted to kill me. His fingers were cut off. The Gong family wanted to kill me. You've seen the outcome. You want to kill me. Are you prepared to die? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you've broken through to the Unity Realm?" Saber Demon said in a deep voice. "What do you think you can do?" Fang Chen's attitude was very arrogant. He didn't take Saber Demon seriously at all. 8 months ago, Saber Demon might have had a chance against him. However, he missed the opportunity. 8 months later, the Saber Demon was nothing more than an ant in his eyes. "You're about to die and you still dare to speak so arrogantly. Watch how I'll suppress you." One of the elders couldn't stand Fang Chen's arrogance and attacked at lightning speed. Slash. With a simple slash, the elder's body was split into two. "If you want to kill me, you'll have to be prepared to die." Fang Chen repeated this sentence. "Let's attack together." Saber Demon growled. The few elders attacked together with him to deal with Fang Chen. Fang Chen's gaze swept across the few people from Divine Blade sect. He then displayed his traceless sword technique. Xiao. Sword light flashed and heads fell. In just a single exchange, 3 Unity Realm elders were killed by him. How can he be so strong? Saber Demon's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He's too strong. We're not his match. Hurry up and leave. We'll cover you. One of the elders pushed Saber Demon away. He then charged towards Fang Chen as if he was facing death. He wanted to perish together with Fang Chen. "You guys aren't qualified." The world was shocked. Ghosts and deities wept. The scene was extremely bloody. Chapter 2236. Genius 1 second. Remember love / go / little? I will provide you with interesting novels to read. Sword after sword, the sword light was like a wave, drowning the entire border town. The elders who surrounded Fang Chen died under Fang Chen's sword one after another. At this moment, Fang Chen's aura was unparalleled, like a reborn god of war. Holding the hidden star sword, he stood under the starry sky with an invincible belief. After killing the last elder, Fang Chen's eyes fell on the Saber Demon who had already escaped from Zakai Town. The latter fled in a sorry state, his face full of fear. He was extremely regretful. Why didn't he kill this kid at Dongshuan's grand banquet? Trying to leave? Fang Chen sneered and used the spacetime collapse technique. With a stomp of his foot, he instantly disappeared from the border town. A miserable aura filled the entire border town. The streets were filled with corpses and blood flowed like a river. The Gong family residence had been reduced to ashes. Many martial artists who had survived the disaster were shocked. The situation in the border town had changed. From today onwards, the Gong family would become history. Their hearts were surging with waves of shock. At the same time, they were curious. Who was this sword-wielding guy? He actually dared to massacre the entire Gong family in the Divine Saber sect's territory. He even killed the sect's Unity Realm elder mercilessly. Outside the border town, Fang Chen caught up with the Saber Demon in the blink of an eye. In the past, the Saber Demon was qualified to be his opponent. But now, the Saber Demon was not even qualified to carry his shoes. The Saber Demon's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. After being blocked by Fang Chen, he said coldly, "Fang Chen, do you really want to kill me? This is the Divine Saber sect. If you kill me, the sect master will not let you go." "Humph," Fang Chen snorted, his face full of disdain. "Love go little say, W. Chu, the battle between the two of us should be held in the Demon City. I advise you not to act rashly." As he spoke, a jade talisman appeared in the palm of the Saber Demon. Do you want to inform the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect? Fang Chen had already guessed that the Sword Demon must have sent a message to the sect leader of the Divine Sword sect. He could not stay here for long. Otherwise, when the sect master of the Divine Blade sect arrived, he would not be able to escape no matter how powerful he was. Whoosh! There was no mercy in Fang Chen's eyes as he directly stabbed his sword towards the saber demon. With a loud roar, he crushed the jade talisman in his hand. Rumble! A wild aura instantly spread out and formed a projection above the head of the demonic blade. Ding! Almost at the same time, a transparent sword light burst out from the hidden star sword and arrived beside the blade demon. However, the projection of the sect master of the Divine Blade sect appeared above his head. He stretched out his finger and instantly caught the transparent sword gleam. Then, the transparent sword light shattered. How dare you slaughter members of the Divine Saber sect in the territory of the Divine Saber sect? You're courting death, the projection of the Divine Saber sect master said coldly. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment before his expression returned to normal. His pitch-black eyes stared at the projection of the Divine Saber sect master. He snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "If you were here in person, I might be afraid. However, you're just a mere projection. How dare you protect the demonic blade?" The projection of the Divine Saber sect master's consciousness was a form of protection for the demonic blade. In a critical moment, the demonic blade crushed the jade talisman and the projection of the Divine Saber sect master's consciousness would descend. However, Fang Chen was not afraid at all. The projection of the Divine Saber sect master's consciousness was not strong. With his current strength, he could completely defeat it. How dare you challenge me? The projection of the Divine Saber sect master's consciousness wanted to scare Fang Chen. A love go little say Chu. However, he was wrong. The fourth move of the traceless sword principle was performed once again. The transparent sword gleam shattered the void and instantly appeared beside the demonic blade. You're courting death. The projection of the Divine Saber sect master's consciousness bellowed. In a flash, he appeared in front of the transparent sword gleam and extended his palm to block it. Boom! At this moment, the transparent sword gleam exploded. The terrifying power directly drowned the projection of the Divine Saber sect master's consciousness. At the same time, Fang Chen activated the body of 10,000 swords and gathered all the energy in his body in his palm. He then threw a few punches and performed the innate soul reversal technique. After a series of explosions, the projection of the Divine Saber sect master's consciousness actually showed signs of collapsing. Sect Master. The demonic blade cried out when he saw this. Leave quickly. The projection of the Divine Saber sect master's consciousness said in a low voice. At the same time, he used the last of his strength to block Fang Chen's attack. You can't escape. Fang Chen leaped and wanted to chase after the demonic blade. However, his path was blocked by the projection of the Divine Saber sect master's consciousness. Disperse. Fang Chen's eyes flickered. He once again performed his lost skill. The terrifying attack directly penetrated the projection of the Divine Saber sect master's consciousness. Whoosh! The projection of the consciousness suddenly dissipated. Fang Chen stomped his foot and prepared to chase after the demonic blade. However, at this moment, his eyelids twitched. He felt a sense of danger approaching. Not good. Fang Chen cried out in his heart. He immediately gave up on chasing after the demonic blade. His figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Hoo! He performed the time collapse technique to the extreme and left the border town's territory in an instant. Not long after Fang Chen left, a violent aura descended. The Divine Saber sect master stepped on the clouds and stared down angrily. Damn this guy! The Divine Saber sect master clenched his fists. His heart was burning with anger. He was the sect master of the Divine Saber sect, one of the top experts in Dongxian heaven. His consciousness projection was actually dispersed by a Unity Realm guy. This was a naked humiliation. "I'm going to kill you." The Divine Saber Sect Master confirmed that the demonic blade was fine. He then chased after Fang Chen. The Divine Saber Sect Master's speed was too fast. In just half an hour, he had already caught up with Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen had already reached the border of the Divine Saber Sect's territory. As long as he walked forward a little more, he would enter the Limitless Sword Sect's territory. After feeling the violent aura of the Divine Saber Sect Master, Fang Chen secretly transmitted a message to Jian Wuji. "Brat, you're dead." The Divine Saber Sect Master's roar came from behind. Fang Chen did not hesitate to step into the Limitless Sword Sect's territory. It was also at this moment that the Divine Saber Sect Master arrived through the void. He stretched out his hand and a terrifying power swept over, directly locking Fang Chen's figure in midair. Die. The Divine Saber Sect Master's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. "Old Monster Saber, stop." A thunderous voice came from the void. Then, a dazzling sword light broke through the void from the distant horizon. With a bang, it blocked the path of the Sect Master of the Divine Saber Sect. Boom! The sword light exploded, temporarily blocking the Divine Saber Sect Master's path. Just as the Divine Saber Sect Master was about to continue, Jian Wuji arrived. He happened to be nearby looking for some treasures when he received Fang Chen's message and immediately rushed over. "Old Monster Saber, what is the meaning of this?" Jian Wuji said in a low voice, looking a little displeased. "Humph. He trespassed into my Divine Saber Sect's territory and massacred the entire Gong family. He even killed a few elders of my Divine Saber Sect. If I don't kill him, how can the Divine Saber Sect establish itself in Dongxian heaven in the future?" The Divine Saber Sect Master said viciously. "Fang Chen is a disciple of the Limitless Sword Sect. With me around, don't even think about touching him," Jian Wuji said directly. What a joke. Fang Chen's potential was the greatest in the history of the Limitless Sword Sect. Jian Wuji did not want to protect him. There must be a reason for destroying the Gong family. I believe that Fang Chen will not kill the innocent for no reason. As for the elders of your Divine Saber Sect, they can only blame themselves for not being skilled enough for dying in the hands of Fang Chen. Over the years, your Divine Saber Sect has also killed many disciples of the Limitless Sword Sect. I have always turned a blind eye to the fights between the younger generation. If you, Old Monster Dao, insist on making a move against Fang Chen, then I can only risk my life to accompany you." Hearing this, the Divine Saber Sect Master's face turned completely gloomy. His eyes flickered as he stared at Jian Wuji and said, "Are you sure you want to do this?" Jian Wuji turned his head and said to Fang Chen, "Go back to the Limitless Sword Sect first." "Sect Master. I'm fine. You can go back first," Jian Wuji said. Fang Chen nodded and turned to leave. After Fang Chen left, a cold smile appeared on Jian Wuji's face. "This old man hasn't fought in a long time. It seems that I can exercise my muscles again today," Jian Wuji said. Boom! An intense battle instantly broke out. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, the aura was like a rainbow. No one knew who was fighting here. They only knew that the strength of the people fighting here was too strong. Chapter 2237. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We will provide you with exciting novels to read. 7 days later, Limitless Sword Sect. Fang Chen saw Jian Wuji in the inner sect. The latter was in a slightly sorry state. "Sect Master, are you all right?" Fang Chen hurried over and helped Jian Wuji to a stone bench in the courtyard. There was a look of surprise on his face. "I'm fine," Jian Wuji said. "Old Freak Dao's strength is much stronger than I imagined. Fortunately, I have made some progress in my sword Dao in recent years. Otherwise, I would have definitely lost this time." Hearing Jian Wuji say this, Fang Chen's heart was filled with astonishment. He did not expect Sect Master Dao to be so powerful. But don't worry. As long as you are in the territory of my limitless sword sect, he won't dare to kill you. Jian Wuji said. Many thanks for saving me, Sect Master. Fang Chen cupped his fist. After resting for a while, Jian Wuji asked, Oh right, why did you go to the territory of the Divine Blade sect? Fang Chen told Jian Wuji everything about his journey to the Divine Sword sect's territory. The latter nodded and smiled in satisfaction. Not bad. You've broken through to the Unity Realm. Now that you've broken through to the Unity Realm, it should be hard for you to find a match among those at the Unity Realm, right? Fang Chen nodded. After his innate Divine Order rune evolved into a God Spring, it was much bigger than the God Spring of ordinary Unity Realm warriors. Therefore, he was very strong. He could start a massacre the moment he broke through to the Unity Realm. Originally, I was worried that it would be difficult for you to evolve into a God Spring with your innate Divine Order rune. But now, it seems that I was thinking too much. Jian Wuji said with gratification. The Devil City was about to open. Fang Chen's cultivation had stepped into the Unity Realm. This was good news for the Limitless Sword Sect. Sect Master, when will the Devil City open? Fang Chen asked. Speaking of the Devil City, Jian Wuji's expression changed. The Demon City is already in the process of opening. However, every time it opens, the time interval is different. We need to wait patiently. Jian Wuji said, according to past experience, the Demon City will open in at most a year. It's almost a year now. Don't go out during this period of time. Stay in the Sword Sect and consolidate your cultivation. I know. Fang Chen nodded. However, deep in his heart, he still could not let go of Bai Qingqing's death. He put all the blame on himself. He felt that he was late and caused Bai Qingqing's death. He was very regretful. That was why he acted to exterminate the entire Gong clan, and even some of the Unity Realm elders of the Divine Blade sect. Sect Master, do you know anything about the Demon City? Fang Chen suddenly asked. Up until now, his understanding of the Demon City had all come from Hanwan. He knew nothing else. The Demon City has existed for a very long time. However, at the beginning, the Demon City did not attract much attention. Moreover, it was just a very ordinary place. Jian Wuji said, however, because of the fall of Demon Venerable Heaven Saint, the Demon City underwent a huge change. The environment there became incomparably bad. Because everyone wanted to obtain the inheritance of Demon Venerable Heaven Saint, many experts entered the Demon City one after another. Saying up to this point, Jian Wuji paused slightly before continuing, however, when they entered, they discovered that everything was a dead end that Demon Venerable Heaven Saint was involved in. All the experts who coveted his inheritance all fell. Over time, the Demon City was filled with inheritances. In the end, the Demon City was sealed. After the experts of our Void Star Heaven explored, they finally grasped some technique. Every time the Demon City opens, some outstanding geniuses would be sent in to temper themselves. Fang Chen felt his heart trembling. He did not expect that the Demon City had such a story. Why would an innate paragon set up a dead end, killing countless experts before sealing the entire Demon City? He could not understand even after racking his brains. In the end, his gaze landed on Jian Wuji. The foundation of the Demon City is not something you can imagine. For countless years, many cultivators who entered the Demon City have not come out. We suspect that they are still alive, but they don't want to come out. Jian Wuji said, therefore, when you enter the Demon City this time, not only will you meet the outstanding geniuses of the other three heavens, you might even meet some experts from the past. Jian Wuji's meaning was clear. The trip to the Demon City was extremely dangerous. One had to be careful in order to have a chance of survival. Of course, the danger was proportional to the opportunity. Although the Demon City was very dangerous, there were opportunities everywhere. Many people entered the demon city for the inheritance of demon Venerable Heaven Saint. If they could obtain the inheritance, their future achievements might even surpass the unparalleled experts like the galaxy ancestor. With a wave of their hand, the entire void star heaven would listen to their orders. Of course, all of this was still far away from Fangchen. Jian Wuji and Fangchen chatted for a while before leaving. As for what was in the demon city, he was not too sure. The rules of the demon city were too tyrannical. Even if they forced their way in, only death would await them. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed since the end of Dongshuan's grand meet. The demon city had yet to fully open. The 5 chosen disciples were all waiting in their hearts. During this period, Fang Chen received a message from Little Mouse and the others. He had come to the northwest of Wuji Sword Sect's territory to meet them at a mountain called the Psychedelic Mountain. "Boss, what do you think of our psychedelic mountain?" Little Mouse said excitedly with a smile on his face. Fang Chen looked around. The psychedelic mountain was steep, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Moreover, the origin energy on the mountain peak was very dense, very suitable for cultivation. "You guys are occupying this mountain and calling yourselves kings?" Fang Chen raised his eyelids and asked with a smile. "After leaving Wuji Sword Sect, we have been wandering in this area. We often fight and our strength has improved rapidly. Now, the 5 of us have reached peak divine pattern realm, but we are stuck at the bottleneck, unable to break through to unity realm," Xiao Huang said. "After some thought, we decided to find a place to cultivate in peace. We happened to find the psychedelic mountain. Originally, there was an initial stage unity realm martial artist on the mountain, but the 5 of us sent him away. Since then, we have occupied the mountain and called ourselves kings. When we are bored, we will rob the rich to help the poor. It is a happy and carefree life," Little Hai said. Pangolin by the side was still very calm. After his strength reached peak divine pattern realm, Pangolin's insane defense was fully displayed. Among the 5 of them, only Little Mouse's godly devourer rat physique could contend with Pangolin. As for Xiao Huang, Little Hai, and the old faker's 3rd brother, if they were to compete with Pangolin in terms of physical defense, they would only be looking for trouble. Some time ago, Boss slaughtered everyone in Dongshuan's grand meet. Just hearing about it makes me feel good. Knowing that Boss might enter the demon city soon, we specially called you here to gather with the 5 of us," Pangolin said. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded lightly. Sitting cross-legged, he took out wine from his summer ring, and the 5 of them drank and sang. On this day, on the psychedelic mountain, waves of fragrance came. Many martial artists who passed by were puzzled. Who dared to act so recklessly on the psychedelic mountain? However, all of this was not important. After 3 rounds of drinking, Fang Chen's gaze swept across the 5 of them, and then he said in a low voice, "The demon city is a rare holy land for cultivation. I have the chance to bring the 5 of you in, but this depends on your opinion." "Boss, really?" The little mouse was very excited. He loved excitement the most. Especially after hearing about the legends of the demon city, he was even more fascinated. Fang Chen nodded heavily. If it was a year ago, he would not have the confidence. However, since he stepped into the unity realm and obtained the divine spring, everything had changed. The divine spring formed a space of its own that could hide Little Mouse and the others in the divine spring. Using the power of the divine spring to hide their auras, they could then blend into the demon city. Of course, Fang Chen had also experimented. Only plant-type or beast-type cultivators could do it. The divine spring could not contain living cultivators. "Ha ha, if it's really possible, of course we're willing." "That's right. That's the demon city. I dream of going in." The 5 of them were very excited. They had wandered in Dongxian heaven for a long time and knew that their strength was too weak. They urgently needed to improve their strength. Chapter 2238. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? Sagnet, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The group of brothers had not seen each other for a long time. After drinking, they were in high spirits. Love go little say, netku for the entire night, the illusion mountain was brightly lit, and laughter could be heard everywhere. The next day, Fang Qin woke up when the sun just passed the horizon. He shook his head helplessly. He did not expect that he would be drunk without any defense. If the enemy attacked him, he would not even know. This was too dangerous. Looking at his brothers who were sleeping soundly, he felt warmth in his heart. Just as Fang Chen was about to wake them up, he suddenly felt an unfamiliar aura approaching. Amen? Someone is coming? Fang Chen spread out his divine sense silently. He discovered two people at the foot of the mountain. Elder Fu, it's here. A middle-aged Unity Realm cultivator wearing a blue robe pointed at the illusion mountain. He said in a deep voice, "Those 5 divine inscriptions realm fellows are very strong when they work together. I can't defeat them at all." "Humph, a mere divine inscriptions realm cultivator dares to bully my nephew? Truly courting death." Saying that, the old man called Elder Fu leaped and arrived at the peak of the mountain. "It's them." The middle-aged Unity Realm cultivator wearing a blue robe saw Little Mouse and the others who were sleeping soundly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Please help me, Elder Fu." "One!" Suddenly, a violent energy surged out from the body of Elder Fu, waking up the 5 fellows who were sleeping soundly. "What's going on?" Little Mouse stood up and looked around. When he discovered the middle-aged Unity Realm cultivator wearing a blue robe, his eyes revealed a mocking smile. He said, "Old man, you dare to come again? Have you forgotten what we said to you? From now on, the illusion mountain belongs to us 5 brothers. If you dare to come again, we'll break your dog legs." "Oh? You even brought helpers? Do you really think that we brothers don't dare to kill you?" The eyes of Little Mouse and the others were filled with faint coldness. Beside them, Fang Chen had been quietly watching the entire time. "Humph, the few of you are still unaware of your imminent death," the middle-aged Unity Realm expert coldly said. "With Elder Fu here, all of you will have to die." Elder Fu stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the crowd with disdain in his eyes. "Just a few pieces of trash at the Divine Inscriptions realm, yet they dare to be so arrogant in front of me. They really don't know how to write the word death," Old Fu said disdainfully. "Old man, what are you pretending for?" With Boss supporting them, Little Mouse and the others naturally had nothing to fear. "Elder Fu, they are too arrogant. Please make a move and suppress them," the blue-robed middle-aged Unity Realm expert said. 1. Old Fu took action. He stretched out his big hand and a violent force enveloped Little Mouse and the other 4. Instantly, the 5 of them were shrouded. "Aren't you very capable?" Looking at the ferocious faces of the 5 of them, Elder Fu sneered, "Make a martial oath to be my servant forever and I can spare your lives. In your dreams. You stupid old man, kill us if you are capable." Elder Fu was naturally furious after being scolded by these Divine Inscriptions realm fellows. Killing intent rose in his heart. Being a Unity Realm expert, he could see how extraordinary these 5 fellows were with a single glance. In addition, the 5 of them had previously worked together to defeat the blue-robed middle-aged Unity Realm expert. This caused a strand of greed to appear in the heart of Elder Fu. If he could accept these 5 fellows as his subordinates and properly train them, they would definitely become a powerful force in the future. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking was wrong. "Since that is the case, then all of you can die," Elder Fu coldly said. The god spring in his chi-si erupted with a violent force and directly launched his strongest attack on the 5 of them. Hong Long Long. Facing such a powerful attack, Little Mouse and the others remained unmoved. "Humph, still pretending to be calm at this moment? I would like to see what dignity you have left the moment you die." The blue-robed middle-aged Unity Realm expert sneered in his heart and said with disdain. "Enough." All of a sudden, a faint voice sounded. In the next moment, a powerful fist light bombarded the body of Elder Fu, forcing the latter to retreat. Deng deng deng. After Elder Fu steadied himself, the color of his eyes changed slightly. Only then did he notice Fang Chen. Who are you? The power of the latter's fist had surprised him. Who I am is not important. Fang Chen indifferently said, What is important is that they are my brothers. My brothers have already let them go, yet you harbor a grudge in your heart and recklessly seek revenge? Fang Chen looked at Elder Fu and said in a deep voice, Brat, don't meddle in other people's business. Elder Fu frowned. Although the latter was also a Unity Realm expert, his realm was obviously inferior to his. Then there is nothing more to say. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he suddenly threw out a punch. You are courting death. Elder Fu sneered and used his technique to block Fang Chen's fist light. However, when his attack came into contact with the fist light, his expression changed drastically and he retreated. Poochie. Elder Fu's clothes were torn apart. The blood in his body was tumbling. He endured the pain and stabilized his body, barely dodging Fang Chen's attack. Who? Elder Fu took a deep breath. His eyes flashed with a trace of horror. He had never thought that this young martial artist in front of him would have such powerful combat power. He must be a heaven's pride from a big sect. I can't fight against him. Thinking of this, Elder Fu tidied up his clothes and cupped his fists towards Fang Chen. This brother, this is all a misunderstanding. I apologize on behalf of my nephew for his previous actions. I will leave now and never step into the illusionary mountain again. After saying that, Elder Fu pulled the blue-robed middle-aged Unity Realm expert who was in a daze and left the illusionary mountain in a hurry. Boss, are we letting him go just like that? Little Mouse asked. Fang Chen shook his head. Elder Fu was too weak. He was not worth it for him to act. In other words, he disdained to kill him. Under the illusionary mountain, Elder Fu walked in a hurry with a gloomy expression. The blue-robed middle-aged Unity Realm expert could not help but feel puzzled. He asked, Elder Fu, why did you suddenly leave? Even though that brat is also at the Unity Realm, he has not cultivated for as long as you. He is definitely weaker than you. Shut up. Elder Fu angrily reprimanded. I was nearly killed by a fool like you. In the future, don't come looking for me for your matters. After saying that, Elder Fu no longer cared about the blue-robed middle-aged Unity Realm expert and left. Also, if you wish to live for a few more days, don't provoke those few from the illusionary mountain. This was Elder Fu's advice to the blue-robed middle-aged Unity Realm expert. Seeing the departing figure of Elder Fu, the blue-robed middle-aged Unity Realm expert was puzzled. He said, Unless that brat is really that terrifying? Even Elder Fu does not dare to provoke him? Thinking of this, the blue-robed middle-aged Unity Realm expert stole a glance at the illusionary mountain before leaving. Fang Chen brought the 5 brothers back to the Limitless Sword sect. Boss, is this the inner sect? Little Mouse asked excitedly. If not for Boss, we would not be qualified to enter the inner sect. What a pity. If sister-in-law could enter the Devil City, that would be great. Xiao Huang said with regret. Hearing that, Fang Chen lightly shook his head. This was not something he could decide. But he believed that even if she did not enter the Devil City, his wife's future achievements would not be weak. This is the inner sect and not the outer sect. The few of you should not move around recklessly. Fang Chen reminded. Rest assured, boss. We know. Little Mouse chuckled. Illusory Star Heaven, headquarters of Tianqing's remnant clan. Sir, are you really confident of sending our Tianqing's remnant clan disciples into the Devil City? The expert standing on the highest throne was one of the few experts from Tianqing's remnant clan. He was in existence that could challenge Ancestor Star River and the others. He possessed supreme magic power and had been in a deep slumber to recover his strength. The opening of the Devil City had alarmed him. In the past, I once saw demon Venerable Heavenly Saint from afar. That shocking battle was unforgettable. The expert on the throne said with a hoarse voice, "Even with my strength, I only dared to watch from afar." The people below listened quietly. At this moment, the expert on the throne flipped his palm. A pitch-black metal piece appeared in his palm. This metal piece was slightly damaged, but it contained a powerful demonic power. After they left after the battle, I secretly came to the battlefield and picked up this thing. The expert on the throne pinched the metal piece between his fingers. Chapter 2239. Geniuses Remember Love in 1 Second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. A year and a half after the Dongxian Grand Meeting ended, the Devil City finally opened. On this day, all the cultivators in the void star heaven could feel the ground trembling. The sound of a bell reverberated through the 9 heavens. Countless experts headed towards the Devil City, wanting to see the true appearance of the Devil City. Limitless Sword Sect, on the sky-piercing stone pillar. Jian Wuji's expression changed. He stood up abruptly and looked into the distance. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. The 3 apex sect masters of Dongxian heaven conversed with each other and prepared to head to the Devil City. Northern Black Sky, Northern Black Desert. This desert was a famous desert in the Northern Black Sky and even the entire void star heaven. The Northern Black Desert ran through the entire Northern Black Sky, forcibly splitting it into 2. And within the Northern Black Desert, there was a moving city called the Devil City. When the Devil City opened, the entire Northern Black Desert was sealed. Without an expert leading the way, cosmos gods could not enter. The experts of the Northern Black Sky were the first to descend into the Northern Black Desert. The Devil City has opened. Let's go over and take a look. The few leaders of the Northern Black Sky sect exchanged glances before bringing their elite disciples into the Northern Black Desert. Hoo. In the Northern Black Desert, the wind was raging. Looking from afar, it was as if the sky was filled with dust and tornadoes were everywhere. But after entering the Northern Black Desert, one would discover that everything was merely an illusion. The true Northern Black Desert was deathly silent. This place was filled with killing aura as if it had existed since the beginning of time. Along the way, one could often see some withered bones in the desert. These were all cultivators who had fallen here in order to explore the Devil City. In a certain area of the Northern Black Desert, several experts of the Northern Black Sky brought their most elite disciples and looked into the distance. Even though the Devil City has opened, it hasn't completely appeared. We can only wait. Let's wait for the experts of the other 3 heavens to arrive. 3 days later, the experts of the Western Black Sky arrived. Following closely behind, the people of the Southern Black Sky arrived. The latest to arrive was the Eastern Black Sky. Under the lead of Jian Wuji and the others, Fang Chen stepped into the Northern Black Desert. As soon as he entered, Fang Chen noticed that something was wrong. In his impression, the temperature in the desert was often abnormally high. But in this Northern Black Desert, the temperature was very moderate. There's a problem, Fang Chen said to himself. How is it? The Demon City hasn't appeared yet? The top experts of the 4 mysterious heavens gathered together, chatting and laughing. Fang Chen and the others stood quietly, waiting for the Demon City to appear. Brother Fang. Suddenly, Chen Fan approached Fang Chen with a smile on his face as he called out in a low voice. Fang Chen turned around. He wasn't familiar with Chen Fan. This trip to the Devil City will be extremely dangerous. If we can have 1 or 2 people to look after each other, it should be better. Chen Fan said, I wonder if Brother Fang is interested in cooperating with me? Fang Chen shook his head and said, Let's wait until we enter the Demon City. Seeing this, Chen Fan nodded gently and left. Fang Chen felt that there was something wrong with Chen Fan. As for what was wrong, he couldn't tell. In a trance, he felt that there was an aura on Chen Fan that made him shudder. But after sensing it carefully, he found nothing. The saber demon looked at Fang Chen with eyes full of anger. He had already forgotten the last time he was chased by Fang Chen like a stray dog. This time, he would definitely obtain a powerful inheritance in the demon city, increase his strength, and then kill Fang Chen. In the clouds in the void, several old men looked at the northern black desert below with a smile. The demon city has appeared, Ancestor Xing, he suddenly said. The other old men looked over and discovered a faintly discernible city somewhere in the black northern desert. Every time the demon city opens, a peerless monster will be born. I wonder if a monster will be born in this batch of little guys. The purple-robed old man smiled. At this point, their eyes all fell on the Galaxy Patriarch. Ancestor Xing, he was a peerless monster who came out of the demon city. Now, he had grown to the extent that his name shook the void star sky. With a stomp of his feet, the entire void star sky would tremble. Xing He, that little guy who absorbed the innate divine order rune, seems to be from your Xing He cosmos? The blue-robed old man asked. This brat has already stepped into the unity realm. His god spring is much bigger than ordinary people. Moreover, he has the myriad sword body. If he can walk out of the demon city alive, his achievements will be limitless. At their level, they didn't just look at people's appearance. What was inside and what was deep was what they valued. When they saw Fang Chen for the first time, they didn't feel surprised. However, in just over a year's time, they discovered that Fang Chen's body had undergone a great change. Thinking about it, all of this should be related to the innate divine order rune? AI, our void star sky is short of talents these years. There are no talents in the younger generation. I hope this little guy can rise. The purple-robed old man sighed. That's right. How long can the few of us old farts last? There will be a day when we reach the end. I hope that before we reach a higher level, a peerless monster will appear and bring hope to the void star sky. Ancestor Xing, he didn't say anything. His attention was on Fang Chen. All right, the demon city is completely stabilized. Patriarch Starry River said all of a sudden. Below, in the black northern desert, a gale suddenly blew. Dust flew everywhere. Everyone's spiritual sense was greatly restricted. The demon city has appeared. Jian Wuji said solemnly. Dong. A deafening rumble rang out. After the dust settled, a dilapidated city appeared before everyone's eyes. Fang Chen was curious and surprised. Was this dilapidated city the legendary demon city? It's not domineering at all. Are you sure this is the demon city? Han Yuan pursed his lips. The leaders of the four mysterious sects discussed among themselves before they said, the demon city has already opened. Don't underestimate this dilapidated city. If you aren't careful, you might end up losing your lives inside. Alright, let's start now. Release your aura and enter the demon city one by one. First were the 5 Unity Realm experts of the Northern Mysterious Heaven. They took a step forward and released their aura before disappearing into the broken city. Soon, the disciples of the Western Mysterious Heaven and Southern Mysterious Heaven entered. Finally, it was the Northern Mysterious Heaven's turn. Fang Chen was slightly nervous. He was afraid that the demon city would sense the aura of Little Mouse and the others. Voila! After entering the demon city, their figures disappeared. 1. Following that, the demon city disappeared into the black northern desert. The demon city has disappeared. We don't know when it will appear again. We will leave first. Jian Wuji and the others said with a smile. Soon, there were no traces left in the black northern desert. Ancestor Star River and the others had also left. At a certain hidden place in the desert, at the moment when the demon city was about to disappear, a piece of broken metal silently shot into the demon city. When the metal piece came into contact with the demon city, there was a trace of resistance. But after the metal piece released the aura of an innate paragon, the demon city let it pass. It has entered. The expert from the Sky Pillar Remnant clan hidden under the desert was secretly delighted. This time, I will definitely turn the demon city upside down. The so-called elites of the Void Star Sky will all die. This is the demon city. Fang Chen looked around and said doubtfully. He was alone in the city. His surroundings were empty and there was no one around. We separated again? Fang Chen was slightly startled. They came in together, yet he could not see any traces of senior disciple Brother Han Yuan. It seemed that they had separated. Soon, Fang Chen confirmed that this should be the inner part of the demon city. Actually, it was better to say that this was an independent space than a demon city. This city is? Fang Chen leaped and came to the sky above the city. His divine consciousness spread out and shrouded the entire city. Suddenly, an angry voice came from the depths of the city. Who doesn't want to live? How dare you disturb my cultivation? As soon as the voice fell, a vast power came from the depths of the city. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Fang Chen. This is Chapter 2240. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Are you the one disturbing this king's cultivation? The middle-aged man with a face full of stubble and tattered clothes had a strong aura. He stared at Fang Chen and asked coldly, I came here by accident. If I have disturbed you, I am very sorry. Fang Chen had just entered the Devil City and did not understand the situation clearly. He did not want to offend others. The middle-aged man with a face full of stubble suddenly exclaimed. He immediately widened his eyes and stared at Fang Chen, asking, You are new here? Fang Chen was startled. His expression was caught by the other party. The latter laughed loudly. His face was filled with excitement. That is to say, the Devil City has opened? You came from the outside world? Is there a problem? Fang Chen frowned. Brat, seeing that you have just entered the Devil City, this king will be lenient and not kill you. But you have to join our demonic faction. The middle-aged man with a face full of stubble said. Demonic faction? Fang Chen was even more puzzled. What exactly was in the Devil City? Sorry, I do not wish to join any organization. Fang Chen shook his head. Hearing this, the middle-aged man with a face full of stubble became slightly angry, saying, Brat, I have given you a chance, yet you do not cherish it? Do you know how many people want to join our demonic faction but do not have the chance? Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't blame me for being impolite. Saying that, the middle-aged man with a face full of stubble released a powerful aura from his body, forcing Fang Chen to join. At the same time, he unleashed a thunderous attack. Such a powerful aura? Fang Chen's heart moved slightly. The aura released by the middle-aged man with a face full of stubble had already surpassed the Unity Realm. His heart palpitated slightly. What is going on? Fang Chen did not dare to resist. He executed the time-space collapse technique and dodged the other party's attack. Pung! The middle-aged man with a face full of stubble became even more furious after his attack missed. You are courting death. He growled and unleashed a violent attack. In the beginning, Fang Chen was indeed a little scared. He was frightened by the middle-aged man's aura. However, he soon discovered that something was amiss. His attack power doesn't seem to be that strong? Fang Chen could not understand. The aura of a person far surpassed the Unity Realm, yet his offensive power was not much different from a Unity Realm expert. What exactly was going on? Shaking his head, Fang Chen turned around and looked at the bearded middle-aged man. The fourth move of the traceless sword technique. Whoosh! The transparent sword light pierced through the bearded man's attack at an unimaginable speed and forced him to retreat. Your strength? A look of surprise appeared on the latter's face. Rumble! In a spurt of energy, Fang Chen took advantage of the stubble-bearded man's moment of surprise to launch a peerless attack, gradually suppressing him. Traceless sword technique. The more he attacked, the more Fang Chen realized that this person's attack power was not as strong as he had imagined. The illusory technique and the transcending heaven-grade array whistled. In an instant, the two layers formed the strongest illusory array, trapping the bearded man within. Damn. No matter how the bearded man attacked, he could not break it. Are you bullying me because I don't know about illusory techniques? After a long time, the bearded man was helpless and gave up on attacking. Brat, let this king out, and the grudge between us will be forgotten. The bearded man finally gave in. Fang Chen strolled into the illusory array. He stared at the bearded man and said, "It is not impossible for me to let you go, but you have to answer a few of my questions. I know what you want to ask. I can tell you." The bearded man nodded. "Is this the Devil City?" Fang Chen asked. "Nonsense, if this is not the Devil City, could it be the Ghost City? The aura on your body is so strong, but why is your offensive power so weak?" Fang Chen continued asking. Hearing this, the bearded man spread out his hands and said helplessly, "The reason why the Devil City is called the Devil City is because it has a devilish cultivation environment. The laws of the world in the Devil City are different from the outside world. We cultivate under the laws of the outside world. After entering the Devil City, we will naturally be repelled and suppressed by the laws of the world here." The bearded man said, "Thus, no matter how strong you are in the Devil City, you will be suppressed to the Unity Realm. Actually, I am a pure sky god." Hearing this, Fang Chen felt his heart trembling. Pure sky god was an existence that surpassed the cosmos god realm. Similar to the cosmos god realm, pure sky god was divided into 3 realms: the heaven-opening realm, the earth-splitting realm, and the absolute saint realm. The heaven-opening realm meant that one had the strength to open the heavens. His fleshy body had reached the limit, forming a space within his body. The earth-splitting realm meant fusing the god's spring and space together, filling the space with life. The absolute saint realm gave the space the laws of the world, allowing it to operate stably. At the same time, it was separated from the body. Most people would say that pure sky god could create a miniature cosmos, but it was mainly referring to the absolute saint realm expert. And this bearded man in front of him was only an early-stage heaven-opening expert. His cultivation was suppressed, but his aura was not. At this moment, Fang Chen finally understood. Heaven-opening realm? Fang Chen looked at this bearded man playfully, asking, "How many human warriors are there in the Devil City?" The bearded man shook his head. "The Devil City has existed for too long. Before the innate paragons came, there were already many people cultivating in the Devil City. Over time, I am not sure how many people there are in the Devil City." "What is the demonic faction that you mentioned previously?" Fang Chen continued asking. "The Devil City is a rare cultivation ground. Even though the cultivation is suppressed here, the speed of cultivation is extremely fast. Furthermore, it is possible to obtain the inheritance of experts. Thus, very few warriors are willing to leave after coming in." The bearded man said, "Where there are people, there will be Jianghu. Where there is Jianghu, there will be dispute. Many geniuses are unwilling to fall behind others. They slowly build their own organizations and rely on them to snatch some cultivation resources. The demonic faction is one of the 5 strongest organizations in the Devil City." The bearded man said, "I am only in the demonic faction branch. With my strength, I am not qualified to join the headquarters." At this point, a strange look flashed across the bearded man's face. "You must not underestimate the 5 great organizations in the Devil City. They can crush any warrior," the bearded man said. After chatting with the bearded man for a while, Fang Chen understood a little. The so-called organizations were actually some experts who raised their arms and shouted loudly. Many weaker warriors would seek refuge under their subordinates, forming a temporary organization. This kind of organization had some sense of teamwork in the Devil City. After leaving the Devil City, who would know each other? After all, everything they did was to improve their strength. The warriors in the Devil City have cultivated for a very long time. Don't think that their cultivation is suppressed to the Unity Realm. Their methods are not something that ordinary people can compare to. The bearded man said. Fang Chen could understand. Although their cultivation realm was suppressed, it did not mean that their comprehension was suppressed. They could still cultivate some of the divine techniques that Han Tianxin could cultivate. Moreover, for some powerful martial artists, just their martial Tao comprehension alone was enough to instantly kill many martial artists, right? Raise your martial Tao comprehension in the Devil City. After leaving the Devil City, your cultivation realm will naturally rise. The bearded man said. This was also the reason why everyone did not want to leave the Devil City. Hence, any random Unity Realm expert in the Devil City would most likely be at the Absolute Sage Realm, or even stronger. Other than the 5 great organizations, there are some scattered small organizations. These small organizations are very unstable. They might be exploring together today and disband tomorrow. The bearded man said, many people will think of all ways to join the 5 great organizations in order to seek protection. The 5 great organizations are so powerful. Why do you want to rope me in? Fang Chen asked indifferently. The bearded man chuckled. New warriors have great potential. Some can stand out very quickly after being nurtured. Therefore, the 5 great organizations like such talent. In the Devil City, one could see some old monsters who had cultivated for millions or even tens of millions of years. Fortunately, their cultivation was suppressed to the Unity realm. Although they had unimaginable methods, it was still within the range of Fang Chen's acceptance. What a strange Devil City. How is it? Are you willing to join our demonic faction? The bearded man asked. Chapter 2241. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? Shua Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The middle-aged man with stubble was called Thunderhand King. He was an ordinary member of the Devil faction. There were a total of 36 branches in the entire Devil City. Although he was a heaven-opening realm martial artist, he had been heavily injured after fighting with experts from other factions. He had been cultivating in this city. Because this place was remote, almost no one would come here. Occasionally, someone would come here, but they would be killed by Thunderhand King. Therefore, after discovering Fang Chen, Thunderhand King's first choice was to capture him. You are the weakest heaven-opening realm martial artist I have ever seen. Fang Chen attacked Thunderhand King without hesitation. In the fight with the latter, Fang Chen discovered that Thunderhand King had lived for tens of thousands of years in vain. Are you sure you were a heaven's pride of northern profound sky 10,000 years ago? Fang Chen carefully stared at Thunderhand King. He didn't feel like it at all. Any heaven's pride had pride in their heart. They were unwilling to be under others. And Thunderhand King didn't have any sharpness. Thunderhand King sighed. You just entered Devil City. You don't know anything. What are the geniuses of the outside world? So what if they are monstrous? They are all old monsters who have cultivated for millions of years. Just their comprehension of the martial Tao is enough to kill all geniuses. When I first entered, I was like you, a hothead and very arrogant. But time has smoothed out my arrogance. After entering the Devil faction, I cultivated for 10,000 years and finally stepped into the heaven-opening realm. Thunderhand King said, my goal is the Absolute Saint realm. When my martial Tao comprehension reaches the Absolute Saint realm, Devil City will open, and I will leave. Although one's realm was suppressed in Devil City, martial Tao comprehension wasn't suppressed. However, one's comprehension of martial arts would not be suppressed. The higher one's comprehension, the stronger one would be. Once one's martial Tao comprehension reached the Absolute Saint realm, after leaving Devil City and coming into contact with the outside world's law baptism, one's cultivation would rise from Unity realm to Absolute Saint realm. There are too many monstrous geniuses in Devil City. When you see them, you will know what despair is. Thunderhand King said. Clearly, Fang Chen had just entered Devil City and couldn't understand. After talking with Thunderhand Wang for a while, He felt that this person's nature was not bad. With a thought, Fang Chen directly removed the illusory formation. "Brother, what's your name?" Thunderhand King asked. Dongxian Heaven, Fang Chen of the Limitless Sword Sect. "So you're a disciple of Dongxian Heaven. No wonder your sword Dao divine arts are so exquisite." Thunderhand King chuckled. "I was once saved by an expert of the Limitless Sword Sect in the Demon City. Our meeting can be considered fate. I'll remind you to raise your comprehension of the martial Dao to the heaven-opening realm as quickly as possible. Otherwise, you'll find it hard to move around in Demon City. By the way, you can pay attention to the Demon God list when you have time," Thunderhand King said. "What is the Demon God list?" The Demon God ranking is a ranking created by many experts in Demon City. It's used to measure the strength of a cultivator. There are only 100 names on this list. Those who can make it onto the Demon God list are all very strong. At least, their martial Dao comprehension has reached the Saint Realm, Thunderhand King said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed. The experts on the Demon God list had martial Dao comprehension at least at the Saint Realm? It's said that the top 10 experts on the Demon God list have martial Dao comprehension beyond the level of pure Sky God, Thunderhand King said solemnly. Fang Chen's heart trembled. For the first time, he began to seriously examine Demon City. He knew that the sword master of the outer sect of the Wuji sword sect was a true absolute saint. It was said that he had already reached the final step of the sale. And Jian Wuji was even stronger. He had already surpassed the level of pure Sky God. Unexpectedly, there was such a monster in this small demon city. Even if this person only had martial Dao comprehension, he could easily kill him, right? Thinking of this, Fang Chen fell into silence. Suddenly, a sinister laugh came from outside the city. "Let's go," Thunderhand King urged. "Thunderhand King, I didn't expect you to hide in such a remote place." However, before Fang Chen took action, a black-robed middle-aged man appeared in the city. Thunderhand King was helpless. Knowing that he couldn't escape, he directly faced the black-robed middle-aged man. "Blackhorn King, do you really want to go against our Demon God branch?" Thunderhand King said coldly. Opposite him, Blackhorn King sneered. "Thunderhand King, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Even if I kill you, the Demon God branch won't avenge you, right?" "You," Thunderhand King clenched his fists, exuding a cold, killing intent. Not long ago, he was injured in the battle with Blackhorn King. That was why he was trapped by Fang Chen. He had hidden himself very well, but he was still discovered by Blackhorn King. "What? Found a helper?" Blackhorn King's gaze swept over Fang Chen and sneered. Fang Chen quietly paid attention to Blackhorn King. The latter's aura seemed to be stronger than Thunderhand King. "No matter how many helpers you find, it's useless." As soon as Blackhorn King's voice fell, his figure flickered and directly appeared in front of Thunderhand King. Xiao! 2 hard horns appeared on his forehead, directly colliding with Thunderhand King and Fang Chen. "Be careful of his horns!" Thunderhand King exclaimed, exerting all his strength to block Blackhorn King's hard horns. However, at this time, Blackhorn King's other horn fiercely collided with Fang Chen's body. Thunderhand King's face was filled with helplessness and regret. After the violent power invaded Fang Chen's body, not only did it not destroy his body, it was absorbed by the fist-sized divine spring. What's going on? Fang Chen was puzzled. Although Blackhorn King's attack couldn't kill him, it wasn't easy for him to block it. While Fang Chen was pondering, Blackhorn King's figure flashed and retreated far away, looking at Fang Chen in shock. "Kid, who are you?" Blackhorn King asked with a deep voice. His eyes flashed with a trace of fear. Thunderhand King was worrying about how to deal with Blackhorn King. Seeing this scene, he was slightly stunned. Fang Chen remained silent, still pondering. The Blackhorn King became even more anxious when he saw this. Could it be an expert from the Devil God branch? Black Horn King thought inwardly, but the aura on his body is very weak. Could it be that he is deliberately hiding it? The more he thought, the more he felt something was wrong. Looking at Thunder Hand King's expression, Black Horn King cursed inwardly. Thunder Hand King, I will definitely take revenge for this. Saying this, Black Horn King's figure flashed and left this city. After Black Horn King left, Thunder Hand King walked to Fong Chen's side in astonishment. Brat, why is Black Horn King so afraid of you? Thunder Hand King asked. Fong Chen shook his head. He seemed to have discovered something. The divine spring can absorb the energy of Black Horn King? Is this a coincidence or normal? Fong Chen rapidly pondered in his mind. Ever since he broke through to the Unity Realm, he always felt that his divine spring was very different. Thunder Hand King, attack my body with all your strength, Fong Chen suddenly said. Are you out of your mind? Thunder Hand King said. Hurry up, Fong Chen urged. Seeing Fong Chen's serious expression, Thunder Hand King growled and punched at Fong Chen's body. Immediately, the wild energy was absorbed by the divine spring. A trace of ripple appeared in the divine spring. After a moment, the divine spring spat out a trace of pure energy that spread to every part of Fong Chen's body. And at this moment, Thunder Hand King's body was constantly retreating. He stared at Fong Chen with wide eyes. What exactly is in your body? How can it absorb my energy? Thunder Hand King exclaimed. At this moment, Fong Chen's face revealed a trace of a smile. Not only was his divine spring much bigger than others' divine springs, but it was also unaffected by the laws of the world in Devil City. It could even absorb the energy of others. Doesn't this mean that the energy of others will be absorbed by the divine spring when they attack my body? After being purified, it will be absorbed by my body? Thinking of this, Fong Chen's heart was filled with joy. He finally knew why the innate divine runes of order were the top in the entire primal chaos void. The innate divine runes of order are naturally born in the primal chaos void. Although the laws of the world in Devil City are different from the outside world, they can't affect the innate divine runes of order that have been baptized by the supreme laws of the primal chaos void. Fong Chen thought inwardly. Thinking of this, it could also explain the powerful ability of the divine spring. Formidable, really too formidable. Thunder Hand King gave Fong Chen a thumbs up. Chapter 2242. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? Shua.net provides you with wonderful novels to read. At this moment, Fong Chen was ecstatic. The benefits brought by the innate divine marks of order were too great. Especially after entering the Devil City, it was even more obvious. Everyone's cultivation was suppressed in the Devil City, so the level of comprehension of the martial Tao determined the strength of the person. With Fong Chen's current comprehension of the martial Tao, he was at most at the peak of the Unity Realm. If it was in the outside world, he wouldn't be able to fight against a heaven-opening realm martial artist. But here, he could easily defeat a heaven-opening realm martial artist. Looking inwardly at his fist-sized divine spring, Fong Chen's eyes emitted a dazzling light. With such a miraculous divine spring, would he still have to worry about not being able to establish himself in the Devil City? Although he definitely wouldn't be able to fight against an earth-opening realm or absolute saint expert in a short time, at least he had the power to protect himself. Facing Thunder Hand King's praise, Fong Chen only lightly shook his head. The splendor of the Devil City didn't stop here. His gaze landed on Thunder Hand King. The latter had after all cultivated in the Devil City for tens of thousands of years and knew a lot about the Devil City. Do you know if there are any inheritance treasures in the Devil City? Fong Chen asked. If it's inheritance treasures, I do know a little, but that area is occupied by the Celestial Eye Palace. One could see that Thunder Hand King's face had a trace of difficulty. Although he was a member of the Devil Celestial branch, he was after all an ordinary member. Even if he died, the Devil's celestial branch wouldn't stand up for him. And the area he knew was occupied by the Celestial Eye Palace. With his strength alone, he naturally didn't dare to go there. Celestial Eye Palace? Is it very strong? Fang Chen asked. It's said that the palace master of the Celestial Eye Palace has already reached the late stage of the heaven-opening realm. He has a dozen heaven-opening realm martial artists under him. It can be considered a considerable force. Thunder Hand King said. A force of a dozen people was already considered not bad. It was much stronger than Fang Chen's solo force. Demon City on a desolate plain. Fang Chen and Thunderhand Wang walked side by side. Ever since Fang Chen displayed his absolute strength, Thunderhand Wang's admiration for Fang Chen couldn't be any greater. Knowing that Fang Chen needed a martial artist who understood the Demon City to lead the way, Thunderhand Wang naturally volunteered himself. In the Celestial Eye Palace, other than the Palace Master and the demonic disciple Celestial Eye, there is nothing to be afraid of. There is still a chance to defeat them one by one. Fang Chen said to himself. However, what the two of them did not know was that they had already been targeted. In the dark, there were three figures staring at Fang Chen and Thunderhand Wang. Why does that person feel a bit like Demon God Branch's Thunderhand Wang? One of the black-robed martial artists asked. Yes, I think so too. That brat beside Thunderhand Wang looks very unfamiliar. I wonder who he is? Are you a newcomer? After discussing among themselves, the three of them decided to make a move. Ho ho ho! Just as Thunderhand Wang and Fang Chen were moving forward, three figures suddenly appeared in front of them. Suppress. The three of them joined forces to attack, and a wild attacking power instantly spread out. Not good, it's the people of Celestial Eye Palace. Thunderhand King shouted inwardly, not good, and instantly tangled with one of them. People of Celestial Eye Palace? Fang Chen sneered in his heart, staring at the two people in front of him. According to Thunderhand Wang, the people of Celestial Eye Palace were all experts in Soul Dao attack. Their Soul Dao power is not strong. Fang Chen said to himself. Immediately, he used the innate soul reversal technique. The innate soul reversal technique that had reached the second level was very powerful. The terrifying Soul Dao power condensed into a long sword in the sky, incomparably terrifying. A love go little say W Chu Xiu. Under Fang Chen's control, the long sword suddenly shot towards one of them. At the same time, Fang Chen stomped his foot, and the star-hidden sword suddenly slashed out. The powerful traceless sword art was instantly displayed. 1 against 2. Seeing this scene, even Thunderhand Wang was a little dazed. Boom! No matter how the opponent's attack fell on his body, the huge divine spring instantly absorbed the power. At the same time, the traceless sword art had quietly pierced into the body of the black-robed warrior. Poochie! With a loud sound, the black-robed warrior's body directly exploded, and his flesh and blood were badly mutilated. His body flew out heavily, and fell to the ground, vomiting blood, and his face was pale. How is this possible? The black-robed warrior's heart was set off stormy waves. Dong! In the next moment, the other warrior was also forcibly defeated by Fang Chen's innate soul reversal technique. Go to hell! The two warriors looked at each other, and then attacked again. This time, they rushed to kill Fang Chen. The latter frowned slightly, and a trace of killing intent faintly emitted from his heart. Coreless sword art. With the traceless sword art as the main and the innate soul reversal technique as the support, Fang Chen could easily block the attacks of the two from the Celestial Eye Palace. After countless experiments, Fang Chen was more certain. The divine spring had no problem absorbing the power of an early-stage heaven-opening realm warrior. It would be a little uncomfortable to absorb the power of an intermediate-stage heaven-opening realm warrior. As for absorbing the power of an advanced-stage heaven-opening realm warrior, he had not encountered such a situation yet. It seemed that the divine spring was not omnipotent. It could only absorb the power of warriors with similar cultivation. There was still a big limit. However, even so, it had already helped Fang Chen a lot. Xiao. The traceless sword art was displayed again, and the transparent sword light ruthlessly pierced the black-robed warrior's head. Boom! The head shattered, and his vitality dissipated. You dare to kill someone from the Celestial Eye Palace? The other person widened his eyes, and a trace of panic flashed in his heart. He wanted to escape, but he was killed by Fang Chen's innate soul reversal technique. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, 2 heaven-opening realm martial artists were killed. The Heavenly Eye Palace martial artists fighting the Thunder Hand King were terrified. How can this person be so strong? Pung! Taking advantage of this person's carelessness, Thunder Hand King's big hand stretched out and directly crushed the latter's head. Brother, it's so refreshing to fight alongside you. Thunder Hand King walked to Fang Chen with a smile. He truly could not imagine that the latter was a genuine Unity Realm martial artist, yet he could easily kill an early-stage Heaven-opening realm martial artist. The only explanation was that this person's comprehension of the martial Tao had long surpassed the Unity realm. One could not judge a book by its cover, and the sea could not be measured with a pint pot. Perhaps this was the reason behind it. How could he know that Fang Chen was a unique warrior in the primal chaos void? The only warrior who absorbed the innate deity imprint of order had unparalleled combat power at the deity imprint realm. After stepping into the Unity realm, he became an existence that could sweep across the cosmos god realm. Only with the strange suppression of the Devil City and the help of the god Spring could he easily kill a heaven-opening realm warrior. Of course, he could not fight against him in the outside world. Let's hurry up and leave. If the people from the Celestial Eye Palace discover us, they will definitely come for revenge. Thunder Hand King reminded. Fang Chen nodded and continued following Thunder Hand King. Near the headquarters of the Celestial Eye Palace, there was a broken city. Within this city, there were 4 or 5 people currently attacking a young warrior. Brat, obediently let us capture you. Otherwise, you will definitely die. One of them coldly said. You want me to let you capture me? Dream on. Han Yuan was in a sorry state. After entering the Devil City, he had been attacked by several superpowers. Fortunately, he was able to avert danger every time. But this time, he was surrounded by several people from the Celestial Eye Palace in this city. He could not escape at all. Relying on his comprehension of the martial Tao, Han Yuan could barely survive under the attacks of several people. But he knew that as time passed, he would definitely die. Damn, am I going to die right after entering the Devil City? Han Yuan was unreconciled. He did not want to die just like this. As he fought, he retreated while thinking of a countermeasure. At this moment, Thunder Hand King and Fang Chen, who were rushing in the direction of the Celestial Eye Palace, suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Thunder Hand King asked in astonishment. Fang Chen closed his eyes. His spiritual sense immediately spread out, and he felt a familiar aura. The aura of senior disciple brother Han Yuan? Suddenly, Fang Chen opened his eyes, revealing a trace of joy. This time, of the 5 people who entered the Devil City, 2 were from the Limitless Sword sect. Other than him, there was Han Yuan. Who would have thought that he would meet Han Yuan here? Chapter 2243. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? I'll provide you with wonderful novels to read. After feeling Han Yuan's aura fluctuation, Fang Chen's face turned solemn. He used the time collapse technique and rushed towards the source of the aura. Love go little say, Chu. After a while, Fang Chen found a broken city in front of him. At the same time, he found that senior brother Han Yuan, who was besieged by the Sky Eye Palace, was somewhat powerless. Senior brother Han Yuan. Fang Chen shouted and leaped into the dilapidated city. Stop! A thunderous voice resounded through the sky. A transparent sword light suddenly appeared in front of Han Yuan and blocked the attack of the Sky Eye Palace. Then, Fong Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed Han Yuan, pulling him behind him. Senior brother Han Yuan, are you okay? Fong Chen asked. Seeing Fong Chen appear, Han Yuan was pleasantly surprised. But soon, a hint of worry appeared in his eyes. Junior brother Fong, you should leave, Han Yuan said. Fong Chen shook his head. Han Yuan was good to him, and even gave him the demonic dragon body refinement technique. How could he leave him in the lurch? Huff, huff. At this moment, Thunder Hand Wang also rushed over, panting. Brother Fong, what are you doing? He looked at Fong Chen and asked. Humph, I was wondering who it was. So it's the Demon God branch. The members of the Sky Eye Palace were relieved after seeing Thunder Hand Wang. Their faces were filled with mockery, looking down on Thunder Hand Wang. Thunder Hand Wang, why are you not in the Demon God branch, but in our Sky Eye Palace's territory? One of them said coldly. That kid must be from your Demon God branch, right? How dare he be so arrogant in our Sky Eye Palace's territory? Is he courting death? Several people from the Celestial Eye Palace walked over in a threatening manner. For a moment, Thunder Hand Wang was in a dilemma. He's my senior brother. Fong Chen gently patted Han Yuan's shoulder. He took a step forward and stared at the people from the Sky Eye Palace. So what if he's your senior brother? They've offended my Celestial Eye Palace, so they're dead for sure. That's right. No one can save him. Don't think that just because you are from the Demon Celestial branch, my Celestial Eye Palace is afraid of you. The people of the Sky Eye Palace didn't even put Fong Chen in their eyes as they shouted arrogantly. Hearing this, Fong Chen frowned. He glanced at Thunder Hand King beside him. The latter's face was filled with helplessness. At the same time, he was also hinting at him with his eyes, telling him not to act rashly. Voila! With a thought from Fong Chen, a strong hallucinogenic aura instantly spread out. In the next moment, he unleashed a powerful piercing heaven formation. After layers of layers, the power of the illusion was raised to the maximum, trapping the people from the Celestial Eye Palace within. Do it, Fong Chen said. By the time Thunder Hand King reacted, Fong Chen had already rushed into the illusory realm. Holding the hidden star sword, he killed one of them. Fuck them! Thunder Hand Wang roared. His eyes were scarlet as he rushed into the illusion and started a massacre. Poochie! These people weren't too strong. As for Fong Chen, they weren't much of a threat. Soon, he used the illusion and the divine spring to kill all of them. Huff! Thunder Hand Wang gasped for breath as he turned his head to look at Fong Chen. Brother Fong, what you are doing is too dangerous, Thunder Hand Wang warned in a low voice. The palace master of the Celestial Eye Palace is very strong. It's said that he has already reached the late stage of the heaven-opening realm. If you are targeted by him, only death awaits you. Fong Chen's face was calm as he ignored Thunder Hand Wang's warning. Senior disciple Brother Han Yuan, why are you here? Fong Chen asked. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Han Yuan sat on the ground and said while gasping for breath, Junior disciple Brother Fong, you don't know. After I entered the Devil City, I was separated from the others. I heard a piece of news saying that there is a tomb near the territory of the Celestial Eye Palace. Only Unity Realm experts can enter it. Hence, I wanted to go in and take a look. Who would have thought that I would meet people from the Celestial Eye Palace on the way? They forced me to join the Celestial Eye Palace. I didn't agree and was chased after. Fortunately, Junior disciple Brother Fong appeared. Han Yuan rejoiced. If not for Fong Chen saving him, he would have died here. Tomb? Only Unity Realm experts can enter it? Fong Chen frowned as he pondered rapidly. The Devil City had existed for too long. The martial artists here had basically reached the turbid deity level in their comprehension of the martial Tao. As for Unity Realm experts, there were only some disciples who had just entered. Do you know? Fong Chen turned to Thunder Hand King and asked. The latter nodded. Of course I know. This tomb is very famous. It once belonged to an absolute sage expert. It is said that there is a divine spring bead in this tomb. Activating this bead can resist the invasion of the laws of the world in the Devil City for a short period of time. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. Waves of shock rose within him. Divine spring bead? Fang Chen opened his eyes wide as he stared at Thunderhand King. Resisting the invasion of the laws of the world in the Devil City for a short period of time? What did this mean? This meant that as long as one could obtain the divine spring bead, they would be able to unleash their true realm and true strength. The divine spring bead is too precious. It is condensed by the heavenly spring master with his life's effort. Every martial artist who enters the Devil City hopes to obtain the divine spring bead. But it's a pity that the tomb of the heavenly spring master has a powerful restriction. If one's martial Dao level exceeds the unity realm, they would not be able to get close at all. This can be considered as giving a chance to weaker martial artists. Thunderhand King continued. According to what you said, the reason why the various superpowers in the Devil City are fighting for newcomers is also because of the tomb of the heavenly spring master? Fang Chen asked. Thunderhand King nodded. Previously, Fang Chen did not ask, and he did not say anything. So that's the case. Fang Chen nodded. A strange smile appeared on his face. Where is the tomb of the heavenly spring master? Fang Chen asked. It is in the territory of the Heaven's Eye Palace. Every time the Devil City opens, the tomb of the heavenly spring master will automatically open for a period of time. Any Unity Realm expert can enter it. Thunderhand King said. Bring us there. Fang Chen said. After a short rest, Thunderhand King brought Fang Chen and Han Yuan towards the tomb of the heavenly spring master. Fang Chen would naturally not miss such a good opportunity. In the tomb of the heavenly spring master, there was not just the divine spring bead. There were other inheritance supreme treasures. Many superpowers had their eyes on the heavenly spring master. It's a pity that only Unity Realm experts could enter. Hoo. After a few hours, Fang Chen and the other two arrived before the tomb of the heavenly spring master. It was a desolate place with no signs of life. There was a tombstone above the tomb with the words Tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master written on it. In front of the tomb there was a pitch-black cave. It seemed simple, but in reality it had a powerful restriction. The cave is shrinking. It is about to close. Thunderhand King reminded. Should we enter directly? Fang Chen asked. He was slightly uncertain. What if the tomb of the heavenly spring master was not as what Thunderhand King said? After all, he had not known Thunderhand King for a long time. He did not dare to believe the latter easily. Junior disciple Brother Fang, the news I obtained is roughly the same as what Thunderhand King said. The tomb of the heavenly spring master is actually giving some Unity Realm experts who just entered the Devil City a chance to compete. Han Yuan slowly said, In the Devil City, there are many old monsters who have cultivated for millions of years. Their comprehension of the martial Dao is not something we can compare with. If it is open to the public, we won't have any chance. It is precisely because of the powerful restriction that it can prevent others from entering. Only us Unity Realm experts can enter. Hearing this, Fang Chen lightly nodded. All right, then let's enter now, Fang Chen said. Han Yuan nodded. The two of them entered the pitch-black cave. Seeing this, Thunderhand King's eyes flickered. I have a feeling that this fellow Fang Chen will most likely get the divine spring bead. He had not interacted with Fang Chen for a long time, but Thunderhand King felt that he could not see through this brat. Hong Long. Just as Fang Chen and Han Yuan entered the tomb of the heavenly spring master, the pitch-black cave disappeared. The tomb of the heavenly spring master regained its tranquility. Seeing this, Thunderhand King shook his head and turned to leave. In a short period there would definitely be no one coming here. When the tomb of the heavenly spring master opened, experts from various superpowers would definitely come. I hope you can give me a pleasant surprise at that time. Thunder Hand King thought. But after Thunder Hand King left, a ripple appeared in the void. Closely following that, a black dot shot into the crack that had yet to close. Voila! Chapter 2244. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. The layout of the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master was very strange. Is this the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master? Fang Chen looked around and asked softly. Han Yuan nodded. They were in a pitch-black palace, surrounded by walls made of thick and heavy rocks. There's a stone door here. Fang Chen found a stone door on the wall. The two gently pushed open the stone door. Suddenly, a vicissitude aura rushed towards them. Then, the two were stunned. Is this a maze? Fang Chen had a better understanding of illusions. He could see that the gray mist in front of him was a huge maze. This maze should be a test. We have to pass through it to get the inheritance treasure and the divine spring pearl, Han Yuan said. The two of them looked at each other, then resolutely stepped into the labyrinth. The maze was very large. After entering, Fang Chen felt that his senses were greatly affected. He could only rely on his understanding of illusions to advance with great difficulty. Somewhere in the maze, a figure sat cross-legged. 2 rays of saber light flashed in his eyes. His gaze was sharp. The inheritance of a saber Dao expert. Wait until I fully accept it. I'll cut you into pieces. This person was the saber demon of the divine saber sect. Ever since Fang Chen chased after him in the territory of the divine saber sect, he swore to tear off Fang Chen's head with his own hands. After entering the demon city, he found out about the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master. Soon, he found this place. He didn't know what kind of luck he had, but he found the inheritance left behind by a saber Dao expert when he was randomly exploring the maze. The saber demon was a saber Dao genius, so he accepted the saber Dao inheritance very quickly. In just 3 days, he fully accepted the saber Dao inheritance. Dong! The divine spring in his body vibrated. His cultivation reached the peak of the unity realm in one go. Crack! He clenched his fists, and the sound of his bones cracking could be heard. The saber demon regained his former pride and confidence. His face was calm, but a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Isn't it just absorbing the innate order divine print? What's so great about that? The blade demon sneered. Thinking back to how Fang Chen had once flaunted his strength in front of him, he felt really annoyed. However, he also knew that if he wanted to kill Fang Chen, he would have to wait until he left the tomb of the Sky Spring Master. The most important thing now was to find the divine spring pearl. After finding Fang Chen, the saber demon's figure flashed, leaving behind afterimages as it quickly rushed into the depths of the maze. At this moment, opposite the saber demon, Fang Chen and Han Yuan were slowly walking over. Junior brother Fang, I didn't expect you to be so skilled in illusions. After walking for about an hour, Han Yuan's admiration for Fang Chen was at its peak. Previously, he had always thought that Fang Chen was only talented in the martial way and the soul way. But now, seeing that he was able to navigate the maze with ease, her heart could not calm down. I've only dabbled in it. Fang Chen chuckled and said modestly. At this moment, he suddenly sensed an aura approaching. Someone is approaching. Fang Chen suddenly stretched out his hand, indicating for Han Yuan to stop. I wonder if it's a martial artist from my Eastern Profound Heaven or one of the other 3 Profound Heavens, Han Yuan thought. Only Unity Realm martial artists could enter the tomb of the Sky Spring Master. Needless to say, the 20 martial artists from the 4 Profound Heavens had all entered the tomb. Be careful, Fang Chen said in a low voice. After all, this was a maze with layers of fog. Fang Chen did not dare to be careless. Dang dang dang. Fang Chen led Han Yuan forward cautiously. Soon, he saw the person who came. There's someone ahead? The saber demon also discovered Fang Chen and Han Yuan, and said in a low voice. However, when they approached, the saber demon's eyes revealed a cold, killing intent. "It seems that even the heavens want me to take revenge," the saber demon said eerily as it stared at Fang Chen with its pitch-black eyes. The surroundings of the maze were filled with dense fog. Only in this area did the fog gradually recede. The three looked at each other. The atmosphere was very heavy. "Saber demon," Han Yuan said after discovering the saber demon. "Fang Chen, do you still remember what I said before?" The saber demon said. "I don't remember," Fang Chen said calmly. "You," the saber demon said angrily, "are you pretending to be calm? When you were in the territory of the Saber God sect, did you think that this day would come?" Fang Chen shook his head. "I really did not think that this day would come." He thought that he would kill the saber demon that day. Who would have thought that it would be delayed until today? "Since the heavens let me meet you, you can die now." The saber demon's aura shook. A violent saber Dao aura instantly spread out. A saber suddenly appeared in his hand. With a shake of his wrist, saber shadows were left in the void. "Junior brother Fang." Han Yuan was worried and reminded him. "Leave it to me," Fang Chen said. He had always thought that Bai Qingqing's death was related to the saber demon. If the sect leader of the Saber God sect had not appeared at the crucial moment, the saber demon would have died. God-slaying saber. The demon in the blade let out a low roar. The saber in his hand suddenly slashed out, bringing with it an earth-shattering power. The God-slaying saber was the ultimate skill that he had just obtained from the Saber Dao inheritance. The saber demon used such a killer move right from the start. It was enough to see how much the saber demon hated Fang Chen. Too weak. Fang Chen stood calmly in the maze. He activated the thousand-sword body and raised his defense to the maximum. Seeing that the saber demon's saber was about to touch his body, the saber demon's saber suddenly moved. The hidden star sword was suddenly brandished and the fourth move of the traceless swordsmanship was displayed. The saber and the sword collided fiercely. Buzz. The star-concealing sword's devouring attribute was instantly released. A strong devouring force covered the saber demon's saber. Boom! The terrifying force exploded when the saber and saber collided. The saber demon realized that a strong force came from the saber and forced him to retreat. No, the saber demon looked at the scene in disbelief. He could not accept the reality in front of him. He had obtained the Saber Dao inheritance and cultivated the god-slaying saber. Why was the outcome still the same? Crack! A crack appeared on the saber demon's saber. The star-concealing sword took the opportunity to launch a strong attack. Soon, the violent sword chi drowned the saber. As time passed, despair flashed across the saber demon's eyes. Run! However, the saber demon did not give up. In a flash, he escaped into the depths of the maze. This was a maze. As long as he escaped, no matter how strong Fang Chen was, he would not be able to find him. Trying to escape? Fang Chen sneered. He held the star-concealing sword in his hand and waved it. Immediately, the broken saber shot out with a whistling sound. It carried a power that caused people to tremble as it shot towards the saber demon. Damn it! Sensing the terrifying force behind him, the saber demon cursed in his heart. At the same time, he tried his best to control the saber, but to no avail. Poochie! In the end, the saber demon resisted with all his might and barely dodged the attack. However, he also paid the price of an arm. Blood flowed out from the broken arm. The saber demon stared at Fang Chen ferociously. The gap was too big. The saber demon's confidence was gone at this moment. He was beaten black and blue by Fang Chen. I don't believe it. Until now, the saber demon could not accept this reality. What else do you have to say? Fang Chen asked. The saber demon shook his head. He did not want to give up. Where there is life, there is hope. Thinking of this, the saber demon's aura fluctuated. He pretended to attack, but he was actually trying to escape. However, his plan was seen through by Fang Chen. Pucci. The saber demon's other arm was also chopped off by Fang Chen. However, after paying such a price, the saber demon managed to escape a distance away. I can't die, the saber demon said to himself. He was relying on his belief to survive. Chen Fan? Just when the saber demon felt that Fang Chen was about to catch up, he saw Chen Fan. Brother Chen Fan. The saber demon shouted and instantly appeared in front of Chen Fan. The latter was looking for the exit of the maze. When he saw the saber demon covered in blood, he was surprised. Why are you like this? Chen Fan asked. Chapter 2245. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Meeting Chen Fan was a pleasant surprise. If it were before this, the Blade Demon wouldn't even look at Chen Fan. In his opinion, Chen Fan was just a dark horse. A dark horse would always be a dark horse. He couldn't be compared to the top disciples of the three sects. But now, he grasped at this life-saving straw. As long as he gave enough temptation, Chen Fan would definitely take action. As long as he could make some time for himself, he would be able to escape unscathed. Brother Blade. Seeing the Blade Demon in such a sorry state, Chen Fan was a little stunned. However, he quickly understood. Han Yuan and Fang Chen were rushing over at top speed. The two of them are too despicable. They ambushed me. Brother Chen Fan, I hope you can help. If you turn a blind eye after they kill me, their next target will be you, the Blade Demon said. Chen Fan's eyes flickered. He originally didn't want to agree. But suddenly, his body trembled and a sly smile appeared on his face. It was as if he had become a different person. Brother Blade, don't worry. How can I turn a blind eye? Chen Fan said. With Chen Fan's words, the Blade Demon heaved a sigh of relief. Brother Fang, we meet again. Fang Chen and Han Yuan stopped and looked at Chen Fan. The latter's face was full of smiles, as if he had met an old friend he hadn't seen for many years. You want to help the Blade Demon? Fang Chen asked. We are all from Dongxian Heaven. We can help each other. Why should we kill each other? Chen Fan smiled. Other than the 5 from Dongxian Heaven, there are also martial artists from the other 3 heavens who entered the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord. Shouldn't we join forces to fight the other 3 heavens' martial artists? Looking at Chen Fan's half-smile, Fang Chen frowned. Chen Fan, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, Han Yuan said. If the one who lost was Fang Chen, the Blade Demon wouldn't have shown mercy, right? Oh? I like to meddle in other people's business. A dagger suddenly appeared in Chen Fan's hand. He played with the dagger as he spoke calmly. Step by step, Fang Chen walked towards the Blade Demon. Seeing this, Chen Fan's face darkened. Swish! Chen Fan flicked his wrist, and the dagger in his hand instantly pierced through the void and appeared in front of Fang Chen. Ding! However, to his surprise, Fang Chen did not panic at all. He extended his fingers and easily caught the dagger between his fingers. You want to stop me with this little thing? Fang Chen's fingers loosened, and the dagger fell to the ground as he spoke indifferently. Seeing this, Chen Fan's expression changed. Looks like my guess was right. You are the one who hides the deepest among the 5 of us. Chen Fan licked his dry lips and said with a grin, I, Chen Fan, would like to have a taste of your skills. I hope you won't regret it later. Fang Chen did not waste any more time and performed the traceless sword principle. Terrifying sword lights came one after another like waves, forming a super strong attack in the maze. How could this be? After feeling the power of the traceless sword principle, Chen Fan's face turned completely gloomy. My strength has increased so much after breaking through to the Unity Realm? Originally, Chen Fan thought that he was strong enough to compete with Fang Chen, but now it seemed that he was still lacking. Buzz! Chen Fan's body trembled as he tried to let the evil energy in his body possess him. But soon, his expression changed and he retreated to the side of the Blade Demon. Swish! Chen Fan flicked his wrist and an evil light burst out, shrouding Fong Chen and Han Yuan. Love go little say, network let's go. Chen Fan pulled the blade demon's sleeve and disappeared in the maze. Boom. After Fong Chen and Han Yuan worked together to break the evil light, they found that Chen Fan was nowhere to be found. Chen Fan's aura is very strange, Fong Chen said with a frown. During Dongshuan's grand gathering, he had felt an evil aura on Chen Fan. At that time, he was not sure, but now he finally understood. There seems to be a very strong force hidden in his body, Fong Chen said to himself. I didn't expect Chen Fan to be hiding his strength as well, Han Yuan said. With his potential, he shouldn't be in a small sect like the Dragon Demon sect. The maze was winding and winding. It was still difficult to meet other people here. In a corner shrouded in fog, Chen Fan tossed the blade demon to the ground and sat down on the ground. Brother Chen Fan, thank you for your help. The blade demon's injuries were now under control. It cupped its fists and thanked Chen Fan. No need to thank me. I saved you for myself, Chen Fan said meaningfully. Fong Chen, that scoundrel, didn't take us seriously because he absorbed the innate divine sigil of order. We can't let him continue to grow, or we'll all die at his hands. After this battle, the blade demon thought that it and Chen Fan were on the same side. Chen Fan nodded, a complicated look flashing in his eyes. He ignored the blade demon and talked to the voice in his body. Why didn't you let me use your power to kill Fong Chen? Chen Fan asked. He had already wanted to kill Fong Chen and was about to borrow the latter's power, but he was stopped. You idiot, you're too weak. You can't withstand my strongest power. Even if you borrow my power in a hurry, you won't be able to fully unleash it. In the end, you'll only let it escape and discover my existence. An evil voice sounded. Then, absorb the blade demon's power first, then plan. Don't worry, I'll help you dominate the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord, the voice continued. After a short conversation, Chen Fan turned to look at the blade demon. The latter was sitting cross-legged and treating its injuries. It was not on guard against Chen Fan. Seeing this, Chen Fan shook his head. So what if he was a disciple of a top sect? So what if he was a genius? In the end, he would still die at his own hands. I, Chen Fan, will use my majestic light to cover all the geniuses in Shuexing. Chen Fan's ambition was great. He had been hiding in the Dragon Demon sect for this day. Through Dongshuan's grand meet, he would get the chance to enter the demon city and then use the evil power in his body to climb to the top of the younger generation. Absorb it quickly. The urging voice came from within his body. Chen Fan nodded, then slowly placed his hands on the blade demon's back. Immediately, a violent power poured into the blade demon's body. The blade demon, who was healing, smiled gratefully when it saw this. I will never forget Brother Chen Fan's kindness, the blade demon said in a low voice. However, a moment later, the blade demon's face was filled with fear. Its face was ferocious as it roared at the sky, struggling. You, the blade demon roared angrily. It felt the power Chen Fan had poured into its body was destroying its organs and absorbing its divine spring at the same time. What are you doing? I said that I saved you to help myself. Chen Fan said faintly, as if he had expected the blade demon's reaction. You despicable person. The blade demon roared furiously, struggling with all its might. However, when the evil aura invaded its body, the blade demon's eyes widened as it looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. However, it didn't have the chance to finish its words. In an instant, his divine spring was forcibly extracted by Chen Fan and refined. With the divine spring dug out, the blade demon's life was cut off, and its body turned into a skeleton. Bang! Chen Fan removed his hands, and the blade demon's corpse fell to the ground. The blade demon's mad screams could be heard in the air. It was unwilling. Not even in its dreams would it have thought that it would die at the hands of a dark horse that didn't even want to look at it. Buzz. Soon, Chen Fan had completely refined the divine spring of the blade demon, and his aura surged. His complexion looked much better. Phew! Chen Fan was very excited as he let out a breath. Not bad, not bad. After devouring a few more divine springs, your martial arts will reach the heaven-opening realm. At that time, no one will be able to compete with you for the divine spring pearl. After you get the divine spring pearl, you will sweep through the entire tomb of the heavenly spring master, the evil voice said again. Chen Fan clenched his fists, feeling very excited. Chapter 2246. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The Blade Demon had been rescued by Chen Fan. This was something unexpected. However, Fang Chen didn't take it to heart. As long as they were still in the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord, they would meet again one day. When that time came, he would deal with them together. However, after this incident, Fang Chen felt that there was something strange about Chen Fan. The next time we meet, I must take a good look at him, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Junior brother Fang, Chen Fan's strength is really beyond our expectations. Han Yuan curled his lips. Why do you think he is willing to stay in the Dragon Demon sect if his potential is so great? Or does the Dragon Demon sect have some kind of powerful secret technique that can nurture a monstrous genius like Chen Fan? Fang Chen shook his head. His pitch-black eyes pierced through the fog and looked into the distance. I think that Chen Fan must have some unknown secret. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen and Han Yuan continued forward. The maze was very large, and it would take some time to completely get out. Fang Chen wasn't in a hurry. He patiently analyzed the maze's trajectory. Fang Chen, who had calmed down, was able to solve the maze much faster. Half a month later, Fang Chen and Han Yuan appeared under a towering tree. There was nothing special about this towering tree, but it made Fang Chen very happy. If my guess is right, we should be at the center of the maze, Fang Chen said. Doesn't that mean that the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Lord is very likely here? Han Yuan asked hurriedly. Fang Chen nodded. Let's look around. After searching near the towering tree for 13 days, the Western Mysterious Heaven cultivators arrived. Someone actually came one step ahead of us. The 5 martialists from the Western Mysterious Sky were all gathered together. The leader of the group had a faint expression on his face. Soon, the 5 Western Mysterious Heaven cultivators arrived in front of Fang Chen and Han Yuan. A disciple of Dongxian Heaven's limitless sword sect? The leader had golden hair and held a golden spear in his hand, as he asked coldly. Han Yuan secretly paid attention to the golden-haired man and cursed inwardly. If his guess was right, these 5 people should be disciples of the Western Mysterious Heavenly Spear sect. The Western Profound Heaven was not like the Eastern Profound Heaven, which was divided among the top 3 sects. The Divine Spear sect was the most powerful sect in the Western Mysterious Sky, so all 5 spots had been taken by their disciples. The 5 of them used a unique secret technique to communicate with each other, then gathered together to explore the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord. A disciple of the Western Mysterious Heavenly Spear sect? Han Yuan asked. Han Wan, long time no see. The martialist in brown clothes behind the golden-haired martialist grinned. Back then, I went to Dongxian Heaven alone and was defeated by you. I still can't forget it. Since we've met here, let's have a rematch. As he spoke, the brown-clothed martial artist walked to the side of the clearing. A long spear appeared in his hand as he stared at Han Yuan. What? You're the strongest disciple of the Limitless Sword sect. You don't dare to accept my challenge? He-Bo, we're here for the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Lord. It's not a good time to fight, Han Yuan said. T. I still remember the battle back then. If you don't accept my challenge, don't blame me for being rude, He-Bo scolded. Ever since he was defeated by Han Yuan, it had become his inner demon. Han Yuan, if you're a man, accept my junior brother's challenge, the golden-haired martialist said. Seeing this, Han Yuan had no choice but to accept the challenge. Swoosh. Seeing Han Yuan walk over, He Bo thrust his long spear forward. Suddenly, the void shattered. The spearhead carried a vast power, forming a vortex and thrusting toward Han Yuan. Bang! 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 Han Yuan used the limitless sword sex secret technique. Streaks of sword light collided with the spearhead. The two of them instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Fang Chen frowned. He could feel that his senior brother Han Yuan was about to lose. Sure enough, just as he had this thought, the long spear thrust forward. Han Yuan was shocked to find that he couldn't dodge it. Ha ha ha, Han Yuan, you've lost. He Bo laughed wildly. At the same time, he increased the power of his long spear and thrust it toward Han Yuan. However, when his long spear was only 1 centimeter away from Han Yuan, no matter how hard he tried, the long spear couldn't move forward. He Bo saw Fang Chen standing in front of Han Yuan, holding the long spear. Senior brother Han Yuan has already lost. Why do you have to kill him? Fang Chen flicked his finger, and He Bo's long spear flew back. He Bo steadied himself, holding the long spear in his hand, and said coldly, "Boy, you're not even as good as Han Yuan. How dare you stand up for him?" Han Yuan's face was ashen. He Bo, whom he had defeated before, was now someone he had to look up to. Sigh. With a sigh, Han Yuan patted Fang Chen's shoulder. Fang Chen turned his head and smiled. Senior brother Han. Then, Fang Chen looked at He Bo again. If you lose, you have to pay the price. When I was defeated by him, I also paid a heavy price to escape, He Bo said. If you insist on protecting Han Yuan, I don't mind killing you. Senior brother Han Yuan has already lost. This battle is over, Fang Chen emphasized. But I don't agree, He Bo said. Why? Are you looking down on the Divine Spear sect? Fight me one-on-one if you have the gut. Junior brother He. Suddenly, a warrior in white holding a folding fan said in a low voice, "You're no match for him." Impossible. He Bo shook his head and said in a low voice, "Just because he caught my long spear in his hand, you conclude that I'm no match for him? Senior brother Han Shi, aren't you being too presumptuous?" The warrior called Han Shi shook his head and said, "His strength is far above Han Yuan's." "Yes, you're no match for him," the golden-haired warrior said. Suddenly, He Bo lowered his head and did not dare to refute. Although he was very unwilling to accept this fact, the person who spoke was his senior brother, the spear dragon, and he did not dare to refute. "Boy, I'm a little itchy. Can I fight with you?" Han Shi asked. "If you lose, will we forget about senior brother Han Yuan?" Fang Chen asked. "Of course," Han Shi said with a smile. "Okay, I'll fight with you," Fang Chen said. Buzz. A strong wind blew. The battle was about to begin. Han Shi was the first to attack. He opened the folding fan in his hand and small darts shot out quickly. Dang! Dang! Fang Chen stood quietly. He activated the myriad sword body and raised his defense to the extreme, allowing the darts to hit his body. "Is that all you've got?" Fang Chen sneered. After being mocked by Fang Chen, Han Shi was furious. He took out his long spear and performed a unique spear technique. The spear was like a dragon, and its momentum was like a rainbow. Han Shi's attack power was much stronger than He Bo's, but Fang Chen was unmoved. Too weak. Fang Chen shook his head and said, "Pretentious." Seeing this, Han Shi was furious. He stabbed his spear at Fang Chen. Crack! An unexpected scene appeared. Just like how he dealt with He Bo, Fang Chen's fingers gently caught Han Shi's long spear. Suddenly, the powerful long spear was imprisoned in mid-air. No matter how hard Han Shi tried, he could not move the long spear at all. How is this possible? Han Shi was shocked. He looked at Fang Chen, dumbfounded. Even the golden-haired martial artist was slightly stunned. "I underestimated his strength," the golden-haired martial artist said. Second senior brother could not help but attack. He stabbed his spear at Fang Chen, forcing Fang Chen back and saving Han Shi at the same time. After Han Shi stabilized his body, there was a trace of horror in his eyes. You lost. Fang Chen looked straight at Han Shi. Han Shi lowered his head and did not say a word. Your strength is beyond my expectations. If I'm not wrong, your strength is close to the heaven-opening realm, right? Spear Dragon said calmly. Fang Chen did not say anything. In fact, in his eyes, Spear Dragon was nothing. If he wanted to kill someone, no one could stop him. It was just that he wanted to find the divine spring bead, and did not want to kill at will. Senior brother Han Yuan, let's go, Fang Chen said. The two turned and prepared to leave. Stop, did I say you can leave? Spear Dragon frowned and said unhappily. Fang Chen stopped in his tracks. Without turning his head, he said, Han Shi has lost. This matter ends here. Chapter 2247. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? This is a wonderful novel for you to read. Buzz. After hearing Spear Dragon's words, Fang Chen's aura surged up to the sky. He suddenly turned around, his pitch-black pupils stared straight at Spear Dragon, and said word by word, You want to die? The disciples of Spear God sect opened their eyes wide, and looked at Fang Chen as if they were looking at an idiot. He's dead. No one has ever dared to talk to senior brother Spear Dragon like that. Ha! What a dumb donkey. Spear Dragon was shocked too, but he quickly regained his composure. Are you talking to me? Spear Dragon asked. Disciples of Spear God sect, how dare you go back on your words? Aren't you looking to die? Fang Chen's attitude suddenly changed. Initially, he did not want to fight, but Spear Dragon's attitude made him feel disgusted. He did not mind killing a few more people. Spear Dragon looked at Fang Chen carefully. He wanted to know where his courage came from. But after looking at him for a long time, he did not find anything. He shook his head and said, It's normal for a young man to be arrogant. But you shouldn't talk to me like that. Do you know what happened to all the people who spoke to me like that before you? I'm not interested to know what happened to them. I only know that you, Spear Dragon, are not even comparable to a dog in my eyes. Fang Chen said coldly. Han Yuan was a little anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Kid, how dare you insult our senior brother? Are you looking to die? You're dead. When senior brother attacks, there are no survivors. The disciples of Spear God sect were enraged and started cursing Fang Chen. Spear Dragon's face was ferocious. He was emitting a terrifying aura as he walked towards Fang Chen. Ignorant people die the quickest. Spear Dragon said, In my eyes, you're an ignorant person. But I know that you'll die before me. Fang Chen said, Are all disciples of Wuji Sword sect as arrogant as you? Are all disciples of Spear God sect like you, going back on your words and bullying others? Fang Chen asked. A love go little say, net chew for a moment, the atmosphere in the air was very tense. Spear Dragon and Fang Chen stood facing each other, secretly competing. Fang Chen was not afraid of Spear Dragon's threat. He opened his palm and the hidden star sword. Originally, I didn't want to kill anyone, but you forced me to do so, Fang Chen said. If you kneel down and kowtow now, I can consider leaving you a complete corpse, Qiao Long continued. Fang Chen shook his head. It's too late. Whoosh. As soon as his voice fell, an incredible transparent sword light suddenly burst out from the hidden star sword. At the same time, Fang Chen completely activated the holy spring in his body. Bang! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. At this moment, it was as if Fang Chen was possessed by the god of slaughter. Courting death. Seeing this, Qiao Long waved the long spear in his hand and bellowed, striking towards Fang Chen. With senior brother Spear Dragon here, this brat will definitely die. How dare a mere Wuji Sword sect challenge our Spear God sect? Let's take this opportunity to eliminate the disciples of Wuji Sword sect. Even Han Yuan doesn't dare to challenge senior brother Spear Dragon. Where did this idiot get his confidence from? Several disciples of Spear God sect ridiculed Fang Chen, thinking that the latter was trying to hit a stone with an egg. Bang! The transparent sword light pierced through the void and suddenly appeared in front of Spear Dragon. With Fang Chen's current strength, he could defeat any Unity Realm expert. What was a mere Spear Dragon to him? No matter how strong he was still a Unity Realm expert. Furthermore, he did not have an innate divine rune of order. How could he fight against Fang Chen? Die. Seeing Fang Chen's attack, Spear Dragon sneered. He wanted to see what other tricks Fang Chen had up his sleeves. However, when his long spear struck the transparent sword light, a sudden change occurred. Gotcha! The spearhead of the spear was separated from the spear body. Cracks appeared on the body of the spear body. Bang! The transparent sword light exploded. Violent energy engulfed the entire spear. Not good! Spear Dragon cried out. He immediately gave up on the spear body and retreated. Are you afraid now? Looking at Spear Dragon, Fang Chen did not hesitate and slashed out with his sword. Heaven and earth split open and the void shattered. Spear Dragon retreated from the battle. He stabilized his body and took a deep breath. His body was trembling. Too strong. At this moment, Spear Dragon looked at Fang Chen with a complicated gaze. However, before he could catch his breath, a shocking sword light directly slashed his body into two halves. Gotcha! The strongest disciple of Western Mysterious Heaven's top sect, Spear Dragon, died under the hidden star sword. Senior brother. After a short moment of shock, the four disciples of Spear God sect screamed. They could not accept the fact that someone as strong as Senior Brother Spear Dragon was killed by a nobody from Wuji Sword sect in a breath's time. Impossible. It must be an illusion. Han Shi shook his head and screamed crazily. This, Han Yuan, who was standing behind Fang Chen, was shocked. After a long while, he let out a sigh. In the Yangtze River, each new generation surpassed the previous one. Junior Brother Fang's strength had completely surpassed his. I can only catch up in the future. Han Yuan said to himself. You killed Senior Brother Spear Dragon? He Bo's eyes were bloodshot. He roared, Spear God sect will not let you go. Poochie! Another slash. He Bo fell. Han Shi and the other two quickly retreated, fearing that they would be killed by Fang Chen. Brother, it was our Divine Spear sect's fault. On behalf of the Divine Spear sect, I would like to apologize to you. Han Shi struggled for a moment before putting down his pride and begging for mercy. Get lost, Fang Chen said. He did not want to kill anyone, but Spear Dragon was too aggressive. Let's go. The three were relieved. They took the bodies of He Bo and Spear Dragon and left quickly. In their hearts, they would probably never be able to forget that Senior Brother Spear Dragon had been split into two. After the disciples left, Han Yuan said, Junior Brother Fang, have you broken through to the heaven-opening realm? Fang Chen shook his head. It's not that easy. You are indeed a genius who absorbed the innate divine rune of order. With your current strength, you can move unhindered among the cosmos god. Han Yuan said. The path of martial arts was filled with endless killing. Therefore, the death of Spear Dragon and the others was just a small interlude to Han Yuan's cultivation. Hoo. Just as Fang Chen and Han Yuan were talking, two figures suddenly appeared in front of the towering tree. Ha, this must be the center of the maze. Yes, the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Master must be here. Maybe the Divine Spring Pearl is here too. The two were in high spirits and did not notice Fang Chen and Han Yuan. Junior Brother Fang, the blue-robed man is Heng Ji from the Northern Profound Sky Arrow sect. His strength is similar to Spear Dragon. The black-robed man is Devil King Stone from the Northern Profound Sky Demon sect. Han Yuan introduced in a low voice. Fang Chen nodded. At this moment, the two noticed Fang Chen and Han Yuan. Disciples of the Eastern Profound Sky Limitless Sword sect? Heng-ji and Devil King Stone's gaze landed on Fang Chun and Han Yuan. What did the two of you discover after coming here? Heng-ji asked. Has the inheritance treasure of the Heavenly Spring Master been taken by you? If so, hand it over quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Devil King Stone said in a deep voice. It could be seen that Devil King Stone cultivated the demonic Tao. He had a twisted personality and was very vicious. On the other hand, Heng-ji was more gentle. Fang Chun spread out his hands. We did not get the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Master. Humph, how can we believe your words? Open your spatial ring and let us see. Devil King Stone said. Fang Chun frowned. What I said is true. We did not get the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Master. We are looking for it. But now, it seems that someone is helping us. Heng-ji and Devil King Stone did not understand Fang Chun's words. They frowned and looked at him. Kid, do you believe that I won't twist your head off? Devil King Stone threatened Fang Chun. I don't believe it. Fang Chun shook his head and smiled. It is indeed difficult to find the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Master with just me and senior brother Han Yuan. Why don't the two of you help us find it? If you can find it, I will definitely thank you. How about it? You want to die? Devil King Stone's temper flared. Before you, Spear Dragon from the Western Profound Sky Divine Spear Sect also said the same thing to me. But unfortunately, he did not kill me. Instead, he was cut in half by my sword. Fang Chun said calmly. Ha ha, this is the funniest joke I have ever heard. You said you cut Spear Dragon in half with a sword? Only a fool would believe that. Chapter 2248. Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second Go? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Heng-ji and Stone Devil King looked at Fang Chun coldly, as if they did not put him in their eyes. If it was Han Yuan, they might be afraid, but not to the extent of being afraid. A nobody from Eastern Profound Heaven's Limitless Sword sect actually dared to speak so arrogantly. This made Heng-ji and Stone Devil King very unhappy. Especially Stone Devil King of the Heavenly Devil sect. Devil Tao cultivators were incomparably violent, and they would fight at the slightest disagreement. Stone Devil King was very strong and had reached the limit of the Unity Realm. If he went berserk and entered a battle state, even Heng-ji would be afraid. I once tempered myself in the Western Profound Heaven and was fortunate enough to fight with Spear Dragon of the Divine Spear Sect. In the end, I lost to him by a single move. Stone Devil King waved his hand and said, Spear Dragon's potential and strength are comparable to mine. Such a martial artist was cut in half by a single sword? Do you think I will believe it? Devil Tao aura filled the air around Stone Devil King. His pitch-black eyes emitted a gloomy aura that directly locked onto Fang Chun's body. As for Heng-ji of the Arrow Sect, he was silent as he stared at Fang Chun. Brat, cultivation is not easy, and we don't want to kill you. We just want you to open your spatial ring and let us check it. Heng-ji dissuaded. Compared to losing your life, checking the spatial ring is much better, right? However, Fang Chun still shook his head. However, only Han Yuan knew that the consequences of junior brother Fang's anger were very serious. At this moment, Han Yuan stood quietly to the side, too lazy to say anything. Han Yuan, are you going to watch your junior brother die in the hands of Stone Devil King? Heng-ji said to Han Yuan after seeing Fang Chun's indifference. As long as you can kill my junior brother, I don't care. Han Yuan spread out his hands like an outsider with a helpless expression. Seeing this, Stone Devil King said angrily, In that case, there's nothing to say. Remember my name, Stone Devil King. As soon as Stone Devil King finished speaking, he opened his palms, and an extremely terrifying Devil Tao aura gathered together. Demon Dragon ascends to the heavens. Following the Stone Devil King's roar, he suddenly waved his hands and a terrifying demonic aura rapidly floated in the air. Under his control, the roar of a dragon was emitted from the demonic aura. In the next moment, the dense demonic aura turned into a huge black dragon. The black dragon's eyes exuded an aura of death. It wagged its tail and tore at the void with its claws. Junior brother Fang, this is the Stone Devil King's ultimate skill. Demonic dragon ascends to the heavens. That black dragon's mouth can spit out an extremely corrosive demonic aura, Han Yuan said. Seeing this, Heng Ji sneered. Even at this time, you still want to pretend to be calm? When the Stone Devil King kills your junior brother, let's see how you're going to stay calm. Han Yuan ignored Heng Ji's sarcasm. He only told Fang Chen about the characteristics of the demon dragon ascension. He wasn't worried about Fang Chen's safety. A weak earthworm dares to call itself a dragon? What a joke! Fang Chen stood quietly. He quietly activated the myriad sword body, and the myriad sword domain surrounded him. His pitch-black eyes stared at the black dragon in the air and sneered. You're courting death. The Stone Devil King was completely enraged. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Fang Chen was the first. Let me show you how the weak earthworm that you speak of is going to kill you. The Stone Devil King roared. He stomped his foot and stepped on the back of the black dragon. He controlled the black dragon and swooped down towards Fang Chen. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As the black dragon swooped down, it spat out a black demonic aura from its bloody mouth. However, Fang Chen stood quietly without moving. It was as if he didn't even look at the corrosive demonic aura. Hiss hiss hiss. The corrosive demonic aura rushed towards Fang Chen at lightning speed. However, just as it was about to approach Fang Chen, it was blocked by an invisible force in the void. Amen. The Stone Devil King frowned slightly when he saw this scene. Break through. The Stone Devil King angrily shouted. He continued controlling the black dragon to spew out demonic aura. The myriad sword domain has changed. Fang Chen observed the myriad sword domain seriously. He had a joyful look on his face. Ever since he broke through to the Unity Realm, he didn't use the myriad sword domain. Today, he saw a huge change. Originally, the myriad sword domain could only target the nearby sword-type weapons. But it was different now. The myriad sword domain was filled with an invisible sword Dao aura. It could isolate all auras near to Fang Chen. The demonic aura spat out by the black dragon might be corrosive, but it couldn't penetrate the seal of the myriad sword domain. Keep. Fang Chen softly said. Immediately, the myriad sword domain shrunk and finally restrained the demonic aura. Die. At this moment, the black dragon also swooped down. The black dragon opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Fang Chen's head. Just a small earthworm, Fang Chen casually said. He then lightly punched out. The black dragon couldn't dodge and got its head smashed. Purring! A deafening scream came out from the black dragon's mouth. Its head was instantly smashed apart. Its body turned into demonic aura and dissipated in the void. The Stone Devil King didn't expect such a shocking change would happen. He jumped down from the black dragon's back. An iron hammer suddenly appeared in his hand. He circulated all the strength in his body and ruthlessly swung the iron hammer at Fang Chen. Gotcha! Under Heng Ji's shock, Fang Chen held the iron hammer tightly with a single hand. The Stone Devil King used all his strength, but he couldn't move the iron hammer even half a step. He widened his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. Do you believe what I said now? Fang Chen smiled brightly at the Stone Devil King. He immediately released his hand and sent the Stone Devil King flying with a kick. Bang! The Stone Devil King's body was like a cannonball, heavily smashing into the ground. His heart was in turmoil and his face was extremely pale. Stone Devil King, how are you? Heng Ji took a step forward and arrived in front of the Stone Devil King. The shock in his heart couldn't be any greater. He couldn't imagine that such a young martial artist could explode with such powerful strength. Even I can't do it so casually, right? Thinking back to the battle just now, Heng Ji felt a lingering fear in his heart. To be able to defeat the Stone Devil King so easily, one could imagine how strong he was. If he wanted to kill the Stone Devil King, the latter would have died long ago. "I'm fine," the Stone Devil King said in a hoarse voice. Fang Chun placed his hands behind his back and looked at the two of them. "Brother, I've offended you before. For the sake of the Arrow Sect, can you forgive me?" Heng Ji admitted defeat. What kind of joke was this? He didn't think that he was much stronger than the Stone Devil King. The guy in front of him was simply a monster in human form. He was too strong. No wonder Han Yuan wasn't worried about his junior brother at all. It turned out that he already knew. "Do you accept it?" Fang Chen looked at Heng Ji and asked. "I accept it wholeheartedly," Heng Ji said. "What about you?" Fang Chen continued to ask. "Brother, thank you for showing mercy. I, the Stone Devil King, will remember this." The Stone Devil King stood up with difficulty and clasped his fists at Fang Chen. "If I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as flipping my hand." Fang Chen nodded and said, "But you and I don't have any deep grudges, so I didn't kill you." Of course, Fang Chen had a very important reason for letting them stay, and that was to find the Divine Spring Pearl and the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Lord. How was he going to search in this huge maze by himself? "Next, as long as you help me do one thing, the grudges between us will be written off," Fang Chen said. "No problem." Heng Ji and the Stone Devil King hurriedly agreed. "The purpose of my trip is to find the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Lord and the Divine Spring Pearl. If you help me find them, I'll owe you a favor," Fang Chen said. Heng Ji and the Stone Devil King were moved when they heard that, but they quickly nodded and agreed. After being defeated by Fang Chen, they no longer had the qualifications to fight for the Divine Spring Pearl. Rather than that, they might as well help him. "All right, you can leave now," Fang Chen said. The Stone Devil King and Heng Ji turned and left. But at this moment, the Stone Devil King turned his head and asked, "Did you really kill Spear Dragon?" Chapter 2249. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fang Chen was the only person among the younger generation in Void Star Heaven who could make the Arrow Sect's Heng Ji and the Sky Demon Sect's Stone Demon King willingly submit. "Love go little say," Han Yuan sighed in his heart. The gap between him and junior brother Fang was getting bigger and bigger. He originally wanted to take care of junior brother Fang after entering the Devil City. But now, it seemed that he was basking in junior brother Fang's glory. Thinking of this, Han Yuan couldn't help but smile. "Junior brother Fang, shall we continue searching?" Han Yuan asked. "Before that, I need to do something," Fang Chen said. In the following time, Fang Chen found the #1 expert of the southern mysterious sky, Nangong Jingwu. Nangong Jingwu's strength was similar to Stone Devil King's. After Fang Chen easily defeated him, Nangong Jingwu agreed to help Fang Chen search for the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Master and the Divine Spring Bead. After doing this, Fang Chen met up with Han Yuan and continued searching for the Divine Spring Bead. Actually, to Fang Chen, the Divine Spring Bead was much more important than the inheritance. A few days later, the Unity Realm experts who entered the maze, other than the few who died, were all helping Fang Chen search for the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Master. Although some people were unwilling, they had no choice. Under the pressure, they could only search. "Senior brother Nangong, I am unwilling." In a certain region of the maze, 5 people from the southern mysterious sky stood together. Among them, a young man with a face full of stubble said unwillingly. He seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. "Why do we have to help others search? Don't we need it?" This person continued. "What do you think of your strength?" Nangong Jingwu looked at this person calmly and asked. Although I am not as strong as senior brother Nangong, I can at least be ranked in the top 3 among the younger generation of the southern mysterious sky." Hearing this, Nangong Jingwu nodded slightly and said, "You can't even defeat me. What qualifications do you have to say this?" "Senior brother Nangong, That person's expression changed slightly. He wanted to say something, but he was completely stunned by Nangong Zhengwu's following words. Before I found you, I had fought with Fang Chun of the Northern Profound Heaven's Limitless Sword Sect. In the end, I lost completely. I can't even last 3 moves against him. Nangong Zhengwu sighed. How is this possible? The other disciples cried out in alarm. There was actually someone who could defeat Nangong Zhengwu in 3 moves? They didn't believe it. That man's strength was much stronger than you all imagined him to be. If he hadn't held back, I would have already died, Nangong Zhengwu said. Say, which do you all think is more important, your life or your inheritance? The geniuses of the South Xiantian fell silent. The same thing was happening to Bei Xiantian. Stone Devil King and Hing-ji also used the same method to make them not have any complaint. In the vast maze, the 4 profound heavens martial practitioners were searching around the towering tree at the center. On the other hand, in a concealed place, Chun Fan's eyes were moving about, and he was waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Idiots of the Western Profound Heaven. Chun Fan cursed inwardly. He was quietly approaching the remaining 3 disciples of the Western Profound Heaven. At this moment, the 3 disciples of the Western Profound Heaven were moving forward in low spirit. Just as they were about to reach a certain place, a figure suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Seeing this, the other 2 disciples widened their eyes and looked around vigilantly. Where's senior brother Han Shi? Why is he missing? Could it be that Fang Chun is secretly attacking us? Gotcha! Chun Fan had secretly used a powerful method to kill Han Shi and absorb the energy in his body. Love go little say, A moment later, Han Shi's body turned into a skeleton. The aura that emerged from Chun Fan's body became even stronger. Chun Fan's eyes revealed a trace of greed. He stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lip. Continue. Using the strange terrain of the maze, Chun Fan sucked the energy of the 3 disciples of the Western Profound Heaven dry in a few hours. At this time, Chun Fan's realm had reached the peak of the Unity realm and was even more stable. Chun Fan spat out a mouthful of turbid air, his face full of smiles. Now that you've reached the peak of the Unity realm, your combat power isn't weaker than Fang Chen's. If you absorb the energy of a few more geniuses, you might be able to break through the bottleneck and reach the heaven-opening realm. An evil voice came from Chun Fan's body. There are at least 20 martial artists who entered the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master. I'll suck them all dry one by one. With that, Chun Fan disappeared from the maze. In the next few days, Chun Fan constantly wandered around the maze, ambushing the disciples of the Northern and Southern Profound Heaven. Under his powerful attacks, he succeeded a few times. 5 days later, the disciples of the Southern and Northern Profound Heaven met up. Their faces were covered in dust, their bodies were in a sorry state, and their auras were weak. Nangong Zhengwu, were you also ambushed by that mysterious expert? Stone Devil King asked when he saw Nangong Zhengwu's tattered clothes. You too? Nangong Zhengwu asked in surprise. After communicating with each other, they were even more certain that the mysterious expert had been following them all this time. Could it be Fang Chun of the Limitless Sword Sect? Nangong Zhengwu suddenly asked. Stone Devil King shook his head. He had fought with Fang Chun before, and he was very clear about the latter's strength. No, definitely not. If it was really Fang Chun, you and I would have been dead long ago. Stone Devil King said. Furthermore, with Fang Chun's strength, there's no need for him to ambush us. Since that's the case, let's inform Fang Chun about this matter. Nangong Zhengwu said. Under the towering tree, Fang Chun and Han Yuan found some clues and were searching for the divine spring bead. Suddenly, they received news from Nangong Zhengwu and the others. Mysterious expert? Fang Chun was slightly startled, but he soon said, It must be Chun Fan. Senior brother Han Yuan, continue searching. I'll go take a look. After saying that, Fang Chun's figure flashed, and he flew toward Nangong Jingwu and the others. After an hour, Fang Chen met up with Nangong Jingwu and the others. If I'm not wrong, that mysterious expert should be from Dongxian Heaven's Dragon Demon sect. His name is Chun Fan, Fang Chen said directly. Chun Fan? What's his background? Nangong Jingwu asked. I fought with him before, but he escaped, Fang Chen said. However, just as he finished speaking, the maze suddenly underwent an earth-shattering change. In the center of the maze, a dazzling light erupted from the towering tree. That's, Fang Chen's heart trembled, and a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Junior brother Fang, I found. Han Yuan's voice came from the communication jade pendant. Fang Chen could feel the joy in Han Yuan's voice. However, he stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence. Senior brother Han Yuan? Fang Chen hurriedly asked, but no matter how he asked, Han Yuan did not say anything. This made him have a bad premonition. Chun Fan. Suddenly thinking of Chun Fan, Fang Chen took a step forward and disappeared into the void. Let's go take a look. The Stone Devil King took the lead and left with Fang Chen. Senior brother Han, please be safe. They prayed as they ran. At this moment, under the towering tree, Han Yuan's body was in a sorry state, and blood was spurting out. Chun Fan held Han Yuan's head with one hand and stared into the distance with his pitch-black eyes. Fang Chen, I'll wait for you. After saying that, Chun Fan sealed Han Yuan's strength and jumped onto the towering tree, ready to search for the Divine Spring Pearl. It's best to find the Divine Spring Pearl before he arrives. The dazzling light that erupted from the towering tree must be the Divine Spring Pearl. However, Chun Fan could not find it when he arrived. What's going on? Chun Fan frowned and thought hard. Suddenly, he was shocked to find that a violent power had appeared on his right palm. The Divine Spring Pearl? Chun Fan exclaimed. In an instant, he saw that after the dazzling light dissipated, a palm-sized pitch-black pearl was imprinted in his eyes. His face was full of excitement. He reached out his hand and grabbed the Divine Spring Pearl. Boom! A vast power erupted from the Divine Spring Pearl and directly entered Chun Fan's body. With a bang, Chun Fan's body was sent flying. After landing on the ground and stabilizing his body, Chun Fan's pitch-black eyes emitted a sinister light. Chun Fan. Chapter 2250. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure whizzed towards Chen Yuan, his body emitting an extremely violent energy. However, when he got close to Chun Fan, his body stopped abruptly. Junior brother Fang, don't bother about me. Kneeling on the ground, Han Yuan's body was covered in blood. His aura was weak and he was severely injured. He spoke with difficulty. Seeing this, Fang Chen's heart ached. His eyes were red as he stared at Chun Fan. Let go of my senior brother. The more upset Fang Chen was, the happier Chun Fan was. He grabbed Han Yuan's head and said, Fang Chen, aren't you very capable? Why can't you save your senior brother now? As he spoke, Chun Fan exerted some force in his palm. Suddenly, tiny cracks appeared on Han Yuan's head and blood seeped out from them. In an instant, Han Yuan's head was covered in blood. If he wasn't strong enough, he would have fainted. Junior brother Fang, hurry up and do it! Han Yuan screamed hysterically. He was a supreme talent among the younger generation of the Wuji sword sect. When had he ever been humiliated like this? He would rather die in a battle than die in such a humiliating manner. His eyes were filled with sorrow. He hoped that Fang Chen would make a swift move. That way he would be free. Senior brother Han Yuan, I will definitely save you. Fang Chen said word by word. His words were filled with cold, killing intent. This was the first time Fang Chen had been so angry since he entered the Demon City. If looks could kill, Chun Fan would have been unrecognizable. What's wrong? Are you feeling heartbroken? Chun Fan looked at Fang Chen mockingly and said disdainfully. At this moment, Nangong Jingwu and the rest arrived. When they saw Han Yuan in a sorry state and Fang Chen in a rage, they remained silent. The situation had already gone out of their control. "Let go of my senior brother." Fang Chen took a step forward and came in front of Chen Fan. "If you move again, I guarantee that your senior brother's head will explode." Chen Fan glared at Fang Chen and threatened. "You? What exactly do you want?" Fang Chen looked at his senior brother Han Yuan and admitted defeat. Chen Fan pointed at the divine spring pearl on the towering tree and said, "Take the divine spring pearl for me. Otherwise, not only will your senior brother die, but you will also die with him." Crack! Seeing that Fang Chen didn't move, Chen Fan exerted more force with his fingers and sank them into Han Yuan's head. A miserable shriek rang out from Han Yuan's mouth. His body trembled, and he couldn't hold on any longer. "Okay, I'll go," Fang Chen shouted. Hearing this, Chen Fan loosened his grip a little. "Senior brother, hold on." With that, Fang Chen leaped onto the towering tree and approached the divine spring pearl. A cold, killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Sit and wait for death? That was not Fang Chen's character. Even if Han Yuan's life was in Chen Fan's hands, he wouldn't give in. At this moment, he was trying to figure out how to take the divine spring pearl while secretly communicating with Little Mouse and the others. "Boss, we can't act rashly in this situation. Otherwise Han Yuan will be in danger," Little Mouse said in a low voice. "I can use the Royal Ant Tribe's special ability to release millions of royal ants at the same time to interfere with Chen Fan's attack," Xiao Huang said. "I can release monstrous seawater to drown the entire maze, but it won't last long," Little C said. Pangolin pondered for a moment and said, "If you guys can stop Chen Fan for 2 seconds, I'm confident that I can appear in front of Han Yuan and wrap him up before he makes his move." 2 seconds is too long. Even if the 3 of us use our special abilities at the same time, we can only make Chen Fan dazed for a second, Little Mouse said, shaking his head. After all, they were only in the divine inscription realm. No matter how strong their attacks were, they wouldn't have much effect on Chen Fan. They could only catch him off guard and make him dazed for a second. Not even 1 second. Pangolin shook his head. He needed at least 2 seconds. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to protect Han Yuan at all. If he couldn't appear in front of Han Yuan, then the plan would fail. This wasn't the result that Fang Chen wanted to see. "Chen Fan will know immediately once I make a move." Fang Chen shook his head and rejected the idea of making a move himself. Han Yuan was in Chen Fan's hands. He couldn't take the risk. "Boss, can you take out the divine spring pearl first and attack when you pass it to Chen Fan? We'll help you then." "You should be able to succeed," Little Mouse said. Fang Chen shook his head. If there was such a good thing, Chen Fan would let him take the divine spring pearl personally. "There are strong energy waves around the divine spring pearl. It's not that easy to take it out," Fang Chen said. Just as they were hesitating, the old faker who had been silent all this time spoke. "I can stop Chen Fan for a second." "What?" Little Mouse and the others looked at the old faker in surprise. "When Xiao Hai spits out water to drown the maze, Brother Mouse and Xiao Huang will attack together. You must make sure that you can hold on for 1 second. After 1 second, I'll take over. Then, it's up to Pangolin's ability," the old faker said. "Okay, it's settled," Little Mouse said with a smile. However, Fang Chen vaguely felt that the old faker seemed to be hiding something. "It won't affect you too much, right?" Fang Chen asked. The old faker shook his head and said, "Don't waste time. Get ready." After the discussion, Fang Chen pretended to touch the divine spring pearl and was bounced back. He landed on the ground just 1 step away from Chen Fan. "Hurry up," Chen Fan said anxiously. "The energy around the divine spring pearl is too strong." "It's not easy to take it out," Fang Chen said. Chen Fan didn't say anything else and continued to stare at the divine spring pearl on the towering tree. Splash! Just then, Fang Chen moved his mind. Suddenly, the whole maze was filled with water. In an instant, The water drowned the maze and wrapped Chen Fan in it. Damn it! Seeing this, Chen Fan roared in anger and wanted to crush Han Yuan's head. However, he found that two powerful attacks were approaching him. Child's play. Chen Fan shouted and went to fight. The little mouse had unleashed its most powerful innate ability. A terrifying devouring force had completely shrouded Chen Fan. At the same time, Xiao Huang's body became bigger and turned into a member of the royal ant tribe. At the same time, millions of members of the royal ant tribe were released and crawled on Chen Fan's body. "Get out of here," Chen Fan shouted. Instantly, countless members of the royal ant tribe were killed. Pangolin was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was close to Chen Fan. However, 1 second was up. It was time to test the old faker. Splash! The old faker's body turned into a towering tree and resonated with the towering tree in the center of the maze. At the same time, dense branches and leaves stretched out and wrapped around Chen Fan. "You're courting death." The power in Chen Fan's body shook and the branches and leaves on his body were broken. However, at this critical moment, the branches and leaves of the old faker penetrated into the towering tree next to him and then approached the holy spring pearl. Splash! The old faker gritted his teeth and the branches and leaves rolled up the holy spring pearl. Suddenly, the body of the holy spring pearl exploded and the towering tree shook. Without any hesitation, the old faker swallowed the holy spring pearl into his body. Then, the vibrating power came out and dragged Chen Fan. "Hurry up." 2 seconds in the blink of an eye. When the old faker's body was broken and disintegrated, he happened to appear in front of Han Yuan. Splash! The pangolin unleashed its innate ability and used its body to wrap around Han Yuan's body. Crack! At this time, the old faker's body was completely broken and only broken branches and leaves were left. Die! Chen Fan was free. He roared and punched the pangolin. Bang! Pangolin's body flew out and smashed a big hole in the ground. Han Yuan's body disappeared. At the same time, Chen Fan vented his anger on Little Mouse and Xiao Huang. Rumble! Under Chen Fan's powerful attack, more than half of the millions of members of the royal ant tribe released from Xiao Huang's body were killed. Little Mouse and Xiao Huang also suffered different degrees of injuries. Chen Fan! A roar came into Chen Fan's body. The horrible aura dissipated and Fong Chen appeared in front of Chen Fan. Chapter 2251. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Without senior brother Han Yuan holding him back, Fong Chen could finally fight Chen Fan openly. At this moment, Chen Fan's face was gloomy and his heart was full of anger. He did not expect that Fong Chen would have so many helpers. Although these helpers were not worth mentioning in his eyes, he still managed to save Han Yuan. Damn it! Chen Fan cursed. His aura fluctuated as he stared at Fong Chen. Seeing that his 5 brothers had suffered different degrees of injuries, Fong Chen's heart was burning with anger. "Help me take care of them," Fong Chen said to Nangong Jingwu and the others without turning his head. Those who were still in shock nodded hurriedly and then took Little Mouse and the others to a safe area. Little Mouse and the others were in their human forms. They were seriously injured. Little C was fine because his root was not injured. As for Little Mouse and Xiao Huang, they had taken Chen Fan's attack head-on. Their internal organs were shattered and their auras were weak. Pangolin and Han Yuan directly fell into a coma. Fortunately, their lives were not in danger. As for the old faker, he was the most seriously injured. He forcibly took the holy spring pearl and then stimulated the strongest power in his body to control the towering trees nearby to block Chen Fan's attack. As a result, his body was shattered and turned into broken branches and withered leaves. If he was not treated in time, his life would be in danger. However, before the old faker fell into a coma, he spat out the holy spring pearl and said to Fong Chen, "Boss." After putting the holy spring pearl into his boss's hand, the old faker fell into a coma instantly. Buzz! The holy spring pearl in his hand emitted a bright light. Countless green lines directly drilled into Fang Chen's body. Immediately, the power in his body was raised to the extreme. I let you escape last time. This time, I will use your head to make up for the injuries of my brothers. After a short moment of ferocity, Fang Chen gradually calmed down. You think you can defeat me just because you have the holy spring pearl? Chen Fan sneered. After absorbing the power of those idiots, my strength has reached the peak of the unity realm. I am no longer the Chen Fan you can bully as you wish. As he spoke, Chen Fan's aura rose to the extreme. So what if your strength has increased? In my eyes, you are still not worth mentioning. Fang Chen sneered. Now that there was nothing holding him back, dealing with Chen Fan would be a piece of cake. However, Chen Fan did not think so. He thought that his strength had already surpassed Fang Chen's. Then let's see if your strength is as sharp as your mouth. As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, he abruptly opened his palm. Immediately, a violent black mist surged out from his body. Pung! The two fists viciously collided. The full power of the first layer of the demonic dragon body refinement art and the fourth level of the myriad sword body gave Chen Fan a power comparable to the heaven-opening realm. With an unstoppable momentum, Chen Fan's attack was destroyed. Do you still think so now? Fang Chen said coldly as he stared at Chen Fan overbearingly. Humph! With a cold snort, Chen Fan displayed his ultimate skill. With a wave of his palm, fine lines appeared in front of him. In the end, these lines merged together to form a thick line. Die. Chen Fan stomped his foot and controlled the thick line to shoot toward Fang Chen. Gotcha! The void shattered, and wherever the thick lines passed, the air would scatter in all directions. However, Fang Chen's eyes were not serious. On the contrary, there was a trace of mockery. Pa! A crisp sound rang out. Fang Chen's fingers had forcefully clamped down on the thick line. Is this what you are relying on? Fang Chen asked. Seeing this, Chen Fan controlled the thick lines with his mind and directly exploded them. The terrifying explosive force engulfed Fang Chen. However, after the dust settled, Fang Chen stood quietly as if nothing had happened. Your means are not worth mentioning in my eyes, Fang Chen said. Chen Fan stared at Fang Chen angrily and fell into a state of madness. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Chen Fan communicated with the evil voice in his body and said, Lend me your power. Okay. As the evil voice came out, green power poured into Chen Fan's body. Sure enough, Fang Chen had long suspected that there was an evil force in Chen Fan's body that did not belong to him. Now it finally appeared. Die. Chen Fan controlled the green power and fought with Fang Chen. Traceless swordsmanship. The star-hidden sword suddenly shot out a sword and stabbed toward Chen Fan. However, when the transparent sword light approached Chen Fan, it was directly corroded by the green energy. Fang Chen was surprised. What is this green energy? Immediately, Fang Chen performed the innate soul reversal technique. The vast power of the soul principle condensed into a long sword and penetrated Chen Fan's head. A miserable scream came out of his mouth. His primordial spirit was severely injured. Trash. The evil voice came out. His power could only protect Chen Fan's physical body, but not his primordial spirit. Therefore, Chen Fan's primordial spirit was the most fragile. Fang Chen seemed to have noticed this and kept performing the innate soul reversal technique to attack Chen Fan's primordial spirit. Go. After a while, when Fang Chen took out the divine spring pearl and wanted to use the power of the divine spring pearl to enhance the power of the innate soul reversal technique, the evil voice said in a hurry. Before Chen Fan could react, he controlled Chen Fan's mind and quickly fled. Want to go? Seeing this, Fang Chen sneered and tried to stop him. Boy, if I want to escape, how can you stop me? Suddenly, a black ferocious shadow appeared above Chen Fan's head and the evil voice came out. The ferocious illusory figure shot out a green light that caused one to tremble, shooting directly at Fang Chen. Oh no! Sensing the power of the green light, Fang Chen knew this was bad and quickly dodged. While he was dodging, Chen Fan had already disappeared. Dong! The green light hit the ground and overturned the entire maze. Rumble! The huge maze instantly became incomparably clear. The thick fog quickly scattered. What a strange power! Fang Chen was amazed. What kind of existence was the black ferocious shadow in Chen Fan's body? Why did it have such a strong power? Swoosh! At the edge of the maze, Chen Fan's figure flashed and disappeared. He must have been severely injured after using such a skill. Fang Chen muttered to himself, but he did not chase after him. He was very worried about his brother's injuries, so he quickly came to their side. After a simple check, he found that Little Mouse, Xiao Huang, and Xiao Hai were not seriously injured. As for Pangolin, his life was not in danger, but his armor was shattered and his body was severely injured. Fang Chen took out the soul-reviving pill and gave it to Han Yuan. In an instant, Han Yuan's primordial spirit was restored to its original state and he was full of energy. This is... Han Yuan's heart trembled. Nangong Jingwu and the others beside him also opened their eyes wide. Is it the soul-reviving pill? It's really the soul-reviving pill. It can completely restore a withered primordial spirit. It's amazing. Even the Stone Demon King could not help but exclaim. Senior brother Han Yuan, you should heal yourself. Fang Chen nodded. Junior Fang, hurry up and check on them. Han Yuan said anxiously. Fang Chen walked to the old faker with a heavy heart and put his palm on the old faker's pulse. The shattering of his body is a fatal blow to the old faker. After a long time, Fang Chen shook his head and sighed. Fang Chen, if I'm not wrong, your brother's body is a plant. In the battle just now, his body was shattered and he was severely injured. The Stone Demon King suddenly said. However, it's not impossible to treat him. Do you have a way? Fang Chen asked anxiously. The Stone Demon King pondered for a moment and said, The Heavenly Demon Sect has a kind of heavenly spirit milk that can save your brother. The heavenly spirit milk was a rare and precious treasure in the world. It was especially useful for plant-type martial artists. It was boundless. Fang Chen shook his head when he heard that. What a pity. Nangong Jingwu said. Stone Demon King, isn't that the same as not saying anything? The heavenly spirit milk is in the heavenly demon sect. How can we get it? Hengji said. Chapter 2252. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. What is it? Fang Chen's body tensed up and he asked hurriedly. The Stone Demon King looked at Fang Chen and said, I just heard it from the elders of the sect. I'm not sure if it's true or not. But I don't think it's groundless. Since there is such a rumor, it must be true. The celestial spiritual milk is born from the creation of heaven and earth. Every drop is priceless. Even in our heavenly demon sect, we only have 3 drops after countless years. As for the substitute of the celestial spiritual milk, it's called spiritual spring milk. As for the specific location of the demon city, I'm not sure. After hearing the Stone Demon King's words, Fang Chen's heart moved slightly. No matter whether what the Stone Demon King said was true or not, he had to try. This was the only way to save the old faker. Don't worry. I'll definitely cure you. Fang Chen stared at the old faker and said in a low voice. After the big battle, the maze was broken. Fang Chen and the others were in low spirits. After 3 days of rest, the injuries of Little Mouse, Xiao Huang, and Xiao Hai had basically stabilized. As for Pangolin, his injuries were slightly more serious. Especially his broken carapace. He needed treasures of heaven and earth to repair it. Only the old faker was still in a coma. Outside the maze in the tomb, a black shadow was hiding in the void, staring at Fang Chen and the others. You're really useless. This black-robed figure was a member of the Tianqing clan. He was about to attack, but after noticing Chen Fan's existence, he was ready to kill with a borrowed knife. Who would have thought that the final result would be like this? This made him very helpless. He could only wait for an opportunity to take action. It's almost time. After observing for a few days, he felt that the time was right and he could take action. Taking advantage of the time when Fang Chen and the others relaxed their vigilance, this person quietly used the special means of the Tianqing clan and quickly approached Fang Chen. Humph, with my flying skill, you can't find me at all. The black-robed martial artist sneered and continued to approach. Fang Chen, who was taking care of the old faker, suddenly frowned. What happened? Fang Chen thought to himself. He felt a faint fluctuation in the void, but it was not obvious. He continued to sense, but he seemed to be unable to sense anything. At this time, Fang Chen did not say anything and continued to take care of the old faker. However, his realm of myriad swords had quietly spread out and shrouded everyone in it. At the same time, his divine sense quietly emerged and observed every movement in the surroundings. Soon, the black-robed warrior arrived in front of Fang Chen. He was well aware of how powerful Fang Chen was. If they were to fight head-on, he might not even be able to kill this kid. If he were to launch a sneak attack, he would definitely be able to kill this kid in one strike. Die. Suddenly, a long, winding sword appeared in the black-robed warrior's palm. It was similar to the golden snake sword that Fang Chen had seen on Earth. A spot of light appeared on the tip of the sword. A wild and evil aura instantly entered the sword. Puff! The long sword pierced the void and appeared in front of Fang Chen in an instant. Oh no! Nangong Jingwu and the others cried out involuntarily. They were forced to retreat by the terrifying aura released from the long sword. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Fang Chen did not exclaim when he saw this. Instead, he parted his mouth and smiled. Immediately, he turned around and extended his large hand to grab at the empty space. Suddenly, the void collapsed and the sound of explosions was incessant. The black-robed warrior appeared in front of Fang Chen. How did you find me? The black-robed warrior stared at Fang Chen with his eyes wide open. The means he used could be ranked in the top 3 among the concealment means of the Tianqing remnant tribe. He really could not figure out whether this guy had found him by accident or had really found him. You want to fool me with such a small trick? Why would the Tianqing remnant tribe send a fool like you to deal with me? Fang Chen spread out his hands and said with a smile. You're courting death. The black-robed warrior knew that he could not give Fang Chen any chance to take a breather. The long sword in his hand made a subtle sound, as if a snake was breathing. It's very similar to the golden snake sword. Fang Chen smiled. However, the long sword was a heaven-opening weapon. The golden snake sword was not on the same level as it. However, it's still too weak. Fang Chen took out the star-hidden sword and displayed the traceless sword principle. At the same time, the special attribute of the star-hidden sword was displayed. In an instant, the winding long sword was imprisoned in the void. No! The black-robed warrior roared hysterically. He widened his eyes and looked at Fang Chen in shock. It's just a low-grade heaven-opening weapon. How can it compete with my star-hidden sword? Fang Chen sneered. With a flick of his finger, the hidden star sword instantly shot towards the winding golden longsword. After that, it released a terrifying aura that drowned the longsword. After a while, the golden longsword was swallowed by the star-hidden sword. At the same time, the transparent sword light had penetrated the black-robed warrior's body. He didn't even have the time to send a message to his other companions before he died. I didn't expect Tianqing's descendants to also sneak into the demon city. Fang Chen's face was a little dignified. Tianqing's descendants were really everywhere. Boss! Little Mouse shouted. We can't stay here for long. Let's go out first. Fang Chen said. His companions would definitely sense the death of Tianqing's descendants. They would soon come here. Crash! Fang Chen put Little Mouse and the other 4 into the divine spring again. Then, he led Han Yuan and the others and quickly left the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord. Outside the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord, there were many warriors. Their auras were very powerful. Thunder Hand Wang. A blue-robed warrior saw Thunder Hand Wang and called out in a low voice. Seeing this, Thunder Hand Wang hurried over. "Greetings, President." Thunder Hand Wang was very respectful to the blue-robed warrior. This person was the president of the 36th Demon Faction branch. His position in the Demon Faction headquarters was also very special. "Did you find anything?" the blue-robed warrior asked. "Someone escaped from the tomb before, but he was taken away by the people of Jingyue Palace," Thunder Hand Wang said. "Jingyue Palace?" Hearing these 3 words, the blue-robed warrior's face also showed a trace of emotion. They also came to join in the fun? The blue-robed warrior was puzzled. Jingyue Palace was at the same level as the Demon Faction headquarters. It was also one of the 5 strongest forces. Moreover, the people of Jingyue Palace were usually eccentric. They were arrogant and looked down on these new warriors. But this time, why would they appear in front of the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord? "What about the warrior they took away?" the blue-robed warrior asked. "That person was seriously injured. His aura is weak. I don't know his specific potential," Thunder Hand Wang said. The blue-robed warrior nodded. He knew he couldn't get anything out of him. At a glance, there were many warriors on the plain, all representing their respective forces. Among the 5 top forces, except for Jingyue Palace, the other forces didn't come. As for the Demon Faction, they only sent 36 branches. Below them were some small forces. These forces were as numerous as the hairs on a cow in Demon City. "Celestial Eye Palace Lord, how is it?" In a certain area, a man with an eye on his forehead quietly looked at the tomb. Beside him was a golden-armored man with a battle-axe. He smiled and said, "The tomb of the Sky Spring Master is in the territory of the Sky Eye Palace, but you have not made any progress over the years. I told you before that if you want to make any progress, you must occupy the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord." The man in golden armor with the battle-axe was the leader of the huge axe gang, Stone Axe King. "Humph, it's none of your business," Celestial Eye Palace Lord snorted and said in a deep voice. Stone Axe King's words touched his heart. "The Heavenly Spring Pearl must be mine." Celestial Eye Palace Lord clenched his fist and thought, "When the tomb closes and everyone disperses, my Celestial Eye Palace will occupy the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord. I'll definitely find a chance to break the seal of this tomb." Ha ha ha, the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord has opened. It seems those Unity Realm warriors are coming out. I wonder if anyone got the Heavenly Spring Pearl this time. Many warriors were paying attention to the Heavenly Spring Pearl. Once the Heavenly Spring Pearl appeared, it would definitely trigger a huge war. Under the gaze of everyone, the tomb opened and someone finally walked out. 1. A terrifying aura rushed out, suffocating everyone. Several figures walked out of the tomb. When they stabilized their bodies, they looked around and felt their hearts trembling. Chapter 2253. Genius Remembers Love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. So many experts. Nangong Jingwu and the others were a little reserved. After all, they were surrounded by so many experts. "Which one of you obtained the divine spring bead?" Suddenly, a voice sounded. The person who spoke was Palace Master Celestial Eye. His cold gaze swept across Fang Chen and the others as he asked in a deep voice. His third eye was incomparably demonic and gave people a very shocking feeling. Fang Chen could clearly feel the danger from his third eye. "I didn't." Nangong Jingwu and the others shook their heads. They naturally knew that Fang Chen had obtained the divine spring bead. However, the latter had saved them in the maze. How could they betray him? Fang Chen's expression was very calm. being stared at by Celestial Eye Palace Master and the others, he was still able to face them calmly. "You're lying," Celestial Eye Palace Lord said coldly. His violent aura enveloped them, wanting to use his aura to suppress the defenses in their hearts. "Celestial Eye Palace Lord, aren't your methods too despicable?" The speaker was Stoneaxe Monarch of the huge Axe Gang. He smiled at Sky Eye Palace Master. At this moment, the blue-clothed martial artist from the 36th Demon Celestial Branch also approached. "Same old rules, let's just choose." Many martial artists glanced at Fong Chen and the others. "I like this guy better." Stone Axe King grinned at Stone Demon King, holding his battle axe. "Kid, are you willing to join my huge axe gang?" Stone Axe King asked. The Stone Devil King pondered for a moment and finally agreed. "I'm willing to join." "Okay, come behind me." "Love go little say," Stone Axe King led Stone Demon King to the side. He had already chosen one, so he couldn't choose anyone else. Otherwise, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Very quickly, some of the major forces had already finished selecting their candidate. Hengji, Nangong Jingwu, and Han Wen were all chosen. Only Fong Chen was left. He was chosen by Celestial Eye Palace Lord. However, he refused. "Are you willing to join my Celestial Eye Palace?" Celestial Eye Palace Lord asked. "I'm not willing." "Why?" Palace Master Celestial Eye's third eye seemed to be about to open as he glared at Fong Chen. "Celestial Eye Palace is too weak," Fong Chen said directly. "You, Sky Eye Palace Master was enraged. His third eye opened instantly, and a destructive light shot out, sweeping across Fong Chen's body. A Unity Realm expert dares to look down on my Heaven's Eye Palace? Celestial Eye Palace Lord thought that Fong Chen was dead. However, when the dazzling light of destruction dissipated, Fong Chen was standing on the ground, unharmed. How is this possible? Celestial Eye Palace Master widened his eyes in shock. This brat's speed is extremely fast. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, he used his speed to dodge Celestial Eye Palace Lord's attack. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. Immediately, the gazes of the warriors from the other forces fell on Fong Chen. "Little friend, are you willing to join my Devil Celestial Branch?" the blue-robed warrior said with a smile. Behind him, Thunder Hand King had a helpless expression. "If you join my huge axe gang, I can give you endless cultivation resources. From then on, no one will dare to bully you in this Devil City." Stone Axe King hurriedly said, "Join my Devil Sword Pavilion. My Celestial Azure Pavilion sincerely invites little friend to join us." For a moment, many organizations were inviting Fong Chen to join them. A Unity Realm expert could dodge the attack of the third eye of Celestial Eye Palace Master. One could imagine how great his potential was, and this was under the situation where they did not know what had happened in the tomb. Nangong Jingwu and the others were filled with envy when they saw this scene. But after thinking of this fellow's abnormal strength, they felt that everything was within reason. Looking at everyone's face, Fong Chen said faintly, "I want the Spirit Spring Milk. Whoever can provide me with it, I'll join that organization. Or, you can provide me with information." You are just a Unity Realm expert. What qualifications do you have to bargain with us? That's right. Which one of us here isn't at the chaotic heaven deity level? A mere Unity Realm expert is too daring. Fong Chen's words made many warriors unhappy. They all spoke out. "Little friend, you have to prove to us that you have the qualifications to bargain." Stone Axe King of the huge axe gang said with a smile. Fong Chen nodded. At any time, the fist was the absolute truth. Only by displaying sufficient monstrous talent would he be valued by the others. Xiao! The hidden star sword flickered rapidly as it pierced out. With a ping, a towering tree in the distance fell to the ground. When everyone saw this, their hearts trembled slightly. The interior of the towering tree had already been destroyed into a sorry state. "This brat isn't simple," Many people had such thoughts in their hearts. Little friend, even though I don't have the spirit spring milk, if you join us, I can guarantee you that I will inquire about it. Little friend, you mainly cultivate the sword Tao. It is most suitable for you to join my devil sword pavilion. Fang Chen shook his head and rejected them one by one. I have previously explored the Devil City and heard about the Spirit Spring Mill. If you join the huge axe gang, I can tell you everything and help you find the Spirit Spring Mill. Stone Axe King said. Okay, I agree. Fang Chen nodded. Even though he used this as a condition, he knew how to act appropriately. Everyone present was a martial artist stronger than him. If he didn't join any force in the end, these people would definitely not let him go. Ha ha, come to me. Stone Axe King was very happy. He had recruited 2 talented warriors at once. The others looked at Stone Axe King enviously. Everyone, I will take my leave first. Stone Axe King led Fang Chen and Stone Demon King out of this area. Celestial Eye Palace Master looked coldly at Fang Chen's back as a trace of killing intent emerged in his heart. The curtain fell on the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord. Fang Chen was the ultimate beneficiary. He had obtained the Heavenly Spring Pearl that everyone had dreamed of. Soon, Stone Axe King led the 2 back to the territory of the Huge Axe Gang. This is the city of the Huge Axe Gang. Stone Axe King said, we have a total of 50 people, all of whom are heavenly gods. Including me, there are 2 in the earth-splitting realm. The rest are in the heaven-splitting realm. Hearing this, Fang Chen sighed inwardly. Earth-splitting realm warriors were already considered strong in the Devil City. They could form a force. As for absolute Saint Realm warriors, only the top 10 on the Demon God list could see them. They are usually cultivating and are very free. They only gather together when fighting for resources, Stone Axe King said with a smile. Master, what is your rank on the Demon God list? Stone Demon King asked curiously. I am only considered a middle-level warrior in the earth-splitting realm. I am currently ranked 69th. Stone Axe King smiled and said, the president of the 36th Demon God branch is ranked 53rd. Demonic Sword Tower Master is ranked 42nd. Celestial Azure Pavilion Master is ranked 49th. As for Celestial Eye Palace Master, he is ranked 73rd after me. Why are they all ranked below 40th? Stone Demon King continued to ask. Stone Axe King shook his head and smiled bitterly. In fact, although our forces seem strong, in the eyes of the top 5 forces, we are simply a joke. Almost all the top 40 warriors on the Demon God list are in the top 5 forces. Stone Axe King said, however, the other 4 forces are all elites. They have few people but strong combat power. As for the demonic faction, they are a little different. Their headquarters have quite a number of experts in the top 40 of the Demon God list. However, Old Demon Xia has established 36 Demon God branches to attract warriors with average strength. I see. Stone Demon King understood. In the Devil City, as long as you don't provoke the top 5 forces, you will be fine. Of course, if you can join them, you will benefit a lot, Stone Axe King said. From Stone Axe King, he roughly understood the current situation in the Devil City. In fact, it was not as complicated as Fang Chen imagined. As long as his strength improved steadily, he could protect himself in the Devil City. Next, Fang Chen could not wait to ask Stone Axe King about the whereabouts of the Spirit Spring Milk. Leader, do you know where the Spirit Spring Milk is? Fang Chen asked eagerly. Tens of thousands of years ago, when I was still in the heaven-splitting realm, I accidentally heard an expert from Jinghua Palace mention the Spirit Spring Milk, Stone Axe King said. That expert said that the Spirit Spring Milk is most likely to appear in the Entomb Spring. Stone Axe King said, the Spirit Spring Milk can only exist in extremely cold places. In the entire Devil City, only the Entomb Spring fits the criteria. Entomb Spring? Where is that? Fang Chen asked. Chapter 2254. Genius 1 Second Remember Love Go/Little? This is a wonderful novel for you to read. Entomb Spring is an extremely cold spring water. It's located in the northern ice plains of Devil City. It's cold there all year round. Even Unity Realm warriors will have their primordial spirit frozen after a long time. Stone Axe King slowly said, therefore, very few people are willing to go there. Extremely cold spring water? How does it compare to destruction heavy water? Fang Chen asked. Destruction heavy water? Stone Axe King opened his eyes wide. He looked at Fang Chen, saying, you actually compare destruction heavy water with Entomb spring water? You're really talented. Let me tell you, these two are not on the same level. It's like one is a newborn baby and the other is an unparalleled expert who has cultivated for hundreds of millions of years. Tell me, how do you compare? Hearing Stone Axe King's words, Fang Chen's heart trembled slightly. No wonder this Entomb spring water could freeze the primordial spirit of a first realm warrior. It was too terrifying. Is the spirit spring milk in the Entomb spring? Fang Chen asked. Even though no one has confirmed it, I feel that it is very likely. Stone Axe King said, if there is a place in Devil City where spirit spring milk is most likely to appear, it would be the Entomb spring. Only the special environment of the Entomb spring can allow spirit spring milk to grow there. No matter what, I have to go and take a look, Fang Chen said solemnly. The old faker's main body was severely injured and on the verge of death. Without the spirit spring milk, he would most likely die. The northern ice plains is not a good place. With your current strength, you can't enter the Entomb spring. Stone Axe King reminded. But I have to save my brother. Stone Axe King stared at Fang Chen for a long time before saying, it's not impossible to enter the northern icefield. Every month, the northern icefield will show signs of melting. That's when the northern icefield's temperature is highest. You can take advantage of the melting time to enter and search for the Entomb spring. Many thanks. After some discussion, Fang Chen decided to enter the northern ice plains alone. Although Stone Axe King thought highly of Fang Chen, he wouldn't risk his life with him. The northern ice plains was almost a forbidden place in the demon city. Only the absolute saints ranked in the top 10 on the demon god list could enter the northern ice plains as they wished. After obtaining the map of the northern ice field, Fang Chen immediately took action. Walking in the desolate space of the Devil City, Fang Chen could feel that the temperature of the air was gradually dropping as he headed north. Northern Icefield. After half a month, Fang Chen finally arrived at the edge of the northern ice field. When he looked over, he suddenly discovered that there was an endless glacier in front of him. So cold. His entire body was enveloped in flames. Even so, the depths of his primordial spirit still felt cold. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The scorching sun had yet to appear. Let's wait. According to Stone Axe King, they could only enter the ice field when the ice field melted every month. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen sat down cross-legged. Taking advantage of this time, he continued to study the Azura Sword Dao. Hoo. Whistling cold wind came from the surroundings. The origin source energy was constantly surging. Fang Chen's mind was filled with the majestic Sword Dao. He had once cultivated the illusory Sword Dao, but he gradually focused on attacking. Scarlet sword lights flashed in his mind. The killing aura was chaotic. The Azura Sword Dao is known as the Slaughter Sword Dao. It really lives up to its reputation. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. Previously, he had comprehended a trace of the Azura Sword Dao. His comprehension of the martial Dao had increased instantly, allowing him to step into the Unity realm. And now, comprehending the Azura Sword Dao again felt much simpler than before. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The melting of the ice field was infinitely close. Fang Chen could feel the temperature in the air rising. Love go little say, Chu he sighed in his heart. The northern ice field was really mysterious. He did not know if it was man-made or natural. Voila! He slowly opened his eyes. Two majestic sword lights shot out from his eyes and hit the ice field. Gotcha! The thick ice on the ice field exploded after being pierced by the sword lights. Countless ice shards scattered on the ground. Seeing this, Fang Chen stood up and nodded in satisfaction. I have finally grasped the basics of the Azura Sword Dao. Fang Chen muttered to himself. The more he comprehended the Azura Sword Dao, the more he felt that Demon Sword Paragon's comprehension of the Sword Dao was too powerful. The Azura Sword Dao was a slaughter sword Dao. Its attack power was extremely strong. After grasping the basics of the Azura Sword Dao, Fang Chen's heart was touched. He began to try to create the fifth move of the Traceless Sword Dao. Needless to say, he was able to perfectly execute the fifth move that he had in mind in a single breath. Xiao. The fifth move was even more magnificent and tyrannical. This move was perfectly combined with the Azura Sword Dao. Its attack power had reached an unimaginable level. Boom! The Azura Sword Chi condensed into a sword light. It hit the ice field hard, causing it to shake. Hoo! Fang Chen retracted his aura. He was very excited. The power of the fifth move is stronger than the previous four moves combined. Fang Chen said excitedly. It is indeed the Azura Sword Dao. If I can fully comprehend it, how much will my attack power increase? He dared not imagine how far Demon Sword Paragon's control of the Azura Sword Dao had reached. Fang Chen's mood was exceptionally good. He had actually created the fifth move of the Traceless Sword Dao and grasped the basics of the Azura Sword Dao while cultivating in the northern icefield. To him, this was simply a huge surprise. His realm had quietly reached the middle stage of the Unity Realm. Who? He spat out a mouthful of turbid air. Before the smile on his face disappeared, he felt that the ice field had changed. The ice field is melting? Fang Chen widened his eyes and carefully looked at the ice field. At the same time, not far from the northern ice field, two middle-stage heaven-opening realm martial artists from the Sky Eye Palace were walking over. The ice field is melting. Let's go. The two came from the northern ice field. They were very excited to see the ice field melting. Hoo! In the blink of an eye, the two arrived at the edge of the ice field. Why does this brat look so familiar? It's him. He rejected the invitation of the palace master to join the huge axe gang. When the two of them recognized Fang Chen, a cold, killing intent flashed across their eyes. He dares to not put our Sky Eye Palace in his eyes. He is courting death. If we kill this person, the palace master will definitely reward us. The two of them chuckled and quickly approached Fang Chen. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt a sharp aura approaching. He turned his head. Brat, do you still remember us? Fang Chen shook his head and said indifferently, I don't remember. When our palace master invited you to join the Sky Eye Palace, you actually rejected in front of so many people. Do you know what the consequences are? Do you think the Stone Axe King will protect you after joining the huge axe gang? You are wrong. This is the Devil City. No superpower can be as united as the 5 great superpowers. The Stone Axe King is willing to take you in only because you are valuable. Once you die, the Stone Axe King will immediately draw a line with you. Facing the two's ridicule, Fang Chen looked at them as if they were idiots. He asked, What does this have to do with you? Fang Chen's words infuriated the two. Brat, we originally planned to let you take the initiative to surrender, and we can spare your life. But now it seems there is no need for that. That's right. You are dead. Fang Chen shook his head and said indifferently, The two of you originally had the chance to escape, but you gave it up. What a pity. Seeing Fang Chen's arrogant appearance, the two from the Sky Eye Palace were furious. They directly attacked. Although one's realm would be suppressed in the Devil City, one's comprehension of the martial Dao would not be suppressed. Furthermore, the various techniques of a heaven-opening realm martial artist were not something a unity realm martial artist could imagine. However, they met Fang Chen. 1. The god spring rotated, and a terrifying power surrounded Fang Chen. Xiao. The fifth move of the traceless sword art was instantly displayed. A dazzling sword light drew a strange trajectory in the sky and stabbed at the two. At the same time, Fang Chen stood quietly, allowing the two's attacks to hit his body. Hoo! The god's spring suddenly soared, crazily absorbing the power of the two. Dong! In an instant, the power of the two's attacks was absorbed, and they were sent flying by the god's spring. Chapter 2255. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Poochie. A crisp sound rang out as the sword pierced their bodies. The two of them widened their eyes and looked at Fang Chen. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. How did their attacks had clearly hit Fang Chen. Why had they been sent flying? However, they no longer had the time to think. The dazzling sword light exploded, instantly blowing up the two of them. The chaotic aura in the air gradually calmed down. With my current strength, I can easily kill a middle-stage opening realm martial artist with the help of the divine spring, Fang Chen thought to himself. However, the divine spring had its limit. If he encountered a martial artist with strong tearing abilities, he would not be able to absorb their attack power. Go in. He turned his head to look at the ice plains. The sun hung high in the sky, rays of light shining on the ice plains. The ice on the ice plains was melting, and the temperature had reached a level that Fang Chen could endure. Whoosh! Fang Chen plunged into the ice plains and immediately felt a cool breeze. The 6 golden figures in his primordial spirit shook. Where is the Entomb spring? Fang Chen looked up and spread out his divine sense to search for the Entomb spring. According to the Stone Axe King, the Entomb spring should be located in the coldest place in the ice plains. The depths of the ice plains? Fang Chen said indifferently. Then he used the space-time collapse technique and quickly flew through the ice plains. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the depths of the ice plains. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that there was a cold pool in the depths of the ice plains. It was the Entomb spring. The cold pool was surrounded by a heart-palpitating cold chi. A love go little say chu so cold. Even from far away, Fang Chen could still feel his primordial spirit trembling as if it was about to be frozen. However, when he saw a figure sitting cross-legged near the cold pool, he was dumbfounded. Who is it? Fang Chen could not figure it out. Even though he was so far away, he could feel that his primordial spirit was about to be frozen. Furthermore, there was a figure cultivating near the cold pond. He seems to be cultivating cold divine art. Fang Chen carefully sized up the cultivator who was sitting cross-legged. Although he could only see his back, Fang Chen felt that this person shouldn't be too old. 1. Suddenly, the man turned to look at Fang Chen. Fang Chen screamed miserably as he hugged his head with both hands. He felt pain in his essence soul. How dare you come to the northern icefield when you're so weak? The black-robed man shook his head and turned around to continue cultivating. However, when he turned his head, his gaze suddenly fixed on Fang Chen. Then, his pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Chen. This is demon-killing sword chi? The black-robed cultivator abruptly stood up when he sensed the sword chi fluctuation around Fang Chen. He took a big stride forward and arrived before Fang Chen. His palm gently rested on Fang Chen's body, and the pain in the latter's essence soul gradually lessened. After a while, Fang Chen's essence soul was no longer in pain. His face was pale as he looked at the black-robed cultivator in front of him with lingering fear. Senior, I didn't mean to disturb you. Before Fang Chen could finish his words, he was interrupted by the black-robed cultivator. Have you also cultivated the demon-killing sword principle? The black-robed cultivator asked in a deep voice. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand what the black-robed cultivator was talking about. Seeing Fang Chen in a daze, the black-robed cultivator explained, "Indeed, with your cultivation, it's impossible for you to know about the demon-killing sword principle. I guess you accidentally inherited it from somewhere, right?" Fang Chen was silent as he looked at the black-robed cultivator seriously. The latter's face was very handsome. He was a young cultivator. Is he an expert in the top 10 of the demon god list? Fang Chen thought to himself. To have such strength at such a young age, he could only be a monster in the top 10 of the demon god list. Seeing Fang Chen remain silent, the black-robed cultivator thought he had guessed correctly. "Release the aura of the sword principle that you cultivate," the black-robed cultivator said. Fang Chen nodded and released the aura of the Azura sword principle instantly. The majestic sword chi contained a bloody and murderous aura. After the black-robed cultivator sensed it, his face was filled with excitement. "Your demon-killing sword principle has been cultivated to a certain extent," the black-robed cultivator said. "I didn't expect to meet someone of the same sword principle in this demon city." Then, the black-robed cultivator stretched out his hand and said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Marosha, also a cultivator of the demon-killing sword principle." Hearing that, Fang Chen's heart trembled. He slowly stretched out his hand and looked at the black-robed cultivator in front of him in shock. "It's Marosha? That demon who kills without blinking an eye?" Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Marosha was an expert ranked 11th on the demon god list. His martial path comprehension had reached the peak of the absolute saint realm. He was only one step away from entering the legendary realm. Marosha's strength was second only to the experts in the top 10 of the demon god list. However, even the absolute saint realm experts were not willing to provoke Marosha easily. The latter was an out-and-out madman. When he went crazy, it was too terrifying. Marosha was known for his insanity. He never needed a reason to kill and did as he pleased. The demon-killing sword principle that he cultivated was the top sword principle of the slaughter sword principle. Emo Luosha's reputation in the Devil City spread far and wide. Even Fang Chen didn't expect to meet him in the northern ice plains. Moreover, he seemed to have mistaken his Azura sword principle for the demon-killing sword principle. "What? Have you heard the rumors about me?" Marosha said with a smile. "No one could tell that he was a demon who killed without blinking an eye. You and I both cultivate the demon-killing sword principle. We are of the same lineage. There are not many people in our lineage. I'm very happy to meet you in the demon city." At this point, Marosha paused for a moment before continuing. "If you encounter any trouble in the demon city in the future, you can mention my name." "Many thanks, Senior." Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. "You don't have to call me Senior. We are of the same generation," Marosha said without any arrogance. However, he did not know that Fang Chen did not cultivate the demon-killing sword principle. Instead, he cultivated the Azura sword principle that was stronger than the demon-killing sword principle. However, Marosha had never seen the Azura sword principle before. When Fang Chen displayed it, it was very similar to the demon-killing sword principle. That was why he thought so. Hearing that, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. If he could get the protection of Marosha, he could do whatever he wanted in the demon city in the future. "You are just at the Unity Realm. Why did you come to the northern icy plains?" Marosha suddenly asked. "My brother is heavily injured. His body has shattered. He urgently needs the spirit spring milk to extend his life." Fang Chen said softly. "I see." The moment Marosha mentioned the spirit spring milk, he understood. "With your little strength, you can't even get close to the Entomb spring. How can you get the spirit spring milk?" Marosha pursed his lips. "Is there really spirit spring milk in the Entomb spring?" Fang Chen anxiously asked. Marosha nodded. "I cultivate the demon-killing sword principle. It requires me to absorb the cold aura. Hence, I have been cultivating near the Entomb spring. According to my conjecture, there should be spirit spring milk in the Entomb spring. It's just that it is slightly troublesome to take it out. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. He felt excited in his heart. No matter what, he finally knew the whereabouts of the spirit spring milk. Senior disciple brother, my brother is dying. I have to take back the spirit spring milk. I wonder if senior disciple brother has any ideas? Fang Chen cupped his fists and asked. Marosha nodded satisfactorily. He admired Fang Chen even more. For his brother, he could risk everything to enter the northern icy plains and even the Entomb spring. Despite knowing the danger, he still continued forward. Marosha was touched by this brotherly love. Forget it. Since we've met, it's fate. I'll help you this time. Marosha sighed and said slowly. Hearing this, Fang Chen's face was filled with an excited smile. However, I don't have much confidence. After all, it's the Entomb spring. If I'm not careful, my primordial spirit will be directly frozen. There will be no chance of survival, Marosha said. Do you need me to do anything? Fang Chen asked. Just wait for me at the side, Marosha said. It had been a long time since he had met such a suitable young fellow. Moreover, he also cultivated the demon-killing sword principle like him. Hence, Marosha wanted to help him. Splash! Marosha pushed off with the tip of his foot and leaped into the air above the Entomb spring. At this moment, milky white cold chi appeared around the Entomb spring. Marosha did not dare to be careless. Buzz! The demon-killing sword principle activated. The ultimate frost chi that he had absorbed over the years instantly surged out. Chapter 2256. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? I'll provide you with interesting novels to read. Rumble. A deafening sound echoed across the sky. Love go little say webcamilky white cold chi continuously gushed out of the Entomb spring. Emoluasha's entry caused the entire Entomb spring to churn as if it was angry. The sun in the sky was also greatly affected and wavered. The Entomb spring is too strong. Fang Chen felt a lingering fear. If he hadn't met Emoluosha, he would have died if he had entered the Entomb spring carelessly. In the distant horizon, an old man with the demeanor of a transcendent being suddenly descended. How dare you come to the northern ice field when you're so weak? The old man waved his hand. Immediately, a violent energy surged out and formed a huge tornado. Whoosh! Fang Chen didn't resist and was swept away by the tornado. Whoosh! The old man controlled the tornado and entered the Entomb spring, disappearing along with Fang Chen's body. The Entomb spring changed and an extremely cold air gushed out. Whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of black light shot out of the Entomb spring. Then, the black light exploded with brilliant power in the sky. Ha ha! A hearty laugh came out of the black figure's mouth. With him as the center, the source energy within 100 miles frantically surged into his body. The space in his body started to transform into a universe. Whoosh whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the black figure's body had transformed into a universe. His aura became even stronger. Emoluosha, this guy broke through? The sage-like elder was slightly taken aback when he saw Emoluosha. He finally broke through. Emoluosha was very happy. He had been stuck at a bottleneck for so many years and couldn't take the final step. He didn't expect that he would break through on a whim today to help his junior brother in the Entomb spring. Feeling the violent power from the universe in his body, Emoluosha was very excited. It won't be long before the universe is fully operational. Then, I can extract it out of my body. At that time, my cultivation level will be completely stabilized, Mara Shah said excitedly. He had been stuck at the Saint Realm for a long time and had only just broken through. It was at this moment that Emoluosha noticed the old man with the demeanor of a transcendent being below. To his surprise, he discovered that Fong Chen was no longer there. "Magoo, where's my little brother?" Mo Luosha asked in a deep voice. "That Unity Realm expert is your little brother? Since when did you, Mara Killer, show mercy to the weak?" The old man called Mu Gu sneered and said, "I didn't like him, so I threw him into the Entomb Spring." "What?" Mara Shah widened his eyes in fury. "You dare touch my brother?" Mara Shah roared, and his eyes turned scarlet as he madly attacked Mu Gu. "You have just made a breakthrough, and your cultivation hasn't even stabilized yet. Yet you dare to make a move against me?" Mu Gu's face turned gloomy. He waved his hand and the void dislocated. Then, he appeared in front of Mo Luosha. Demonic Killing Sword Dao. After breaking through, Mo Luosha's attainments in the Demonic Killing Sword Dao had become stronger. At this moment, the offensive power he could unleash made others blush with shame. On this day, a rarely seen intense battle occurred in the northern icy plains. Very soon, the news of the battle spread across the entire Devil City. Mo Luosha, who was ranked 11th on the Demon God list, was fighting against Mu Gu, who was ranked 10th on the Demon God list. The two fought for a day and a night in the northern icy plains. Eventually, Mu Gu was defeated and escaped with heavy injuries. Mo Luosha's aura was like a rainbow. He began chasing after Mu Gu endlessly. Many people felt their hearts trembling when they heard this news. The top 10 experts on the Demon God list had an unshakable position. This was the iron law of Devil City. And Mu Gu, who was ranked 10th, was actually defeated by Mo Luosha. This was simply crazy. What? Mo Luosha defeated Mu Gu? How is this possible? This is true. Many experts have already verified it. Even the other experts in the top 10 of the Demon God list have acknowledged Mo Luosha. They believe that he is qualified to replace Mu Gu. Heavens, isn't Mo Luosha too monstrous? To be able to defeat Mu Gu, he must have broken through to that level. Mu Gu is doomed to be chased by a madman like Mo Luosha. The Devil City was shaken. The top 10 of the Demon God list that had been maintained for millions of years finally had a change today. Madman Mo Luosha had successfully broken through to that level with his absolute potential, defeating Mu Gu in one fell swoop. Nevertheless, nobody knew that Fong Chen, who was thrown into the Entomb Spring by Mu Gu. Northern Icy Plains, Entomb Spring. The Entomb Spring was much bigger than imagined. Furthermore, it contained a cold aura. Even Mo Luosha and the others did not dare to enter it for a long time. Fong Chen was at the Unity Realm. According to logic, he would definitely die after being thrown into the Entomb Spring. However, he had miraculously survived. About 5 kilometers above the Entomb Spring, Fong Chen was currently lying at the bottom of the Entomb Spring. His aura was weak. His primordial spirit had been frozen. Fortunately, the God Spring shone brightly at the crucial moment, saving his life. God Spring. Fong Chen could feel that the God Spring was currently resisting the aura of the Entomb Spring. So cold. Fong Chen felt his entire body turn cold. It was as if he would die at any moment. How should I get out? The God Spring was formed from innate God runes of order. It was very strange. It could even resist the cold aura of the Entomb Spring. This was something that Fong Chen had never expected. Otherwise, how could he, a Unity Realm expert, resist against the Entomb Spring that made people tremble in fear just by hearing its name? 1. The God Spring released an aura that belonged to innate God runes of order. It slowly resisted the invasion of the surrounding cold aura. Fong Chen crawled up with difficulty. He could feel that the energy in his body had been used up. He took out a soul stone from his bosom. Holding the soul stone in his hand, he began to absorb the energy within. CSISI. The soul energy within the soul stone poured into his primordial spirit, gradually reviving his frozen primordial spirit. An hour later, the energy within the soul stone had been completely used up. Fang Chen's primordial spirit had finally completely recovered. Looking at the soul stone in his palm that had turned into a useless rock, he was filled with emotions. I survived a great disaster. Fang Chen laughed self-deprecatingly. He had wanted to search for the spirit spring milk, but he had been thrown into the entomb spring before he could even see the shadow of it. I wonder who that sage-like old man is? Thinking of that person, Fang Chen's heart was filled with anger. If I, Fang Chen, can leave this place, I will definitely take revenge in the future. Fang Chen swore inwardly. Where is the spirit spring milk? Fang Chen looked around. He could not find anything related to the spirit spring milk. This made him very anxious. He could not move his body. If he moved, the energy within the god spring would be consumed faster. The cold aura of the entomb spring would invade his body. Thus, he did not dare to take the risk. It can't always be like this, right? Fang Chen was somewhat anxious as he muttered to himself. Splash! At this moment, ripples appeared within the entomb spring. Then, these ripples formed a beautiful flower near Fang Chen. Blue auras emerged from the petals of the blooming flower. Under Fang Chen's gaze, the blue qi gradually condensed into an illusory figure. You are finally here. The blue illusory figure sighed and stared straight at Fang Chen. He flicked his finger. Immediately, Fang Chen felt the pressure around him disappear. Even the cold aura of the entomb spring could not approach his body. How is this possible? Fang Chen exclaimed. Then, he looked at the blue illusory figure, his heart trembling. Senior, who are you? Fang Chen hurriedly cupped his hands and asked. Ha ha! The blue illusory figure chuckled and shook his head. I have long forgotten who I am. I have been waiting for your arrival. The blue illusory figure's voice contained a sense of vicissitudes. Waiting for my arrival? Fang Chen was very puzzled. What did he have to do with the blue illusory figure? Xiao. The blue illusory figure's eyes shot out a substantial ray of light that entered Fang Chen's body. Immediately, Fang Chen felt the god spring move strangely, as if it was about to jump out of his body. It's out of control? He was shocked to find that the god spring was out of his control. His heart was filled with perilous waves. The god spring was the core energy source of a Unity Realm warrior. It was very dangerous for the god spring to be out of control. However, just as he exclaimed, a special aura emerged from the god spring. It wrapped around the substantial ray of light of the blue illusory figure and left his body. Natural Order God Rune? Chapter 2257. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Hearing this, the blue shadow's face showed a touch of vicissitude. Then, he shook his head and sighed. I was injured so badly that my primordial spirit almost collapsed. Even now, I can only use the entomb spring to prolong my life. If it weren't for the help of your innate order divine pattern, I wouldn't have been able to hold on. How difficult was it to resurrect such an expert? Even the blue shadow himself didn't believe that such a day would come. So, he shook his head and stopped talking. Seeing this, Fang Chen didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he changed the topic and talked to the blue shadow about something else. For 3 days and 3 nights, Fang Chen learned a lot about the demon city from the blue shadow. It was much more complicated than what they had said. 3 days later, Fang Chen said goodbye to the blue shadow. Splash! The blue shadow collapsed in the entomb spring and fell into a deep sleep. Fang Chen bowed slightly to the entomb spring and then turned to leave. After returning to the huge axe gang, Fang Chen found a quiet place and released Little Mouse and the others. Boss, did you find the spiritual spring milk? Little Mouse asked eagerly. Fang Chen nodded. With a thought, rich spiritual spring milk appeared in his palm. Then, he put a drop of it into the old faker's mouth. Immediately, the spiritual spring milk's effect spread. In the blink of an eye, the old faker's face became extremely rosy. Seeing this, Fang Chen continued to feed the old faker the spiritual spring milk. Soon, he had fed him 50 drops of spiritual spring milk. Damn, spiritual spring milk can be eaten like this? King Stone Axe's face was full of surprise. He had thought that the possibility of Fang Chen getting the spiritual spring milk was very small. Even if he got it, it would be 1 or 2 drops. But now, he fed the old faker 50 drops in one breath. And this was because the old faker's body couldn't take it anymore. Otherwise, there would be more spiritual spring milk. How much spiritual spring milk did he get? Stone Axe Monarch thought to himself, his eyes blazing with passion. 1. After the old faker swallowed a large amount of spiritual spring milk, the rich aura of the spiritual spring instantly spread out and completely wrapped the old faker's body. In an instant, the old faker reverted back to his original form. Like a broken tree, he soared into the sky. The old faker's body emitted a terrifying aura. Has the old faker recovered? Little Mouse and the others widened their eyes and stared at the old faker. At this moment, the aura of the old faker was rising continuously. It seemed like he was trying to break through to the Unity Realm. It can't be. The commotion caused by the towering tree had already alarmed the entire Giant Axe Gang. Many of the Giant Axe Gang's members looked over. What happened? What the hell happened? Under the towering tree, Fang Chen had a smile on his face. The effect of the spirit spring milk was much stronger than he had imagined. Usually, a single drop would be very precious. But now that he had given the old faker 50 drops, it should be sufficient for the old faker to break through to the Unity Realm. Roar! A series of deafening noises came out from the towering tree. The old faker did not encounter any obstacles when he tried to break through to the Unity Realm. Soon, the old faker's huge body gradually shrank. Finally, he reverted to his human form and appeared in front of Fang Chen. Boss, isn't the effect of this spirit spring milk too strong? The old faker said excitedly. Mouse and the other 3 stared at the old faker without blinking. Have you reached the Unity Realm? Little Mouse asked. Love go little Sag W Chew. Yes, the spirit spring milk that boss gave me not only healed my injuries, but also helped me break through the bottleneck and reach the Unity Realm. Ha! The old faker was very happy. However, Little Mouse and the others were a little unhappy. Seclusion. I want to break through to the Unity Realm too. Little Mouse and the others were obviously stimulated by the old faker. After discussing with Fang Chen, they decided to go out and explore. They had been stuck at the peak of the Divine Pattern Realm for a long time. Without enough pressure, it was impossible for them to break through to the Unity Realm. Be careful, Fang Chen warned. Boss, don't worry. Isn't the old faker protecting us in the dark? Besides, the cultivation of the warriors in Devil City is suppressed to the Unity Realm. So what if they have a high level of martial Dao comprehension? With the 4 of us combined, we'll be able to protect ourselves. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded lightly. Finally, he watched the 5 of them leave. At this time, Stone Axe King walked towards Fang Chen with a smile. Fang Chen. Stone Axe King said, I didn't expect you to be able to get so much spirit spring milk. Boss, just say what you want to say. Fang Chen said. Stone Axe King said embarrassedly, I hope you can give me a drop of spirit spring milk. I can exchange it with my cultivation resources. What do you think? Stone Axe King was afraid that Fang Chen wouldn't agree. He looked at Fang Chen anxiously. Just this? Fang Chen was startled. He immediately said, I thought it was something important. It's just a drop of spirit spring milk. Consider it a gift from me to boss. Stone Axe King had treated him well. A mere drop of spirit spring milk was nothing. Really? Stone Axe King shouted excitedly. Then, Fang Chen gave a drop of spirit spring milk to Stone Axe King. The latter was wild with joy. Brat, how much spirit spring milk did you get? Stone Axe King stared at the spirit spring milk with wide eyes. Not much. Fang Chen shrugged. He couldn't say that he took all the spirit spring milk in the Entomb spring. After gaining control of the Entomb spring, Fang Chun felt that his comprehension of martial arts had improved. He planned to stay in the huge axe gang for the time being to consolidate his comprehension of martial arts and see if he could improve it again. However, the peaceful days soon passed. Half a month after he returned to the huge axe gang, Stone Axe King had to leave. One night, Fang Chen was ambushed. Swish! In the dark night sky, a cold light suddenly appeared. This cold light contained an aura that made people tremble. If Fang Chen hadn't dodged in time, the cold light would have pierced through his chest. Who is it? Fang Chen steadied himself and stared at the dark figure in front of him. The one who will kill you. The black figure growled and continued to perform his killing move. The middle stage of Heaven Opening Realm? The fifth move of Traceless Sword Art was performed instantly. The aura of Azura Sword Principle swept across the land. A dazzling and terrifying sword light silently appeared in front of the black figure's chest. Oh no! Seeing this, the black figure quickly retreated. However, he had underestimated Fang Chen's strength. Poochie! The transparent sword light pierced through the black figure's head. Palace Master! I'm wrong. His face was full of regret as his body slowly fell to the ground. Fang Chen walked in front of him, and after a brief inspection, he confirmed this person's identity. Celestial Eye Palace? Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. Celestial Eye Palace Master. It must be Celestial Eye Palace Master. This person was vengeful, and only he would send someone to assassinate him. Unfortunately, you're wrong. Fang Chen's dark eyes stared at the sky as he said in a low voice. At the same time, in Celestial Eye Palace, Celestial Eye Palace Master held a jade slip in his hand as he paced around the palace, waiting for good news. According to the time, it should be about time? Celestial Eye Palace Master muttered to himself. I purposely sent Stone Axe King away. With Xiao Lan's strength, she can definitely kill him silently. However, just as Celestial Eye Palace Master was thinking to himself, the jade slip in his hand suddenly shattered with a crack. Celestial Eye Palace Master's expression changed drastically as a trace of cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Dead. Celestial Eye Palace Master's first reaction was that Xiao Lan had been discovered by the huge axe gang and died. Damn it! Celestial Eye Palace Master snorted and immediately transmitted a message to his subordinate. Xiao Lan's mission failed. She might have alerted the huge axe gang. Carry out the second set of plan, Celestial Eye Palace Master said eerily. I don't believe you can escape from me. Whoosh! A sinister and strange wind slowly blew past. Suddenly, the temperature in the palace dropped sharply, giving off a very cold feeling. Who is it? Celestial Eye Palace Master said in a low voice. There was no movement in the palace. Just as Celestial Eye Palace Master was about to use his third eye to search, a hoarse voice came.